everyone, we are here in Las Vegas, Nevada for the first ever official TFT LAN. That's right, this is the TFT Vegas Open. 512 competitors flew here from all around the world. They're taking the stage to be able to compete for the title of the TFT Vegas Open champion, as well as for a $100,000 grand prize. We've got a lot of games to play. You're not going to want to miss it.
Vegas is a good choice for a TFT event because people just say TFT is all about luck, but there is strategy, there is skill.
It's kind of surreal, like, to see how far TFT has come.
Oh, that missed way cost you the top 4.
I'm winning the tournament. Keep winning. I'm winning the tournament.
Always says that.
I've played in tournaments on LAN for God knows how long. I definitely think it gives me an advantage over the other players. I saw them, kind of like buckling under the pressure.
Yeah, but here he goes. It's gonna step up. Stays alive. It's so big.
They're making their way to the back leg, but it's not enough.
Wow.
Lightsy is going to claim this one.
Tiaan, what's going on? I'm lost. I'm dizzy. I don't know what to do. Rocky, what are your chances of winning this tournament?
0.
It's crazy. When I first came in here, my fan interactions have been so funny. I've met someone, his name is Michael. He takes a picture with me. He's like, yo, are you nervous? I'm like, yeah, man, I'm a little nervous. Like, I'm not doing too hot right now. And he's like, oh, I'm not really nervous. I'm really worried about Setsuko. I actually qualified for Worlds. This guy is way better than me. I'm playing against people who are like, literally like some of the best in the world.
Bridge from the Carthage does enough, but still. Favor of Mike is a one-punch man.
Second place, it is going to end at that. Malala will claim first place.
I won the world in set 3.5, so I did the hardest thing to do in TFT. People can stress because there is no world champ in the table except me.
Once I get onto stage, it's gonna feel absolutely amazing, and I'm gonna be absolutely so stressed. I think I can make it. I can win.
Being in the final is an overwhelming feeling, but feeling all the support behind you, like it's starting to pay off, you just feel proud of yourself and a lot more confident that you can do it. I can be the person who wins Vegas Open.
I think it's 50-50. Either I win or I don't.
I'm gonna do my best, and I'm gonna make sure that I have nerves of steel.
The countdown has begun. The players are loading in. One more time. Las Vegas, are you ready? Playing checkmate. First, you need to get to 20 points, and after that, you can't win unless you get a first place.
Oh, very, very close.
Oh my gosh, wait, hold on a second. The final count. Kevin somehow playing spoiler. Oh my god, the big door tag. Stealing. Oh no!
Humble stays alive.
Saying one more time, Ari versus Annie. Malala is running away with this one.
He jumped before, but not today. Along with the team fight tactics, Vegas Open champion.
It's a completely surreal experience knowing that I won the whole thing. I feel like it's been a long time coming, and the fact that I was able to get it on the biggest stage is just insane.
Hey there, Rising Legends fans! For the 3rd anniversary of Rising Legends, I'm pleased to announce the new Rising Legends competitive ecosystem. With the goodbye of mid-sets, we were able to stretch 3 sets in a year, and that can only mean one thing: more tournaments and more opportunities to win throughout the year. The new innovative TFT set, Remix Rumble, welcomes our new ecosystem. For the first season, we will have only 2 Golden Spatula Cups. Yeah, I know, I said we will have more tournaments. Just wait. We increased ladder qualification slots, so don't stop grinding ranked ladder tacticians. You have more chances now. An important update, we moved the snapshots 1 day, so now you have to be ready for selfies on Monday afternoon. Consequently, we slightly changed the slots for the different GSC qualification paths, so expect some variance. Additionally, we have the Rising Legend Finals at the end of the set. This means the best top performers from the GSC and ladder will compete to crown the best tactician in EMEA. For sets 11 and 12, we go back to normality. We will have 3 Golden Spatula Cups per set, and the ways to qualify for GSC and Finals are still the same as set 10. But stay tuned, the slots could slightly change. To read up on all the details for this new competitive season, visit our website at risinglegends.gg and follow our social media account to never miss broadcast updates. Well, my notes for today just say cheapy chappa. I don't know about you guys, but this is Rising Legends. Welcome back to day number 2. My name is Mix and I'm here with Counterfeit and Patches Panda. We're ready to bring you the action in just a few minutes. But before we go there, Peter, you weren't here yesterday on the top of show. How are you feeling? Welcome to the pre-show.
Oh boy, I mean, it was an absolute wild ride through yesterday. I had people sending me messages just about, some of the games we were seeing. For a day one, I don't think we could have asked for better games, and considering what we were expecting coming in, I think it really blew everything out of the water.
Yeah, I think so too, but... I just saw you nodding along. I was like, okay, I'll take it back.
Game, I think speaks for itself. I don't have to add any other commentary.
We'll get to that in a second, but before we go there, let's have a look at our competitive roadmap, Panda, and talk to me about where we are, because I do get lost quite frequently, apparently.
It's harder to get lost in this season because it is a little bit shorter with the Christmas break and Vegas starting us off in December. For January, we're already on GSC number 1 of the very right side of that top part, and we're going to be moving after this GSC just a month later essentially into the next GSC, only to this set because of that reduced time that we have to make everything work. And then of course finals at the very end, the championship after that. So a little bit more compressed, which means that every single result in these tournaments matters that much more.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something to keep in mind as we are moving through this set. But there's been a pretty big patch. We talked about it extensively yesterday. We saw what that meant when we finally entered the game, Counterfeit. We had portals and spatula and emblem galore. Talk to me about the highlights of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of already touched on this briefly already, but it's worth restating. I suspect we might get to even talk more about this because it was an absolutely legendary game. We came into this knowing that generally TFT's economy was supposed to be lower, with the win streaks and loss streaks being cut goal-wise. But, Scaramba's 8-bit cash-out win against GLC, with some of the most ludicrous boards you could imagine in the world, the Sona 3, I don't think we'll see anything like that again. There were also very tactical games as well, like Scarambas managed to outmaneuver Egypt Summoner in Game 5. So I think we really got to hit both ends of it, the absolutely crazy games and the very strategic games where our players got to show exactly how skillful they all are.
Well, in case you weren't here yesterday, first of all, shame on you. Where were you? We not accept any apologies, but we are willing to get you updated and we have a highlight reel ready. So let's take a look at that. Hello, 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 and welcome to TFT Competitive in 2024. I'm Mix and I'm here with Patches Panda and Weta, and we're so excited to bring you the first Golden Spatula Cup.
Getting right onto the carpets, and just like that, it's like it never existed. But it gets burst towards the end, and Conviction have to settle for second place.
It gave them that Lucian specifically after the buffs. Again, he was extremely strong with the red buff and the rage blade. That's a lot of attack speed damage.
Ribbon just about staying alive. It's a visual, but no! He dances away. Ribbon coming back for one more go around, trying to Kevin it, but it will not happen. Caitlyn comes through.
This is unbelievable, man. Like,
oh, there we go. The duplicates are there.
Oh, finally.
This is why we have the community making simulators for moments like this as a player who say, you know what, maybe I'll end up with all the money in the world. Scrambers gets it with a contested 8-bit composition. It's the Vex, she can't do it, but no, they're not quite locked. The Omnibus kicks in. She's surviving. Yobadashi drops.
Just to add a little bit of extra damage to everything in your power. But the other side is doing so much more.
The one cost for moving to stage 4, you want to potentially move off of that. The roll down coming in for Raptor needs to try and find few of these upgrades to stabilize to stay above 50 HP.
There it is.
Finally finds a headliner.
Guys,
and you're welcome.
Needs not items though. Items are important. Set of items you want to get. Yes.
I take out these backlines. The Twisted Fate on the right-hand side has fallen. Everything on the left-hand side has fallen. And Tartman finishing out the last game of the day, solidifying his placement here. Well, I think yesterday was already a blast, and I cannot wait for what today's games have in store for us. But Panda, there is one more thing we need to mention. Make sure people write that down, because tomorrow it's a little bit different.
Yes, we'll be having a game 7. We're having a break off from the top 8 players after game 6. They'll be playing a final lobby to decide our winner. And the more important thing is the fact that we start an hour earlier tomorrow, 3 p.m. CET. So you definitely do not want to miss that. You don't want to miss the first game, especially on what is day 3 of the first major tournament for EMEA in this set.
I'm already mentally preparing myself for that, as I am, as always, on a demonic schedule. But our players hopefully aren't. Here are our overall standings. Let's have a look at who actually made it through to day number 2, Counterfeit.
I mean, I was going to say, a lot of our friends, from various different places, especially towards the lower end of our players who made it through to day 2. It's actually very, very varied here, which of course will be very different later on. I'm personally very gratified to see some of the UK players making it through, but I think we've actually got a pretty good mix of new and old players, managing to rise above what has been a very contested field.
At the lower ends of the standing there, we did see Lusher, and as always, I have infiltrated the German Discord. Aaliyah was saying to him that a good horse only jumps as high as necessary, which is a German phrase. I don't know if it translates, but yeah, he made it through. That's all that matters. But of course, at the top end, we're seeing a lot of French flags, Panda.
And Apollo almost with a perfect record in day 1, which is just one of the craziest things to see in TFT. When anyone has above 42 points in a day like this, especially a GSC day, not an open qualifier day, it impresses me so much. You need so much consistency to do something like that.
I'm going to take a second to recognize Robin Food and Mr. Marshall there from Romania. Managing to take 2 spots in the top 10 is extremely impressive, given, as we've already said, this has been an exceptionally competitive tournament.
It has been, and of course, as always, we do want to hear from our players, and we brought one on to the pre-show. Toon is here with us to tell us how the day has been yesterday. Welcome to the broadcast, Toon. How are you?
Hello, guys. I'm really fine. Happy to play this day too, obviously.
Awesome.
Hi, Toon. I wanted to ask, I know you have some competitive experience from way back in Set 3 in Galaxies. We didn't see much of you in Rising Legends up until this moment now, your first GSC. How has the return been for you? How has it been coming back and playing at such a high level?
I'm really happy to be back on the high level. I stopped competitive since Set 5, and I come back Set 9, but that was a bit harder earlier to... I just played the last GSC on Set 9, and just lose day 1, so not perfect for the first, but that's a good start. And this set, I really want to do again an EMEA since Set 3 a long time ago. And I'm happy to my performance yesterday, and I think I'm good on this meta, so I hope I can do the same today.
Well, Toon, we are of course trying to re-establish what kind of player you are. One thing we did note is that yesterday you brought out Walt the Forge to have some pretty good results. I was wondering if you could talk to us about that augment. Swapping out all of your items instead for randomized options. Is that are you a more player who likes to play risky style?
I think in tournament, it's really different than ladder. You always need to play a bit more for the top 1. And I think player is a bit more slow than ladder, because in ladder, when you top 5, you lose a lot of LP. But in tournament, top 5 is not a really bad result for a cut like this. So I play a bit risky. And I think a lot of good players play a bit risky in this kind of tournament.
I would agree. And we personally always like seeing risky plays. It's more entertaining. But can you talk to us about how your preparation for something like the Golden Spatula Cup looks like? Do you prepare with a study group, or what kind of streams do you watch? That kind of stuff.
I watch a lot of streams, of course, like every player, I think. And I have a study group too. This patch is new, so we don't have a lot of statistics about the patch, but I try to learn the most of because Dispatch we have 2 or 3 comp really ahead, like Disco and Pentakill, but there is a lot of comp you can play in the specific spot. So you need to work on this comp because sometimes you have to play them and you need to know how.
I wanted to ask you too, and follow up on the last answer you gave to my question earlier. Where are your expectations at as a player? You obviously in set 3, top 16 in finals. This is a hard accomplishment. Come back in set 9, adjusting to TFT once again at a high level. In that first GSC, now making it to day 2. Where's your confidence level at? Do you think you could be one of the favorites? Are you is that your projection? Do you think you still have time to make it back up again?
Not the favorite, but maybe a good surprise. I hope. I will try to do.
A dark horse then for today.
Thank you.
So, just before, as we move towards the end here, I did want to ask, I know that you are a fairly prolific streamer. I was kind of curious, how different do you find playing in playing TFT in a tournament versus playing it on stream specifically?
On stream is on stream it's really hard because personally I speak a lot with my chat and try to entertain the chat. So I know when I stream I can't grind. And when I grind from the GSC, I stop stream for 1 week because I know I need to grind. So on stream, it's more for people and for I don't have the word, but entertaining. Yeah.
I get it. I always tell myself that I just play for entertainment because I'm so bad, but that's a different story. We do want to give you the chance, of course, to shout out people that you want to shout out that helped you get to where you are. Anybody you want to thank or just greet, stage is yours.
Oh, sorry, I don't understand.
Yeah, so I think we had a small lag there. Anybody you want to shout out or greet today before we let you go?
Shout out for everyone support me, for my viewers support me on my stream. That's a really buff. I think I have. I want to be the best for people who watch me and with my studio group. Shout out to Shino, to Mateus, to Lekoko, and Doki.
Awesome.
And Cassandra.
Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. Good luck out there on the Convergence, and we'll see you there.
Bye, too.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys. Thank you.
Oh, that was so sweet. I love that.
We're slowly unlocking new French players to bring on to interview. I love it. We're
there's a lot
pretty
of
deep pool now at this point.
Very deep pool.
What can we say? They're great and we love it. Now, what we also love, guys, if you could remind me, I think it's eggs. Is that it? We still call it eggs?
I think from
Social media,
time to time.
Eggs.
Well, that's the best.
Co-casters are like, what's going on? What is she on? No, we have a contest on our Twitter, of course, over there. We're asking you to share your setup with us, and in return, you can win eggs as a prize. And we will be seeing you out there. Take part, head on over there, leave a follow while you're at it, and maybe you win. Who knows? Who knows?
I'm going to say I saw very little plants yesterday. I gave you guys a tip. Add some plants to your setups. You might win. The winning picture did not have plants at all, so you guys just ignored it completely. You have the info right there. You have the tips. If you don't want it, that's up to you.
I'd say pets. Pets are definitely
also,
the key.
I agree with you, Peter.
If your pets are eating your plants, then you've really hit it from both ends.
Be careful with that. Lots of plants are toxic, so let's not recommend that to people. No. But what we can recommend is to watch out for players that we love seeing. And one of those players has to be Shining Star. Personally, I'm so happy he's here. He made it to day 2. He has been part of my personal TFT esport history, as he was in the very first tournament I ever casted outside of Rising Legends before that whole thing started. And he's just been phenomenal, been part of the entire international scene, and we love to see him thrive.
It's amazing, honestly. I think he's one of the players that everybody knows him because he just goes to every single possible place you can be in TFT, and everybody loves him as well. Honestly, we had an incredible day yesterday. It was only one game where he came in at 8th place. Otherwise, the rest of his day was absolutely astonishing. So I'm really excited to see how he does today.
And I've heard rumors that he started playing unranked, which is something very surprising to me this set. There's a master buff, there's demoting into GM, then to master, super buff. This is a new level. I'm not sure if it's what made him get to day 2, but I'm very curious to see his gameplay today.
Well, I know. I was about to say, because of course, our favorite Nigeria is back, and as our local American-Italian representative, he of course brings the buff to the Italian players back now, and I'm really excited to see it work out. Sweller Tiger is also in the mix still, so I'm really, really curious to see how far they can go with that Nigeria buff. Now we want to get to the meat of this pre-show, and that is our meta talks. We are ready to bring you some of the comps that we have been seeing pop off yesterday and throughout the patch, and talk about the domination of one country. I really wonder who that is. But before we go there, Panda, talk to me about Seraphine Reroll.
Seraphine Reroll, a comp that is viable to play in this meta. I'm not trying to sell anything as the strongest comp in the game. It's not the case, but it's a viable option to reroll if you have the correct spot for it. You want to itemize Seraphine with very similar items to things like Karthus and TF, so it just really fits the meta as an out. Toon was saying it. You have to know the meta comps. You have to also know the comps to go to if you can't hit the meta comps, if you've been tested, if you don't have enough gold, for example. And this is one of them. Ideally, you want to have KDA Seraphine and not Spellweaver Seraphine. 7 KDA is the cap at level 8, and the itemization is going to be Shojin, usually red buff or Morello, and then ideally a super fan item, which will be Rabadon. So eyes peeled. I think this comp will do really good today. Chuzo had a great game yesterday. We'll see more of it on stream.
Yes, from a comp that we hopefully will be seeing a little bit more of, to a comp that's only very viable if you can find your way through to exactly the right circumstances. The Twin Terror composition was certainly on a lot of people's minds coming into the tournament. While it didn't actually necessarily win an absolute ton of lobbies overall, you can see the basic setup for it here. A very, very solid top 4 comp. Of course, you do need to have that Twin Terror in gold or prismatic to make this composition work, but the bonus crit chance and other stats for your backliners in particular makes them go off really huge. We mentioned Shining Star before. This is one of the games he actually did manage to take this composition to top 1 in a slightly unusual way. He was contested on Twitches, so he switched to Samira's instead, and had the exposed weakness, which is a huge augment for the composition, and a couple of Thieves' Gloves as well to itemize his secondary Twin Terror units. Really, really good here, and got a win against Wetjungler of all people, who was on a level 10 board. So not a comp to completely dismiss from getting the top 1.
Well, somebody that you can never dismiss from getting a top 1 is basically every single French player. Out of the top 16, 7 French players. That is an impressive stat. And in the past sets, we've always been wondering within the EMEA field if maybe there was a time where other regions were coming up and were claiming that spot in the limelight from France. Poland did really well for a couple of sets. So did DACH, and now France is here in our first Golden Spatula Cup of the set, and they look like this. This is a threat to any other region within EMEA, and I think it's a really, really bold statement. We did talk to Apollo yesterday as well, but of course, if you're just reading through these names, every single one of them is a heavy hitter, and if you have them in your lobbies, you need to watch out. These guys know what's up.
I think a lot of the success of the French players in this set specifically has to be accounted for looking at Vegas. The fact that 29 players went to Vegas, prepped for Vegas, arduously knowing they're making, a big trip all the way over to Las Vegas. There's a lot of prize money involved as well. That prep initially to the start of a set, I think, is carried over into GSC, all different study groups and players involved. And I'm not surprised to see success both on ladder and in tournaments for the French scene.
I think one of the things that's really important there as well is, David, you mentioned the idea of, bringing people back up to speed very quickly. I think that's what you get with a very developed community like the French players have, is that you've got so much support there that you can go from being a potentially very rusty player to being operating on all cylinders much, much faster than you would ever be by yourself.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how the country numbers stack up after today, because of course there is going to be another cutoff, another elimination of players, and we'll see how many make it into day 3. There's one more meta talk that I'm bringing onto the desk as a dark horse. I've been reading all about it on Twitter. Maybe Panda, you can help me out with that. What's the deal with Kale reroll?
Kale reroll. Well, if you ever ask Alan ZQ, he'll tell you to play a blue buff on her. That is not the right answer. Do not do that. It does not work. Overall, Kale had terrible stats. I think she went like 8-8, 7-8-8 yesterday in games. I think there aren't many good spots to play Kale right now in the meta. She can make a transition. She's a good item holder in some cases for Karthus, for example, going into the Pentakill line anyway, with an Olaf headliner, for example. But I would try and shy away from going all in on just Kale as your main damage source.
All right. I'll take note. Now, we did briefly mention the portals at the top of show, but of course, with this patch, there are new portals that are quite, you could say, in crabful, and the crabs are coming. I'm waiting for the crab dance portal. I tried it myself yesterday. It was terrible. I died to the crab. I'm curious how many players we are actually losing across all of the games that we played to crabs. I wish that was a stat we could find out. I'm personally very intrigued. Is there any portal or anything you guys are looking for today?
Oh boy. Well, as I said before, I really want to see some people going off on the trainer portal with dropping the 3 emblems in there, because that's the most degenerate of games you could possibly have. That you've thrown yourself into the snake pit from the very beginning of the game and said, you may not have 3 emblems that work together at all, or you may have something which basically wins you the game from the very first round. So that's what I want to see on stream. I don't know if I'll be quite that lucky.
I will use this chance to counter what Counterfeit wants to see, and no Wandering Trainer today. You're welcome, players. I'm doing a service for everyone. You don't want that.
You're more a Golden Prelude guy.
All right. Before this goes too far, we do have another person here on desk that we do want to welcome. And of course, it is no one other than our favorite checkmate, Naruto, here on broadcast. Welcome. How are you today?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. It's good to see all of you again. It's my pleasure to be here for sure. And I'm looking forward for today and for tomorrow as well.
So are we.
So that's good. It's wonderful to see you again from meeting you in Malaga, and of course seeing you making quite an impression on everybody while you were there. But of course, we've known you as a shoutcaster as well. In this capacity, you're doing the co-streaming. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about how do those two things differ from each other?
What do you mean again? Between the caster and
so when you're casting versus when you're co-streaming, how do you approach it differently?
Oh yeah, it's really difficult to be inside of that, because if co-stream usually I can be a little bit more chill compared to casting. Like, for example, if I'm casting the Czech TRC with Snappy or with Herdin, like the big guys, the big names in Czech scene, it's really under pressure sometimes. But usually when I'm in my room, it's more chill. With my co-caster Johnny, it's more vibes.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? You're a big name of the Czech scene yourself. Come on now. We did meet in Vegas, of course. You were there as well. Talk to me how you experienced that event. I know you were vlogging. We saw that vlog, lots of crazy pans. How was the event for you?
Yeah, Las Vegas was amazing. It was insane to meet all of the players, and the atmosphere was crazy. Unfortunately, we didn't win Vegas, but funny enough, this night, I was dreaming about that the next big event like this will be announced in Europe. So let's hope my dreams will come true. And the
I hope so too, Naruto.
Will be in Europe.
Fingers crossed.
This is the most Disney moment we've ever had on broadcast. Thank you, Naruto, for bringing that to us. Your dreams will come true, buddy, I'm sure. At some point in life, at least. I wanted to ask you, Naruto, about the EUNE ladder. There's always been kind of that fight between EU West, UNE. You play mostly on UNE. You have, I think, a good perspective on what players are popping off in this set specifically. Are there any big names that are not the usual, Og, etc., that are doing well this season that you want to highlight?
Definitely Petik. He didn't like do that much yesterday that well, but he's I think one of the best Czech players for sure. And today I think he'll be amazing, and it's like one of the top Uni players as well, and also Litik. These are like the two top players on Uni.
Awesome.
Well, I mean, to bring us back to talk about the tournament then specifically, unless I've misread the standings here, from what I can see, there looks to be only one country that's coming with multiple players that's managed to retain all of their players from day 1 to day 2, and that's the Czech Republic. That's pretty amazing. Could you tell us a little bit about the Czech community? Do you guys prep together? Is that a result? Is that how we've ended up here?
Okay, so like in Czech, we have like 2 bigger groups, and then like are the lone wolves, how I would say, and we have like the FF Esports who are trying to be as much competitive and as much professional as they could. They have like their player Tiaan, for example. Then we have another group that is called Mafia, where it's like the Traje, for example, Traje as well. Also Ploťák and Petik. These are prepping together. And then, last but not least, we have Skipeus, who is like the lone wolf of the Czech scene.
Surprise.
He's doing so well, it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, we expect nothing less of a Golden Spatula Cup winner, I think. But now we talked about a lot of people already, Naruto. Anyone you want to shout out? Maybe the people that watch your co-streams? The stage is yours.
Yeah, I want to shout out to everyone watching from Czech and Slovakia. Thank you very much. Díky všem, co sledujete, a doufám, že vyhrajem letos další Spatula Cup. Os.
Okay, my Czech is pretty bad, but I think you said you'll win this one. So hopefully that is going to come true. Thank you so much for coming to the pre-show with us, Naruto, and enjoy co-streaming those games today. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you as much. Thank you. Bye.
That was crazy.
What a great guy. Seeing him in Vegas
the
always
Duolingo's pairing off.
the tripod. It was just so funny. I knew it was him the moment before even meeting him once in the event. I just saw him with the camera. I'm like, okay, that's Naruto. I'm gonna go say hi to him.
Well, we do have more co-streamers, of course, in case your Czech is as bad as mine. There is a full list of all the different region streamers. Of course, a lot of French, but also Polish. We have Turkish, we have German. They're all out there trying to bring you the games in your native language. If English is maybe not your forte, or if you just don't like seeing us, we also have English co-streamers. So check them out, leave some love there. It's super, super cool to see them.
Yeah, I'll say there are so many incredible options there. Like I said, I think this has been one of the biggest gifts of TFT as a whole, especially with the LAN side, is just being able to get to know so many of those folks who are co-streaming this event, and just how incredible they all are across all different languages.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's fantastic, and I hope that we can keep doing this. Sorry, I'm getting excited because we're about to start those games. Our casters are ready, and I am so excited to present to you a duo that couldn't be more iconic here, Weta and Nigeria.
Thanks, Megs. It's really good to be back. Just wanted to say thank you to everyone for welcoming me back in Weta. It's good to be back in the chair with you. It's been ages, and we've been casting together ever since set 3, so it's really exciting to come back on the Classico cast. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very good, Matteo Condaniello. That's a good one, right? That's a very good one, no?
So it's so funny that Mix brings that up, like I'm some kind of lucky charm, but I'm gone for like 3 events. During those 3 events, EMEA gets second at the World Championship, Dark Hydra wins a GSC, Wetjungler gets all the way through, and I've been, rooting for him for ages. I feel like I might be cursing all of the players that I like.
I mean, to be fair, like Dark Hydra's championship win, or not regional finals win was so big, right? Like the fact that we guys got to see like that, like one of the real OGs of like the TFT and this genre in general come in and really just perform to this absolute amazing level. I think is just fantastic, right? And also, I'm just like super excited to kind of get going here because we have a pretty good lobby going on as well here, right? Like we're getting on the screen just a second, but Shining Star is in there, right? One of your favorite players, if not your favorite player, just like overall in the entirety of the TFT scene, right? But then again, we have players like Canvas, we have Experian, one of our first GSC champions. This is such a stacked lobby.
It feels like El Clasico a little bit because you look at all these players and the only one we haven't seen multiple times is Marwan. But, you know, Experian, former GSC winner, Sinar, we saw him ages ago, back in I think it was Fates. And Canvas, of course, the regional championships under his belt, all those GSC dubs. And just all of these names are so storied in our scene.
Yeah, we have 2 regional champions, Shinar almost making it to the championship back in Fates, right? We had that crazy format where he, after 4 games, was 1 point behind cutoff, then didn't really do well in the last chance. It's just super exciting. And then we have someone like with Marwan, right, a player coming out of that MENA space that we're seeing pop up more and more now with those TRCs being more ingrained into the circuit. And we have someone like Tuxedo, for example, as well, a player that I've been talking about for quite a while now, still really waiting for him to make that super deep run in GSC where he really starts fighting for the title. And as I talk about him, main character syndrome comes in full effect. One guy is the loot subscription.
Tuxedo was really exciting yesterday because he was playing an Executioner reroll, so that was really fun to see in game number 5. Sinar, I'm looking to see what his form is like here in Remix Rumble because we saw him kind of make a comeback a set or 2 ago, but wasn't able to reach those same heights that we first saw him at, like you said, barely missing cutoffs all the way to that championship. So I'm excited to see if this set is more of his game.
Yeah, and I feel like Shannara, again, this is kind of what I keep talking about. We saw players like PDB, Psycho, all these players that had so much success within the within this when we had the chosen mechanic, right? Headliners are a little bit different. There's some rule changes and stuff like that, but on a fundamental level, it's kind of the same style of TFT now, especially with Heartsteel kind of going back to being more like the old school the first econ trade that we had, right? I forgot the name of Fortune, right? Like it's much more Fortune-like now than it was before, which I think is super exciting for those like huge cash outs for those players that want to go for those massive loss streaks, like a Powder Ball, etc. And Shinar also has he's part of a very interesting practice group that is like EMEA, Daysik obviously kind of taking a break this set, maybe coming back for GSC 2, Ging, EMEA, and a couple of others. So a really interesting practice group of a lot of like really strong players, and I think that's also something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I do want to say something. I was watching Sinar's board, and this man has so much more self-control than me. He found a headliner Jinx and 2 Jinxes in his shop and didn't pick them all up. That's a real competitive player. I would have just lost with Punk.
We saw yesterday, right, in game number 1, trying to play an extended play. I think he went 4th or 3rd or something like that, right? But again, with day 2 now, we've got to make that 30% cut again. And a player we haven't even spoken too much about, right, is Lakoko, but we'll get to him in a second because, Matt, without even a headliner in play, Dark Hydra already has Heartsteel online.
Yeah, which is an incredible start. You know, it can scale up so strongly into the later stages. We saw Yone reroll with that Heartsteel do so well.
Do you think that Dark Hydra has the self-control? Do you think he goes all in, Matt?
I think you've gotta look. You're given so many things. The stars align. You've already got Heartsteel. Might as well go for it. Play for that top 1, baby. Oh, all right. I get it. It makes sense. It's more consistent. But I was really looking forward to the Heartthrobs.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those really fun arguments. I feel like if he had like a Heartsteel headliner here instead and had like the opportunity to go for 5, right? Because the thing is that on stage 3, you don't necessarily get like a lot of stacks to maintain and throw into the game, right? And you have that 5 online, then all of a sudden you start like getting those 2.5 extra hearts times of the hearts, right? So really strong thing, but again, Into the Night, that's not the name of this augment anymore, but it's basically Into the Night, Matt, right? It's a pretty solid augment just for like playing multiple melee carries.
Yeah, I'm really interested in seeing how this board progresses as we see Sinar pop in once again with that Urgot. We've seen a couple vertical countries as well, so I'm going to keep my eyes peeled for that as we come back to Dark Hydra. I'll swap over to Canvas, who has a really beefy catfish on the board.
Yeah, big old Thomas, right? Already having the even shroud slammed as well, so we're playing towards somewhat of an AD line. Whether or not that's going to be the Samira reroll, it's going to be an AD flex. We've seen a lot of people kind of talk about how to make AD flex playable, but even sometimes you freestyle the S real Matt and you still go second. So I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
That was so devastating just watching that game. I was like, 3-star Ezreal, easy win. Absolutely butchered. But also, the final game of the day, I believe it was, where it was just 2-star Ezreals for like the entire game. Fantastic.
Yeah, right. And that's also kind of putting out on the cast there as well. Like that the double 2-star Ezreals makes a lot of sense in very TF heavy lobbies with the fact that you are able to punish those heavy clumps with the second ultimate coming out, because TF is able to kind of heal with the Gunblade heal, that first one in combination with the Disco healing, but that second wave slashing through is so impactful.
I was kind of sitting there just like expecting him to just keep the 2-star Ezreals, but he eventually did get the 3-star. We head over to Marwan. Okay, no, I'm not gonna say it. This is not an Annie reroll. I'm gonna call it for TF.
It's not. No, I mean, I think it's like the thing about. So I actually spoke a lot with specific players about like the Seraphine line yesterday, like the day before we started yesterday. Kind of was like, okay, we're gonna keep it a little bit hush hush, and then all of a sudden, you know, Southeast Asia decides to have a tournament where Seraphine reroll is a massive breakout come, right? So everyone's meta game was kind of like they're trying to keep the tech to themselves, but like kind of got beaten to the punch of kind of showcasing it. But having Morello as well as Pierce showed, generally speaking, tends to be the absolute strongest way to play the Seraphine reroll, because you just end up just spreading out that anti-heal so effectively with the way that Seraphine starts attacks the biggest clumps on the board.
Yeah, strong opening here, going to be able to take out at least one unit. Synar looks to be on a pretty strong streak with that Urgot so early in the game.
Yeah, and he also has that salvage bin, Matt, right? So again, we know he can just slam whatever items he wants, play for the hardcore tempo, and then when it comes to that massive transition like a 4-2, if he keeps like the win streak going, can go into some of those 4-cost comps, you just kind of reassess his board state, figure out what he wants to go for.
As we head on into the first carousel here, Experian, I'm kind of curious how he's been doing. Experian, of course, GSC winner previously, but wasn't able to reach those same heights over the last 2 sets. So hoping our boy is back. We've gotten the opportunity to cast with him. Very fun presence to have on air as well.
Yeah, he has a way with words, right? I think that's the easiest way we can kind of describe that. But no, also Experian had a fantastic performance, I believe, in Vegas. One of those like French, like the 3 or 4 French players that like ended up being in the like vicinity of just like not making the cut, barely, like him, Lires, Canbis, like that. Those like 3 or 4 players in the like 9 through 14 spot, together with Michael, who's also kind of ingraining himself more into the EU West space now. We're playing on the server and stuff like that. I think they had a great meta read. I was super excited to watch him perform very well. He did have a solid Ultimate Maestro, which was like their qualifier for this tournament, their own like French GSC to a certain extent. But now I'm really excited to see him come in here, and he has that Twin Terror, so there's no doubt about what he's playing, Matt.
We were talking about this on the desk, of course. There is the variant we saw yesterday with the Samira, but generally you're looking for that double Twitch, double Amumu for the front line. And this is going to be a really good start for Experian, recognizing his board is nowhere near strong enough to get the wins, and going for that now higher streak, because we've had that change in the last patch, and that's really changed how a lot of players have to play this early game. So Experian very wisely recognizing there's no way in hell he gets a win streak, so just taking the losses as we head towards stage 3.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting, right, that we're on the previous patch, we saw those like 3 or 4, 5 people even like just open footing. I had a tournament game in the Northern Legends Swiss stages where I was just reminding myself, you know, just like I had to play to keep up, stuff like that. And then all of a sudden I come into a game and I'm in top lobby, and then there's like 3 or 4 people are just open footing because like it doesn't matter. It's like I was like, what is going on here at Dark Hydra? Well, he's keeping that heart still going, Matt.
Yeah, and we've seen Yone pop up and be incredibly strong so far. I'm wondering if that's where he's looking in the later stages of the game. Just popped off those items in order to secure that loss streak as we go into stage 3. As we mentioned earlier, it's so much harder to maintain now and so much more important.
And you can see very good fundamental technical play here from Dark Hydra, trapping that Yone in the bottom right here. Does not want to give up a free win against someone like Experian, who's also playing a very weak board right now by doing like the quote-unquote correct positioning. But Matt, there's someone rocking out on Shining Star's board here.
Yeah, we already have a freaking card.
Welcome back to Rising Legends, Matt. Shining Star has the Carpus on stage 2.
At least I didn't curse him this time. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I'm just gonna stop talking about him.
It's
we'll see how it goes.
It's fine, Matt. You're his light bringer, okay? That's the.
Oh, that's so sweet, Wita. I'll have to text him after this.
Yeah.
All right. So we see this Heartsteel continuing here for Hydra, unfortunately yet to find the 5th. So probably good he didn't go for that Heartthrobs augment, because that seemingly wouldn't have worked out great for him over the course of this stage.
Do you think, Matt, that instead of texting him, you just go like, you just like send him a voice note and go like, you know, like that could work, no? If it just like makes
I can work on it. I'll practice.
Yeah. I feel like you're classically trained. You can probably pull that off, right? Like I can't.
Yeah.
But also, did we get tome from loot subscription, or is this just like a tome on the board at the bench here? Did we just get a tome? No, we just got a tome. Okay.
All right. Cool.
Okay. We're gaming.
Rad. So Pentakill looks like the play here for Shining Star. He tries to put the board back together, figuring out where he wants to hold that emblem for now.
Yeah, so often the end game here for this will be to go on to the Akali, which also means you're kind of leaning towards maybe the super fan line, which is more of the cheaper version of it, where you have the headliner, the people will get good items. And that's a thing that's actually pretty interesting across like the entire setup of Penta. We can get back to that later, because we have a very early level 6 coming through here from the likes of Lakota. He's trying to protect the streak against Shinar.
And this is super important for both players. Got to get that 100 streak going. One of them's going to lose here. And so far, Shinar is looking pretty good. That front line about to be taken down. And now there goes the stuns onto the Urgot. So this Nami just doing her fishy best. And I think she's going to emerge victorious.
Yeah, we'll see. Urgot has that 1v9 potential, but that CC with the anti-hit combination coming out from that Nami will be just enough here. And with the changes now, that means that Lakoko has that extra 6-win step, right? While Shinar's streak has been fully reset. No extra goal coming through here, and he's only at 30. It's not like he's super rich by any stretch of the imagination right now.
Yeah, Shinar now going to have to pick up an augment to work with his new state. No longer can just run off tempo. As on the side of our screen, we can see Tixita going for Tiny Titans. Good lord. It's been too long, Lita. It's been too long.
Yeah, we gotta get that through here. Against Experian, we also saw kind of pick up a Vex 2 already, right? So kind of starting that roll down just a little bit. Dark Hydra going level 6 here, but these augment choices, they are so important here, because Shinar has to figure out which route am I going to take for the rest of the game here, and he will be going with that teaming up, gets himself an extra component here, has that spatula to work with as well. So KDA could open up, Pentakill, Country, even, right? The options there are plentiful.
I was thinking he might want to go towards Country, because you're just one away, and it's going to give him just a little bit more of a beefy front line to preserve that HP as best he can.
Yeah, the thing is that, like, can you even dismantle the Country spell? I can't remember if, like, Establishment works like that anymore with makeable spats, right? Because that's something I keep in mind here, that while Shinar is on a Country board for this very moment right now, it's not necessarily going to be where he's going to end up with that salvage bin. He has that huge potential with those, like, with those pivots coming into the late game here. We're going to see someone that will never be pivoting here is going to be Experian, right? Talked about, he found that early Vex 2. Well, he has that headline on Twitch as well.
So that's going to be really strong for him. That Twin Terror board we have seen absolutely live up to its name. So we head into a pause, baby.
We back. You know, this
we back, baby.
But it is, I mean,
we've lived through worse, Vita, no matter how long this pause goes.
Yeah, I mean, I watched CLG versus World Elite in 2012 or 13.
Everyone got Manchurian candidated with silver scrapes for the rest of their lives.
Yeah. So for that, I was actually at like a something called a talent camp for my school for German. We was like watching that, we was like walking around the halls because we had nothing to do, because like we were at a school late night. We were supposed to be watching the League of Legends, right? And then all of a sudden it's just like, nope, we're just not gonna do that. But this time around, there's no time for silver scrapes. We can't even say World Elite before we're back, right? But Dark Hydra here has solid combat augments, so when he will take that cash out and then trying to build that win streak up.
Yeah, down to 48 HP, so I'm starting to get concerned as Marwan finds an Akali. Should he want to go down that route? Fully AP at this point, so doubtful, but keeping an eye on it nonetheless as we go back to Shinar's board. Looking for a pivot, I think. Double spat on the board as well.
Yeah, so Citation's Crowns cannot be dismantled, that's for sure. I know that much, right? Yeah. Caster, by the way, right? I really should be knowing these things. But It does come through now, and Shinar does the thing here that's very common to see from players when they have that strong stage 2, and then they kind of end up being in a spot where they don't really have anything to kind of angle for. They're just like, let's get Heartsteel in first stage, get some stacks going, have the Heartsteel emblem, and then dismantle that when we get to that point of the game, right? So that's pretty good.
Yeah, really heads-up play here from Shinar, like you said, recognizing his spot in this game. It's the strength of this salvage bin as well, is you can play towards whatever your board state is. If he wants to get rid of these items and go for a 100% loss streak from here, he can just sell them, and then he can rebuild them on whatever he finds later.
Yeah, there's a bit of a situation here as well now. Canvas with that Twitch too. I mean, it doesn't look like he's necessarily like re-rolling Twitch, but even just removing those free copies from the pool. Another spatula? Really? Okay. There's a lot of options here. Lococo has that Young, Wild, and Free as well, Matt, right? That's a silver augment, and it's super solid, right? He's full on streaking. He built that streak. We saw those early pumps to level 6, and he just gets Carousel priority, picks up that TF. We saw so many AP players with like TF somewhat already built item-wise. Well, they're going to get a long nose as Lococo just takes that away.
Yeah, because Lococo, we remember on his board, he has the Gnasher's Tooth, Morellonomicon, plus Spear of Shojin. So those are great items for the TF as we see Dark Hydra cash out all those Heartsteals as he starts the roll down.
Yeah, I'm really starting to see what he will be looking for to kind of stabilize here, right? Because I think that just finding something that's going to be relatively stable for now and then kind of getting you to level 8 and then picking something up here. But he has something very clear in mind. Are we playing for a Yone? We are, right? It makes sense with the augment choices here. I suppose that the Yone reroll here is something that we've seen a lot of, especially with the Riven as well, right? It's super solid composition.
Not going to be able to find a whole lot with this first roll down, though, down to 28 gold. So he tries to pick up an item off that anvil. Yone fully itemized, and then Kale going to get the red buff in the backline just for a little bit more shred on that max HP.
Yeah, we kind of see already now, just like the Yone one, even with with the Edge of Night here, right? Just doing quite a lot of work here. Just the power of having that aggro drop. Experience kind of ahead of the curve right now with his power level. Obviously, as long as he doesn't queue into Lococo, he should be fine for starting to build a win streak up here. But Dark Hydra down to just 28 HP here. Really needs a massive roll down coming through just a second here. Finds the Riven, but it's not the 8-bit one, and he hasn't built 8-bit up for the duration of the game. So it is going to be the choice, though. We'll start moving those items over and just play for Riven instead.
Yeah, got to go for what you can find at this point. And Dark Hydra has a really good setup if he can pull this off. Remember, he's got the Harm Assist. He's got that new Edge of Night augment, which is basically the same, the Not Today. So he's got a good setup. These are great items for Riven or Yone. But he's got 28 HP. He only has one more loss before he's in panic mode.
Yeah, but it does seem like he is uncontested for now. We don't know exactly where Canvas is going, and to say that, he's holding on to double mirror on the bench, so we kind of do know where Canvas is going, I suppose.
Figuring it out as we go. One of the strengths of this Riven composition as well is worth mentioning that, at least on the last patch before Yone became viable, is that a lot of the units are uncontested by the meta composition. So this is going to be helpful for Hydra. And as well, we saw yesterday, some of the players are starting to itemize that Kale second rather than something like the Yone.
Yeah, it really comes down to which items you have, right? Because if you have like pure AP items, Yone is not necessarily going to be your strongest secondary carry, even though there are like some weird techs with AP Yone because it's Omnivamp scales with it and stuff like that, but let's not dwell too much at that, however. What I'm super excited about here, Matt, however, is whether or not Shinar is going to go and say, I'm going to tank an entire full stage more and then continue to go all in here, because he does have that 5 heart still. If you find something like an Ezreal, something like that Yone as well, put it into the mix here, all of a sudden we're pushing 7 heart still, and we just like really get that huge cash out and then just make a massive comeback.
Yeah, because of his early game, he's got the flexibility to do so. He saved so much HP from that full streak in the early stages that he's got that option still available to him. So we head back over to Lococo, full win streaking into stage 4.
Yeah, also early Tiaan here that was actually put into the mix, right? I assume that Lococo could go for something like that early level 8 here as well. Might want to go hold on to a 4-2 instead. Just have a little bit more gold to work with when he starts that roll down for a different headliner. A very important thing to note here as well. Has his headliner being this Urgot right now, right? So he doesn't have to kind of move items around too much. The second he finds a replacement Nami, he can easily transfer the items over to that potential headliner TF.
Now running into Marwan, who has been sticking with that Annie carry until the later stages of the game when he's going to swap her out. She's looking really good into this composition, though. Lakoko might just be regretting not hitting that level up.
Yeah, we kind of saw this as well with Annie earlier. I think Lakoko should just win this pretty effortlessly, right? But,
yeah.
but we saw this with Annie yesterday as well. Like, she's not necessarily like a primary reroll comp anymore, but she's still such a powerful item holder for a lot of these AP lines, right? So something to keep an eye out for the rest of the day, as well as we do have our final round of augments coming through. Okay, Shana catches out. Boo! I wanted the content.
Oh, well, I mean, got some gloves off it, not the worst. Selling out all of the units, though, so this is going to be his big roll-down turn. With very little gold, admittedly.
Yeah, he is keeping Hot still in here, has not sold the Poppy off just yet, right? So we'll have a ton of options here. His itemization setup here actually works kind of well for Pentakill. I was about to say that's exactly because you have the red buff, best in slot for the Akali, you have the Spear of Shojin for that Karthus. The big kicker for him, obviously, is the fact that he hasn't found that headliner of any of his big forecasts in the composition.
Yeah. So going to be struggling. Luckily, like we said, has a little bit of HP to work with. As we see Marwan going for a little bit of a pivot earlier on, was using that Annie as a carry. You can see all of those items still on the bench as he's rapidly trying to put them into effect.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those things where like you're rolling on 8, you don't have a lot of gold here, especially now with the econ changes coming in on this patch. This 4-2 roll down is a lot less reliable than it was before. You know, he's kind of centering around this Lulu. You see here, Dark Hydra with the pickup of that heroic grab back as his final augment has found himself that ribbon free now to start that onslaught off the table.
Yeah, we were looking forward to this once he abandoned on that Yone track, picked up the ribbon headliner, now has hit that power level. And the Edge of Night going to be doing a lot for him with that extra attack speed from his augment. As we see Canbiz still rolling for this Samira, still 3 off.
Yeah, the important thing, though, is he does have the Samira headliner itemized already, right? So, lacking a free copies here is not going to be ideal, but he does have the ability, should a random spat pop up here, to make the 7-country dream happen. And we are on loot subscription, right? So those options are going to be a little bit more light than they normally would be. So you can play it for a little bit more of a fortunate outcome. However, he is slowly behind the curve and now needs to find that Samira free sooner rather than later to even stay in the game.
Yeah, if we go back to Marwan, who's stacked all of those AP items on this Lulu for the time being, potentially signaling a pivot towards Ziggs in the later stages of the game. We've seen her as an item holder for Ziggs previously. Now that frontline for Marwan actually doing way more than I thought it would. This Amumu just will not die.
Yeah, like, again,
finally.
Nico headline is not something you see a lot of right now, but it actually is super solid. And same thing goes for the Moon, right? That's one of the reasons why the compositions like the Twin Terror reroll is so powerful, so prevalent. It's just that absolute insanity that can be that frontline with the Nico here. That's going to be a fresh 2 being picked up for Campus. That's absolutely massive, again, just for him to get a little bit more of that frontline we were talking about.
Yeah. And then we mentioned Lakoko as well. That Young Wild and Free has really been paying off for him. He has taken his first loss, but having first pick on the carousel from 100 streak, just such a huge advantage, especially when silver augments are out. Not much more power you're going to get out of them.
No, there are obviously some augments like Vampirism and like some of those other like heavier combat augments that we see in the mix here, but those are not necessarily, those are not super prevalent, right? So not that huge lack of power here now. Dark Hydra just being able to push level 8 here. Can you try to anchor around a potential 2-star Viego as his secondary carry with that 5 edge slot in the mix due to that headliner ribbon being the edge slot.
Yeah, double Edge of Night worth noting as well. Going to give the additional attack speed to both of those units. It's Experian just not having a great time with Twin Terror.
Yeah, he's straight up not having a great time, dude, as he's trying to find that last copy of Twitch here, and he's stuck in level 6 as well. He does have a free win streak, but the thing is that now on 4-5, the lobby tempo will kind of start ticking up just a little bit because the players will get those like next almost final items here, and a lot of people will start rolling down, going level 8, stuff like that, just to kind of match the tempo. And with him missing here, that's actually not very great for him, obviously.
Early Alawi from Texida as well is just not dying. It's tanked so much damage and gives plenty of time for that TF in the backline to just throw out cards all day.
Oh, Canvas is in danger here, Matt. He could be going out before the Raptors even spawn in on the map here, right? This Samira reroll not paying off, and that's just kind of one of the reasons why a lot of people don't necessarily like playing for reroll lines very often. It's just the fact that inconsistency of you sometimes not being able to guarantee you hitting your comp and locking yourself into that space just really hurts you a ton here, especially when also the fact that the Hecarim scales with the unit levels as well, right? So getting that freestyle Samira would be like a twofold upgrade in many ways.
And selling the Uragon as well, the desperation move, even if he does somehow survive, he's almost doomed himself already because he's not going to be able to get that second 3-star to keep pace with the lobby.
I have a question, Matt. Is this best in slot Sona?
Where is she? I can't even find her.
Top left.
Oh,
Last
there she is.
Whisper, Death Defiance.
Honestly, I think Sona's powerful. You know, she's just going to bonk him on the head with the instrument instead, with that item set.
Yeah, she tried, and also like this is such a big win for Canvas actually, because Shining Star is the player close to him in the HP totals right now, and that's something that you gotta keep in mind here. For Canvas, it's gonna be all about just trying to edge out a top 6 if even if that's possible, right? Sure, like he knows he's not winning the lobby. There's just no way. You have players like Dark Hydra full streaking right now. You have someone like Experian who you know have a huge cap should that Twitch free arrive, and you have Lukoga who's been playing from ahead for the entirety of the game so far. And Shining Star, well, despite that 7 Pentacle line as well as the Karthus coming online, he lacks that secondary carry option. There is no Akali, there's no Viego in the mix here to kind of help that Karthus along.
Not even tossing the second pentakill on a unit just to try and save himself, because he's not going to have too many more opportunities. Sees the Kane in the background, will put the Akali in, so finds a secondary carry, and she'll get that pentakill emblem. Maybe too little, too late.
I mean, with the red buff here as well, and now this also activates execution of a Karthus, right? This is actually a super solid setup in many ways, but also we are still rocking a 1-star Mordekaiser as our primary front line here, so just no upgrades coming along. So many item decisions to be made here as well. You need to ensure you do not get flooded right now, because this is such a important fight here. Any amount of units that you kill here could be absolutely important here in terms of just being able to stay in the game.
Yeah, Canvas and Shining Star both on their last leg. Shining Star's buying some time with that front line. Canvas as well, taking down Dark Hydra's board. Finally, that ribbon goes down on the right side. Karthus staying alive in that back line for just a little bit longer. It's Alawi versus the world. Both players look like they're going to come out of this one still alive.
Yeah, and Canvas taking down Dark Hydra as well, right? Really just bringing back the lobby HP even closer down towards that bottom 3. All of these fights here are going to be so important as Dark Hydra still has a couple more lives in him, obviously.
Finally.
But there's no guarantees for how this game is going to pan out, as we do see Shining Star get that frontline upgrade.
Yeah, and at this point, he is just drowning in items, sticking them on the Gnar at this stage. So he's put out as much as he possibly can. He's got no gold left. We know that Dark Hydra and Canvas are in similar positions economically, so it really is just down to these next 2 rounds.
Yeah, and we do see Shining Star hits Lukoga, who has taken another loss at field, it seems like here. Has that headline TF in the back line as well, with that Nami here waiting just for any Sona to show up with that item set. And when you have so many low HP targets on the board here, it's a field day for Kalia Karthus to just take down those units. As we do see Shining Star potentially take himself another victory, just barely.
Yeah, very close there, but both of his carries surviving. As we see, Experience board still has not found the 3-star Twitch, just one off. He has double Twitches on the board, not going to find it. This is brutal, Lita.
This is one of the worst feelings in TFT, right? Where you're just looking at this and you're seeing like, okay, I have so much HP from a strong early game. I played that out so well. Like, please, someone at the bottom of the table, you're like down to like 1 life. Can someone just please die so I don't bleed out to an 8th? Well, that's kind of like where Experian is thinking right now mentally, right? He's just trying to kind of guarantee that as Shannara finds himself on Kali 2 here. A lot of these players seem to be in a very strong spot, and our friend Experian here might actually be in the hunt for a much lower placement than he initially thought he would be this game.
Double Karthus on the board of Sonar as well, so there's going to be so much damage coming out after these first casts. Both of them with Spears of Shojin as well, so this is going to be rapidly just eliminating the health bars for Lukoga. Neither Karthus goes down as well.
Yes, we do see Experian taking a loss to Shining Star, bringing him ever so much closer to that 8th place position. We had already kind of just said, you know what, you're out of this game for the likes of Shining Star and Campus, but they have managed to turn this game around, and the Punk emblem for Experian could provide him with a unit upgrade over that Vi he's been putting onto the board due to that Punk headliner instead of the Executioner headliner.
I thought Campus was gonna steal it out from under Experian. I was so worried. But Experian has a chance now. Not that much more of a chance, but it's, you know, it's something. Maybe he'll hit the Twitch eventually. He's been donkey rolling since like stage 4. It is rough out here.
Yeah, and I think that Shinar actually denied Dark Hydra that 8-bit emblem. I don't think it necessarily does a lot for Shinar himself, but just denying that emblem, denying that higher cap from the likes of Dark Hydra, and you're in that dogfight, right? Trying to get that final spot in the top 4. It feels like as Marwan also rolling down on board here with Lococo. Had a fantastic start to the game, but it seems like he's just struggling a lot right now, Matt.
Yeah, he's trying to find the TF3, but hasn't hit very many of them. Rolls down all of his gold. Going to see another double forecast. So we head back to Canvas's board. He has found 1 3-star, trying to build back up to the Urgot. But he runs into Lococo's board. Those double TFs firing away from the backline, frontline staying together for now from Canvas. And it looks like Samira starting to shred through these front lines. As both TFs uncontested, though. Hecarim trying to make his way back there. There it goes. First TF in danger. Second one close to it. Hecarim takes it down. And it's the Lux versus the world. She might just do it. Hecarim, one more hit. Cannot do it. And Canvas goes down. A tragic end for our country boy.
And even after all of this, Shining Star still ends up going 8th, right? Campus here again. But this is what I was talking about for Campus, right? He knew he wasn't going to top 4 here, but every single placement you can erg out is just so important. And him translating that spot into a 6th is actually very impressive. Obviously for Experian, massive heartbreak going into 7th here. It wasn't such a good spot. Could just not find that final copy off that Twitch.
And look at Marwan here. We were talking about maybe a Seraphine reroll, something like that. Has pivoted towards finding that Zig, stacking all of his items on it with that TF to help in the backline. This is starting to be a very high cap composition, but running into Dark Hydra is not a great place to be in without your full carries.
And the thing as well here, keep in mind that we were talking about Lococo chasing down that TF free mat as well, right? And you look at Marwan here. Yeah, he just can't even find that 2-star TF. Shinar just barely scrapes into the top 4 here. Takes a loss. Texida now also taking a hit here. And now it comes to question, can Shinar find a way on the back end of these noodles to find the potential Karthus free? It's looking like he wants to go level 9. Instead, sells off that secondary Karthus here. Is he looking towards that ever so fabled 10 pentakill line? Any cloak item coming through from this item anvil, Matt? And we have 10 pentakill in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, I think he has to go for it. It's the highest possible cap for him. He's at 2 HP.
1, 2. Yeah, that's not enough. It's not 2 lives. It's 2 HP. It's a very
Dragon's Claw.
No.
Come on, let's see it. I want to see it.
There was no chain on any of those items. We're back chasing
rough.
We're back chasing,
buddy. All right.
Oh, that's the Yorick. That's the Yorick. Okay, we're saved. We're saved.
We're still in it? Yeah. There's the 10. We're fine. That was so close to being a tragedy, like Romeo and Juliet levels. People will be studying this for a year in middle school English classes.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if we had TFT on we'll figure this out later. This is a bit we need to work on, but like teaching TFT in class could definitely be something to work out here. But the Karthus now come crashing down. A 10 pentakill is so much power, especially with that powerful Akali in the mix as well.
Yeah, Lococo there in the backline, that TF, but it's not going to pay out. Sinar just running a clinic on Lococo's board. He might be able to turn out of this one. That pentakill 10 is doing so much work for him.
But think about like the fundamental level of play Shinar showcased this game, right? There's it is a loot subscription game, right? So if you're unfamiliar with loot subscription, it's basically Halls of the Nine turned a little bit down from Runeterra Reforged. So that's something to keep in mind. There's a lot of extra resources coming through, but Shinar lost that early streak to Lakoko 3-1, found the Heartsteel 3-2, and then started building up that big cash out. Took those resources, played creatively with that salvage bin, making those double Heartsteel emblems that are now looking towards those Pentacle emblems instead. Right? It's just a fantastic showcasing of how you can be creative with something like a salvage bin in the mix when you play TFT.
Dark Hydra has pretty much capped his board at this point. You're going to be watching the Riven as she dives into the backline, needs to get onto that TF, needs to get onto that Ziggs. She takes down the Ziggs, takes down the Sona in the backline as well, but she's so low, she can't do it by herself. It's up to Caitlyn, 1 versus 2 against the tanks of Lakoko. Fires off one more round, but it's not enough. And Dark Hydra will take the loss. 6 HP on him, 2 HP on Sinar, 12 on Lakoko. This next round could be the last one of the game.
Yeah, keep in mind here as well, Shinar sold off a secondary Karthus too. So he's built another 2-star Karthus. Sure, like that loot subscription goal, like 20 gold just came through on 6-1. Obviously really helps Shinar guarantee that 10 Pentacle to a certain extent as well. He's on for his 3rd Pentacle emblem. I don't think I've ever seen that, to be completely honest with you, Matt. But also now it's all about who gets the ghost fight here, and it's not going to be Dark Hydra. He faces the real deal, as he's going to be happy with a 3rd place finish this game.
Yeah, everyone at risk of elimination right now. Sinar there in the backline. The Karthus is safe on the left side of the screen. We see that Ziggs firing away with the Sona 2. Massive upgrades came out here for that player. And now Ziggs firing away will take the win. Lakoko falls. And who's going to be the grand winner? Because that was too much to track at once.
As Dicepan on the right side of the screen here, Lakoko beat the Ghost now, going to the final carousel here. There's just a straight up Pentacle emblem. We don't even have to care about finding a chain vessel.
This is ridiculous. Guys, look, I support writers, I support, what we're doing, but this script is getting far too obvious.
I'm here for it, man. Like I'm all for it. I support.
I'm not gonna lie, I am too. He's one off, Wida.
Oh, he just goes for the fun instead because he doesn't need the emblem.
All right.
Shinar's just light years ahead of me, man. Like I'm not even embarrassed to say it. That's the reason why I'm here and he's there, and why he's been 1 point off a championship appearance before, right? Shinar is just such a fantastic player here. Will not be able to find that Karthus free, sadly, but can just start itemizing that Kayn as well here, I assume, with those components on the bench. Just getting that secondary, tertiary, quadruple carry in there in the mix now. I don't even know what point we were at, to be honest.
Yeah, and look at that Akali. She didn't find that clump in the backline this time, so it's taking her a lot longer. Fortunately, 10 pentakill is kind of ridiculous, and Sinar will take the win. Lakoko takes the 2nd. And a beautiful game from the Turkish player.
What a way to start the game, Matt, right? Like, what a way to start the day. We just start off with a 10 pentacle and a loot subscription. And keep in mind, it was Texida who sent us here.
Dude, like, I've never been more lost in a fight than some of those fights. Like that double knockout, I was not expecting it. But it's so cool getting to see the variety of compositions we saw. Sinar goes for a 3-star Karthus, abandons it, and then later in the game goes for a 3-star Karthus again and is one off by the end of the game. He gets a pentakill emblem for free off the carousel after having to craft one before, swapping out a pentakill unit, putting in the Fawn. The amount of swaps that Sinar put on his board across this entire game, absolutely insane. Super heads up, super flexible play.
Yeah, it's one of those games you cannot replicate on your own. Like these like one in a million games, and just being able to recognize these spots just showcase the pedigree of play that we have in these tournaments, right? I think it's just a fantastic showcase of what Shinar is able to do.
And we're going to be heading into a quick break where our analysts will come back and break down that incredible game. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Stormy. I'm 27 from England. This is actually like my first sort of set playing competitive TFT properly. I started playing some open qualifiers last set, and yeah, now I'm here. My first time challenger was last set, and then I went to Vegas, and that was kind of crazy. So yeah, it's kind of exciting, and I'm looking forward to see what this year holds. So for set 10, I think I'm actually really enjoying it so far. I think it'll go down as probably one of my favorite sets of all time. I definitely like that Legends were moved going from set 9 to 10, and the set is designed is like really flexible, really fun to play. There's so many opportunities that you have when you're in a game that just opens everything up, and it feels really nice to play. Headliner mechanic I think is pretty fun. I didn't really play much set 4, so I don't really have too much like nostalgia or I guess hatred for it already. And I think it's pretty fun. I think it's a cool mechanic that lets you be a bit more flexible on your roll downs as well. So I'm really enjoying this set. Yeah. Okay, I want to shout out all my friends that I've prepped with since PBE. There's been a big group of us, mostly from Northern Legends, and I think we've all really improved as players from prepping together and talking together. I want to shout out my friends who don't even play the game as well, and they still watch me and cheer me on. It's really nice to have that support, and also just the TFT community in general. Like everyone in TFT is so awesome, so friendly. So yeah.
Well, normally I would open up this analyst desk with, poignant information bit, but this time around it's just loot subscription into 10 pentakill, and then my notes are followed by about a bazillion question marks counterfeit. So please, by all means, fill me in on how we landed here.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like loot subscription kind of stands in for a lot of those question marks there, but I mean, this is a hell of a game. Shining Star finding the Karthus 2-star incredibly early, but ultimately Jannar managing to end out with 3 emblems there. I think it does make sense. We saw this be a general theme throughout the entire lobby, that in a place where we're expecting to see a loss of spatulas, then you need to be playing towards those lines, and I'm honestly really impressed that Jannar managed to pull that one off, even as contested as it was, and still come out of that with the first place.
Hey, you're totally right, Counterfeit. I think it's very important in this portal to play comps that are going to be open to all different kinds of rewards you might get from the portal itself, just to make the best use out of different items, radiant items, etc. And that was the case for Jannar, making use of spatulas so well, with Solitude especially, a high IQ augmented play really well, but in the hands of someone as veteran as Jannar, I think it worked out really well. Dark Hydra as well, talking about veteran players, 28 HP coming into stage 4, hits the Riven 3, stabilizes. It is not the usual QSS build, instead going for Edge of Night, more of a Yone build, but still worked out fantastically, got him to the top 3. And a lot of that comes from positioning. I think he really did well to, without having that anti-CC item, still be able to navigate those Nami matchups with Disco and all the different CC that came from Vex on experience board as well.
Now, speaking of heartbreaks a little bit, Experian in that lobby here with the Punk reroll, we were talking about this. Poppy, being such a good carry of that Punk emblem, he found it on what seemed like his last HP, but wasn't really able to turn this one around, Peter, because of how close this lobby was.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a heartbreaker. This was such a ridiculously stacked lobby. And to have our bottom 3 players going out of it with 3 HP separating the 3 players, I think just speaks to how dominant we saw Tuxedo and Coco being throughout the entire game. It was always set up, again, with just the caliber of players to see them fighting tooth and nail for every single placement. Because again, this is going to be a day where we're losing half our players. So while they will have a chance to recover, this first lobby's results are still very important.
And that dominance, Peter, was perfectly balanced out by the reroll players who were happy to take a lot of losses early on in stages 2 and 3, and then Dark Hydra being the best example, come back in that stage 4, whereas other players failed to do so. We saw Cambiz not able to get that country reroll online until the very end, a little bit too late for it to really function, and Experian, of course, as we mentioned, a very disappointing and sad result when it comes to the rerolls, not finding the copies he needed early on, was stuck on 6 for so long as well.
Yeah, it was definitely a lobby where a lot was happening in a short amount of time, all coming back to that loot subscription. It is just, you know, so formative of games, and I'm curious on whether or not we'll see more or less of this as tournaments kind of move into higher stake rounds, because of course if you one-man the lobby here, you kind of tumble everyone, but like Tuxedo experienced himself with that 4th place, you also tumble yourself, so choose wisely, I would say.
I mean, that's the thing, you know, it's a very high stakes situation to be in because of all these players. You know, I would say the vast majority of the lobby, these are players we would be fully expecting to see go through into day 3. So I think day 2, as well as being the Portal 2 being in our final set of players, is also a chance for our players to refine down a little bit of what they're doing and try and make sure that, were they to get to day 3, they're fully comfortable with everything they're doing.
And with knowing how TFT players sometimes don't read tooltips in game, don't really, read the entirety of the patch notes, just get like the cliff notes. I think it's important for all these players and some of these players for day 3 at least, mostly this day 2 as well, to look at the loot tables for all these new portals, understand what can possibly come through at what time, and be able to predict this with your augment choice, with the items you slam or don't slam before some loot comes in at the end of the stage. So I think it's important for players to adapt. As we mentioned, this patch just came through. Over time, and especially going into the end of the set, I think players will be able to optimize much better how to play in this portal specifically.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it definitely is something that people are still getting the hang of. With how much variance is, I feel like you always need to be on your toes. We saw it yesterday with 2 emblems coming from that loot subscription. Even with like being more adapted to that, it's just such a change in pace to how a normal game of TFT plays, and to an extent a little bit of a callback to the past set where emblems were just widely available, and it's giving me a bit of a scare to see where this one might lead. Peter, you're nodding along.
Oh yeah, well I mean, I think that's the thing. The whole thing about having these extra emblems in here is it kind of lets you leapfrog a large portion of the game where you'd have to wait to say get your Pentakill 7 online and similar. I think that's maybe why we saw, for Cambiz, Experian, them falling down there, because we're playing the reroll competitions. There is a little bit of a danger of just being left behind if the pace of the lobby moves into the extreme late game a little bit too quickly. So I think that's going to be a big factor for today, as it was yesterday. Said, just our players trying to find the best way to navigate each game with it being so unique based on each portal.
Yeah, it has to be, but something else that has to be is our standings in just a little bit. Before we head on over there, we were talking about it at top of show. Anything in specific you think that is still maybe a little bit of undervalued in terms of what we've seen so far on comp site, Panna?
Well, maybe not undervalued, but we didn't see it at all on broadcast yesterday, Yasuo reroll, despite being the most played one cost throughout the day. I think it was like 28, 29 games of Yasuo reroll. It had its ups and its downs. I know that is some in the last game. Could not find a Yasuo 3 and just died without even finding it, having rolled to 0 every turn. But I would like to see it on broadcast, see how players are itemizing Yasuo, see maybe what changes that Emulation has had since last patch coming to this patch after the buffs, and just overall how they navigate that line. I think the true damage version is better, but I'm curious to see if other players are opting to play Edgelord Yasuo as well and see how they navigate that comp.
I think personally, I played a little bit of Yasuo reroll actually last patch already, and I think you do want that true damage preference, but I feel like Edgelord with the buffs also be an option. We've been seeing a lot of Edgelords being in something like the Pentakali into the Riven reroll, Yone reroll being a pretty dominant trait, I feel like, this patch. So I'm curious on how that's going to play out. But now we have our standings ready, and hopefully there are no harsh edges in this one, as we are going to take a look here.
Oh boy, yes, you can see down towards the bottom there, there's some pretty shocking names coming in with a very rough first game. I mean, Double, of course, a player who everyone has extremely high expectations of, coming in last place, as well as Volta. Yeah, they're, again, it's a testament to how competitive this tournament will be, as it always is, that players of this caliber can have that rough first game.
We're looking now at the middle of the table. Of course, 5 games left after this. There's still plenty of room to come back into the swing of things. The cutoff will once again be around 27 points today. But players who are starting off on the right foot, we're seeing now a 4th or higher for most of these players. The 2 Spanish players here today are on 3rds for game 1. So I'm personally a happy camper. Not sure about you, Makes, with the Germans coming onto this last page. And oh no, only Salvi here for you to cheer for.
But somebody that is now making an appearance is actually Lelouch, who we were talking about in day 1. And good news for all of our northern friends. We do have Enzosx, I believe one of the last Scandinavian players in this tournament, has of course now all of the support of our Scandi friends and is having a great start of the day here with game number 1.
I want to give a shout out to I'm So Fresh, 3rd in the standings, has been doing so well on ladder compared to passes, where I think he took a bit of a back foot when it came to competing at the highest level, was more focused on casting and just organizing tournaments in France and being really a role model when it comes to being a community figure. In this case now, wanted to go all in on ladder, all in on competition, and it's showing. He still has what it takes to be among the best.
Yeah, he does. And with that, I think our casters are ready to bring us game number 2. Here are Niberia and Wida.
Just kidding. I remembered to unmute. I did it. It's great. I'm having a great time. Thank you so much, Mix. I'm really excited for game number 2 because that game number 1 was an absolute banger. We got to see so much variety from our players. It wasn't just like everyone going for disco. We had people doing avant-garde stuff. Nobody went for jazz, but I felt the spirit of improvisation nonetheless.
Yeah, I think that Shana was definitely playing off-key there for a second, but you know, it's one of those,
for a little.
But it's one of those like good off keys where you're like, oh, like the jazz head is like, you know, this actually sounds quite good, you know.
Yeah, it's the little like metal really likes to use like the Devil's Triad, it's called. So, you know, a little bit out of what we normally consider. I love this set because I get to be a music nerd on air, but I'm so excited.
When do we bring out the 200 BPM, you know, like that's
right. Gotta bring in that night court. Why isn't that a trait, actually? Mort, I'm coming for you. We should have had Nightcore. Hyperpop, sure. Nightcore would be so much funnier. I guess it's not a genre. I guess it's just you speed up the BPM. That's it.
I mean, it's just TikTok music, though. Like,
yeah, fair enough. I'm really. Oh man, after that last game,
that's actually kind of funny, right? With like, so. And Make's yelling at me in live chat right now, so let me explain here, right? Because I am fully aware Make's trying to school me of the history of TikTok. Where it's like, Matt, when we were young, God, we were still like, I'm not 30 yet, so I have to look classified as young. Okay, don't tell anyone. But back in like when I was like primary school and stuff like that, like, you'd have like Nightcore covers of everything, and like all of a sudden they kind of went away, and then all of a sudden they came back with like for TikTok and be like just sped up versions of everything. It was like, whatever, man.
It shows us that everything in life is cyclical. You got fashion, you got music, and you've got gamers. We've got Dark Hydra back from game number 1. All of these players took a 3rd place in their first game, so roughly on equal footing after that game number 1. I'm really excited to see Chuso again put out some really interesting games yesterday.
Yeah, and speaking of like the cyclical way of life, right? You never really quit TFT for real. TFT always comes back to get you. And Ilya is kind of a Ilya's an example of this, right? And I'm so excited I actually get to cast an Ilya game, the first Ilya game on stream this weekend as well. I guess like I had such a good time in Berlin, and I really got to like just dive into the mind of Ilya and just talk about like all his motivations and like how like he had to find time with working full time now, and like all of his like how much time he spent with like his practice groups, and like he was actually kind of so going back to Shana, right? Like again. He really believed that if he had been a part of the practice room and he had been playing last set, they would have been able to at least put a player into the finals of the Runeterra Reforged Rising Legends Finals, because Shinar ended up going 11th, and they were just like too locked in on a few specific lines where EMEA is normally the player that kind of tries out those other lines. And I think that's kind of super interesting to say here. EMEA has been very heavy on the reroll so far this patch. That has been his thing. I know he has a few active comps up his sleeve that I'm not going to leak, but if they do come up, I am ready to talk about them.
All right, well, now I'm excited. Now you've got some stuff that you're hiding under the hood for me, so I'm looking forward to that. But like you said, EMEA coming back is great. I remember when we had that massive send-off for EMEA and just being like, oh, last tournament, you know, what a great player. We're glad that he's graced the scene. Now he's back. We're not doing it again, EMEA. If you quit again, you're not getting it. Nobody gets 2. Yeah. Everyone gets 1.
Yeah, I mean, also we have the I'm So Fresh as Dave was talking about on the screen, on the desk here. Like, we don't have him in the game here, but I'm just going to use it now because I don't know if I'm going to get to use it at all throughout this weekend. I'm just saying, don't call it a Karim back, you know? Like,
I hate you. But yeah, so one of the things that I really want to see that we didn't get a chance to see too much of is that Ezreal composition again. I was having fun watching it over yesterday's games, but hasn't showed up yet. I think another one is, as Panda mentioned on the desk, Yasuo reroll did hit like high 20s of amounts played. Saw none of it last game. Maybe just as a treat for, you know, for my first day back, maybe we get a little Yasuo, just a little.
I mean, we definitely have some pretty clear indications of what people do not want to play. They do not want to play multi-talented. They do not want to play the Radiant Blessing either. They want to go with the good old-fashioned opponent anvils, unless a Yellow Tomato will be able to kind of one guy like we saw Tuxedo do last game.
Damn. It would have been so funny every time that happens. I think our players have been pretty good about it, though. I really expected, even on ladder, I expected people to be way more toxic about, like, other people not picking the majority, but people are pretty chill about it. So I'm happy to see a little sense of camaraderie there.
Yeah,
it happens.
I think it does happen. I also do think that people have those lists hidden away private somewhere. You know, like there are a few lists out there, right?
The Tyler 1 method.
Yeah, something I just want to talk about here, right? Safo is a player that we've seen a lot of in Rising Legends, but he hasn't really been able to quite reach the full-on heights that we've seen him do in the domestic space. Like, very dominant player at the domestic level. Like, this guy has some absolutely ridiculous results, if I recall correctly, in like the level up stuff in Spain. Has been ridiculous in those things for a couple of years now. Had a couple of, like, 1 or 2 good results in Golden Spatula Cup. I believe has made it to 1 finals where it didn't go necessarily super well. But just a player that a lot of players in Spain really do have very high on their tier list of players.
Interesting here, he's got a potential opener for both Pentakill and Disco. Disco early game has been buffed on this patch. Oh, it's a present for me, Weta. We got 4 Yasuos already. It's looking like a Yasuo reroll on 1-4.
Yeah. And also, like, I think that now. Yeah. So Yosh is a very interesting player, right? So Yosh at the start of the set, back when no one was master, for a period of time he was actually rank 1. Like, back when we didn't have the rank 1. But so it's like just like he was diamond 2 or diamond 1 something, like, and was higher LP than everyone else. And also, he's a very, like, Yosh is a player from, like, what I've seen, and I'll be able to talk to him a little bit about the set here. He was one of the pioneers of playing Akali Kalphas, and he's played a lot of Riven reroll. So this patch gives him a lot of outs to what he wants to play here. It is going to be a different reroll line, as you are alluding to, with this headliner true damage Yasuo, with pretty good item setups already coming into the mix here, so I'm super excited to see where this is going to go.
Yeah, this is great, and he's got 2 lesser champion duplicators already with that Edge of Night on the Yasuo, so he only needs to find, quick math, 3 more Yasuos, and then he can just get that Yasuo 3, which is going to be a huge power spike for him that early into the game.
Yeah, and there's some interesting dynamics when you're rerolling 1-cost lines, because there are so few 1-costs, like, when you roll down, you're like, so you're much more likely. It was very common with, like, the Cho'Gath reroll on the last patch, where, like, you found the Cho'Gath, or last set even, sorry, then you are much more likely to start seeing Cassiopeias and Renekton and stuff like that, because you can no longer see the Cho'Gath. The same dynamic kind of is in play. When you play Yasuo reroll, you want to go deep for the likes of Lillian and Kennen as well.
Now, on this board, we're seeing Hydra slam some items to try and survive, but I've noticed something that Olaf 2 is actually terrifying in the earlier stages of the game, so I suspect this is going to go all right here. Hydra maybe not getting the result he wanted.
I've been kind of talking a lot about Olaf as like an item holder, and like we've seen people put like AP items on him as well and stuff like that. He's just such a versatile unit, and like just the fact that like he holds something like Titan's Resolve and Bloodthirster so well. So when you are trying to play some of those reroll lines like the Yone, like the Riven, etc., like he's just such a good item holder because he's not a unit you want on your competition regardless. He's super disposable, but he just carries all your items super well, saves you a ton of HP, can even build you some ridiculous win streaks.
And a fun fact for those of you at home who haven't accidentally not put things on the board during PvE, he can solo 1-4 at just Olaf 1 without items. So if you're ever like looking for a little bit more economy, you can bet on it. 8's really close though, so you got to be careful with the positioning. It's literally like one more auto would kill him. So don't lose LP on my account, please.
Matt, just like, this is not the Heimerdinger reroll guide. Don't trust me on this, but trust me on this.
This is not financial advice. Legally, I must admit that Olaf 1 is a little rough, but it can do it.
8 out of 9 dentists recommends Niberia's Olaf tech. Do not hold us accountable for this, but 8 out of 9 dentists. We have not spoken to these, we're just making up numbers.
Exactly. We spoke to the 8 dentists that actually worked on Olaf 1, and then one other. But like you said, great item holder. Safo doing exactly that with the IE, Death's Dance, Even Shroud combo, and Venry as well. We've got 2 people going for the Olaf item holder this early in the game.
Yeah, we saw Chuso on it, I believe it was, right? Had all those like items land, like the Even Shroud, all these items, right? Again, as he uses HP so well with the Bruiser, and he's just like such a powerful unit here. We see Chuso going down a route here with the Static Ship Tempo Slam, with the Keepers here, right? We was talking about this yesterday. Keepers is up in priority right now because of the way it interacts with Disco, spreading out that Keeper shield across the entirety of that clump.
A little bit low on damage for the time being, but good positioning here keeps this Nami completely safe in the backline. Now going to start struggling a little as that Yone is really just chewing through, but one more ultimate from Nami would maybe buy enough time. Nope, not going to happen. Yone too quick with the blades.
That was a very scrappy fight, Matt.
Yeah, that one, it was back and forth, just a little.
I hope you would recognize the Augment because he was on Scrappy Inventions, so that was kind of what it came down to. It's a scrappy fight.
Man,
no?
Damn it. I always miss the puns until it's too late. My brain's just like not on. It's okay. Gonna see pickups here from all of our players across the board. You can see on the right-hand side the completed items as well. I'm gonna be keeping an eye on Yoj mostly because of that Yasuo reroll. So we'll see how that goes on the right-hand side as we go throughout the game. I'll keep y'all updated. Don't you worry.
Yeah, we can see here, it has found that way. So he's actually just like very aggressively rolling to 10 here even, right? Because he's just kind of want to get that early spike going. Because keep in mind, Yasuo stacks continuously all throughout the game. And with those double duplicators here, the sooner you hit, the better, and the more stacks you're going to generate. But no cigar right now, no luck here. But all it takes is that one Yasuo, right? And then we have our composition pretty much online already.
Yeah, which is huge because these reroll compositions normally take ages to get online. You don't have that acceleration. This matchup might do okay, especially with the Edge of Night Bloodthirster combo. Yasuo is going to stay alive a lot longer than he normally would. And get those stacks that you were mentioning if he doesn't win the round regardless. So, good deal here for Yoj. Will take a loss. No way to streak into PvE anyways with the streak changes, so...
Yeah, the one big thing about this specific spot for him, right, is the fact that he's not able to hold on to the center. He can't go for the fall true damage right now. Oh, well, never mind. There we go. Rewarded. We are online, Matt. You're talking about no streak, but it does matter. Yasuo Free has arrived, stage 2-6. And also, I'm going to start going on this telling you about like how he's kind of heard his free one roll down because he's like he used all of his gold. He's not building up any interest. Well, it doesn't matter now, does it?
Yeah. It's really just one of those things like, yeah, you could get interest or you could just win the next stage. I'd prefer winning the next stage, personally. So Yoj is going to be pretty happy with this pickup.
One of my favorite commentator quotes of all time is one of my favorite card game commentators just going over like a specific play, and then he's just like his opponent just does a different play and just like gets lethal, and it's like, well, I guess killing your opponent is a pretty good play. This is kind of the same thing as well, right? If you hit your opponent in the face for 20, they have less HP, right? That's kind of the nature of it. But like, you guys, you're still lacking like that, like IE or Tiaan Resolve or anything like that. Kind of help the damage output in the scan just a little bit. But once you get the 4 true damage in the mix as well, this should be a pretty good spot to be in.
I thought that was going to go better. But you're right. He doesn't have the full board online. He's got 3 true damage. So, you know, once we get 4, that'll be nice. 3rd item. It's just, I personally get concerned if I see the reroll composition hit its 3-star and lose on stage 2.
Yeah, and I'm actually...
Not ideal.
I'm also kind of yapping just a little bit here, right? Because in reality, you actually don't necessarily want to go for the 4 true damage line always here, right? You can kind of stay on 2 true damage, go 5 edgelord, and just play better units for your composition, because that opens up to play stuff like Crowd Dire with the set, with the Yone's. Yeah. So you have a lot of other options to kind of keep in mind there as well. Open up that pentakill as well. So it's really to see how Yoj will kind of navigate the spot here. We also do have a player on that twin Terra line. I believe that is going to be TSW5 who's going to be on that one. So another thing to kind of keep an eye out for. Oh, wait. Are you going to click this, Aaliyah?
Would be interesting. Kai'Sa's decent in the early stages, especially at 2-star. So Chuso does look like potentially committing to that Seraphine line.
I mean,
too early to tell, though.
I think this is more than potentially, right? I feel like it's just like you prefer having KDA Seraphine more so than the Spellweaver one, because 5 Spellweaver is a little bit less impactful than 5 KDA. Right. Well, Darkheit just has the TF on the back part of his board here as well. Yeah, I mean we're just playing TFT, man.
Rad. Hold on, let me write that down in my notes. We're gonna want to keep track of that one. TF at 3-1 with 2 items. Just casually, in the same game that we got the Yasuo 3 at 2-6. Little bit accelerated this lobby, I would say.
Yeah, but there have been some people that are just straight up saying that Seraphine is just better TF, and I think that's a lot of it is because of the matchup that you have online, right? Because you're so good in these clumps here, as we can see Yoshi kind of taking a huge chunk out of TSW5, who has found that headline at Twitch already here, stage 3-2. But as we saw last game, Matt, that is no guarantee for a top 4 finish.
Yeah, I'm interested in what the pick is here, because there were a couple early game options. I'm not going to go for those 2 that I was concerned about. So leveling up to level 6.
I just saw Punk headline and assumed it was a Twitch. We are Punk headlining Pantheon instead. Okay.
It happens.
Get in, Matt. We're going to the Coliseum, you know?
Yeah. I mean, look, you just got to deal with what you're dealt. And then Yellow Tomato going to be looking potentially towards that Riven line, it looks like. You've got items that look really strong on her. You've got Edgelord in the game already. So, couple options from this position.
And very importantly here, has the Banshee as well. And this is so important because this allows you to veer away from having to build that Quicksilver. You can go triple damage items on the Riven instead here, using the Yasuo as the item holder, kind of the same concept as that Olaf we were talking about earlier on, because you don't want to have your item stuck on a random 1-star Riven when you find the headliner like 2 or 3 rounds later and you don't have a remover to play with instead.
But I do want to make a quick comment on the TF itemization. Morello and Red Buff are uniquely useful on TF because he hits so many units with every cast and doesn't do enough damage to burst them down in the first cast regardless. A lot of times, especially in the early stages when you first get your TF, he's not really doing much on his own. So having something like the Red Buff or Morello's to buff him up and make him a little bit more useful, it's really nice for that disco comp.
It is. When you look at Dark Hydra's augment right now, has that little buddies online as well. That is such a powerful augment for that disco line, because you're playing Taric, you're playing Nami, you're playing Garagas, just to name a few of these lower costs, that really benefit from that interaction, buffing up that TF, buffing up that Blitzcrank, and when those come in further down the road, they're also going to get buffed up.
We see Yoj fully itemized the Yasuo 3. It's going to be Hodge, BT, plus Edge of Night. So a little bit weak to CC in the later stages of the game. I'm going to be a bit more worried. But right now, just getting those free stacks and we'll be absolutely dominating for the rest of the stage.
It's not so much for me about the CC. For me, it's much more about the fact you have the ability to drop the aggro, right? Much like Jax on the previous patch. You have such, with double healing items, you have so much potential to just like stay topped off all throughout that with the Harm Assist as well coming through. And just having that aggro drop on the Edge of Night is so important in a composition like this.
Yeah, that's a huge amount of healing as well with the Harm Assist, as you said. That is going to be one beefy Yasuo.
EMEA here finding an early set with a bow here, has picked up the crowd, I believe, as well, so has a very clear intention to play a reroll. I mean, EMEA does pretty much only play reroll on this patch, so it makes a lot of sense that you'll be going down this line. And when you look around the lobby, right, if you're not one of the players on that reroll line, you're trying to say, you know what, I'm gonna play TF this game. You're probably not, because Dark Hydra is already on that TF line. A lot of other players like Chuso has the option to go into that line. And well, I talked about finding that Riven a turn later. That was technically 2 turns later, but it has been found, and it is the better of the two as well. With
There's
that triple itemization online, full-on burst, let's send it.
And just rolling down to try and get as much power out of this round as possible for Yellow Tomato, looking to turn around that loss streak. Won't be able to get any gold advantage from it, but now going to have a much stronger board to save HP. And he desperately needs it. 43 HP at the bottom of the board at 3-5.
Yeah, the big kicker here as well is the fact that we're kind of just floating a random Riven on the board, right? We do not have the 4 8-bit. Was trying to find something like that Caitlyn, something like that Garen, I believe he still doesn't have on the board either, right? So just trying to get that final unit on the board here, just ensure that he just gets, you know, more AD on this Riven, deal more damage, get closer and closer to those upper echelons here. It is very unlikely that a Yellow Tomato will get to reach the heights that we saw this competition reach yesterday, because it hasn't really been building up since 2-1. But this is still a very good spot for Yellow Tomato, a player who has had a pretty interesting run in our Runeterra Reforged finals.
Yeah, and I was watching that fight, and here's the thing about edgelords. Sometimes they troll you a little bit, because that Riven was in a perfect position to head towards the backline, and then that attack that puts them behind an enemy put her right in Tomato's own backline. Then she had to kind of take the walk of shame up towards doing damage again. So fight a little bit closer than it needed to be. Hi chat.
Totally not me being ganged while I'm like cleaning my nose or I just like, you know, like scratching my nose, right? I mean, thank you, production. Love to be kept on our toes here. Back in the day, Matt, we were on camera 24/7, so you know,
man. Never again, never again. You've caused PTSD triggers for me. Dark Hydra here in the background with that TF, like I mentioned before, spreading around that red buff as best he can. But this Yone just will not go down.
I will not here. It's very important to note here, we're kind of just glossing over the fact that this is 6 Yones on level 6 with a duplicator on the bench. Venry is down. He needs to find 2 more copies of this Yone, and then we're good to go here. Even has the bow to kind of make that Titans as well, or find a sword to make the Edge of Night. So many options here for Venry as well, and he has to also has the continuous value of spreading out components on the edge lords further down the road with that scrappy inventions.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this turns around for those players who are not going for the rerolls. 4-1 is one of those stages where you can start finally getting.
Oh, we just got Tome as well. Okay, I mean, I'm down.
Okay, all right, cool. What are we going to get out of it? There go the items floating off into Narnia.
Yeah. 2 Rivens.
Just watching the roll down here very casually. Popping off all of those items, so they're looking to put them back on a new frontliner. Rolling down, finds the edgelord. There we go. There's another Riven.
Yeah, that would be 5 edgelord if you take out that Cassante, but no heart still in to kind of generate some of those resources we just invested here. And again, the big kicker here is we didn't find a single copy of Yone, and meanwhile, look on the other side for a Yellow Tomato. Well, he would have liked that Riven to be on his side of the board, but he's got to make do with the one he has on his board at this moment in time.
Yeah, that's something that's worth talking about here now that Yone reroll is actually a playable composition. When you have someone else going for Riven, you are just completely contesting each other, holding hands. Even though you're technically going different carries, both of you are going to be pulling from each other's pool.
Yeah, for the most part, right? I think the important thing to kind of note here is the fact that Yoj is on the 8-bit and not the edgelord, which means he's going to be way less heavy on the edgelord. You also have someone like Yoj, for example, who is on the So Yellow Tomato's on the Riven, Yoj is on that Yasuo, right? So he's also going to be pulling out the Edgelord pool. So you have so much overlap between like 3 players in the lobby trying to kind of contest the same lines to a certain extent. So finding those 3 stars might be a little bit difficult for someone like Venry as well as for Yellow Tomato.
Yeah. Going to be finding a great fitting augment there for Dark Hydra as we see Yoj's board holding items on that Olaf once more. Doesn't have anything to put them on just yet. And is on a loss streak, Guido. This is a little concerning.
It's not ideal, right? You can kind of see on the bench here, he, like on the left side of the screen, sorry, in the trade web, he is currently on 2 out of 3 edge slots. This roll down completely whiffed on any of those 3 or 4 cost edge slots we really want to put onto the board. Has the Yasuo, has the Kale, but no Viego, no Yone, no Riven.
And important against this composition, no healing reduction whatsoever. So this Yasuo just cannot get through that front line, easily getting wiped. And this is really concerning for a player who had such an incredible start. You get that 3-star at 2-6, you just assume you're cruising through the rest of the game, but not the case here for Yoj.
I can just like hear someone like on like if you look at the bottom of the lobby right now, just go like edgelord friends, you know, as you just look at the bottom of the standings and you just see the 3 edgelord rerollers down towards the bottom right now, just struggling to figure out any way to be stable here. And Yoj even has the blinged out as well, right? It's not like he doesn't have like additional power for this Yasuo, but he's still just lacking that edgelord, that mobility, that attack speed for the Yasuo, as well as a proper secondary carry with the items he has on the Olaf.
Yeah, this is incredibly rough. Missing every edgelord on the roll down, you'd imagine. Because, like we were mentioning earlier, double contested between Venry and Yellow Tomato, both going on this line, both taking the units. And they're going to do better in these stages of the game because they're not relying on a lower cost carry. Those 2-star versions of their carries can pull them through stage 4 pretty healthily.
We'll have to see about that. Right? Venry getting an informant. They also got that tome because he got the pentakill emblem from that, so that opens up even more flexibility for the composition. Yellow Tomato took a loss. TSW5, despite having that exposed weakness as well, has not found that Twitch feature set. And Aaliyah here as well finds the Dad's Jazz Baby as his last augment of the game, so will not get like that initial stage 2 stacking from onwards. So like generally speaking, puts a comp over the edge like we saw yesterday in game number 2 with like the game number 4 even, sorry, with like 2 super fan emblems and all that crazy nonsense going on in a loot subscription game. But it is still a super solid comp and a line that I know that he is very aware of and finds that misfortune free from the carousel.
Yeah. This is absolutely incredible pickup here for Leah. Sport's going to be looking incredibly good after this point. And like you were pointing out earlier, I had not looked closely enough at the health counts. Yellow Tomato is a little bit doomed depending on the matchup that he falls into. There is a way that he falls out, and that 2-star is just not enough to keep him healthy. Meanwhile, though, as you mentioned, Aaliyah going to be hitting that 3-star misfortune with the Gambler's Blade. It's going to be so much damage coming out.
And that's a Yone free on the side of Venry, right? The first 3-star echelon of the upper echelons coming into the mix here with that pentakill emblem as well. Gonna get that damage reduction.
Oh, nice.
The damage increase as well here now. Has that Viego 1 for now, at least for secondary carrier opportunities here, but further down the road, this could be a super interesting comp to watch for the Cap out.
Yeah, big front line to chew through here for the Yone, but he's not struggling too much. We'll see if the Lux can do much to him. This healing is ridiculous. You can see him going down below half, and then 1 ultimate, back up to nearly full. So Lux is going to fall there to the swipes of the Yone, and Chuso's board will take a loss, but he's pretty healthy, so shouldn't be worried.
Yeah, and Yoj here all the way down to just 9 HP now, down to on his last legs here. So I think TSW5 finally found that Twitch free and I get that second 2-star copy from that Twin Terra here. He did exchange his Pantheon for a Twitch instead to win from the Colosseum to the sewers instead. I think that's the better decision for this competition in particular, but he is still stuck on level 7 here, or level 6, sorry, even. So can even get the full execution online if you want to go down that route either.
Yeah, really just playing for 6, and it's a pretty decent bet at the minimum because Yellow Tomato looking rough, hasn't found the 3-star. Yoj contesting on those units, as is Venry. So now we see that dive into the backline. That is a nasty looking Viego as Yasuo tries to do his best, doesn't even do half health to that Viego, so he is going to go down, and Yoj, it looks like, will follow. An 8th place for our Yasuo player.
Yeah, the Dev's Defiance kind of just putting in the work here, just kind of like denying Yasuo right now. Yasuo might still be here according to the League of Legends cinematic, but he's been kind of removed from the game for now at least, right? So, well, who's laughing now, I guess. To be fair, right, that's also a much older and much wiser version of Yasuo. It's actually one of the coolest depictions of Yasuo I've seen in a bit. It's actually a super cool one. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's actually a really cool cinematic.
Yeah, I think we should do what they did with Gangplank back in the old times. Yasuo has been removed and he has arthritis now.
Yeah, just like remove him from the game for just like a couple of days and then like come back.
Yeah, bring him back. Everyone's like, oh man, can't wait to play Yasuo. And then they remember what it's like to play Yasuo and they change their minds quickly. But there will be a beautiful moment where they think he's great. So unfortunate to see that composition have such little success in this game. Like we've mentioned previously, it was played a ton throughout the course of this tournament, so players are pretty high on it, but just not coming together here for Yoj as we see the roll down from Yellow Tomato. Missing those ribbons, needs 3 more and just can't find a single one.
Yes, different one here. So Leah finds his second freestyle upgrade with that Bard as well, right? But again, he has that 2-star Caitlyn now as a secondary carry option to kind of help the Riven along through those strong backlines as well, trying to have the ability to snipe that backline here. We see Sappho on a win streak with this Pentacle line, has the 7 online here, centering around the Viego. Kafis has a pair of Yoriks as well, so this board has absolutely incredible potential.
If I'm Sappho, I'm super happy, especially in this matchup. That red buff hitting in the AoE, preventing the disco healing from going completely off, is going to buy him a lot of damage. This Karthus, huge ultimate, saves the fight for him.
Yeah, has the scaling off that Archangel staff as well as the Death Cap, right? So it has so much AP. The Executioner from the likes of the Akali is just so powerful as well. They're getting that extra damage, the extra crit chance here. And a Yellow Tomato, well, has to make a sacrifice here. I do not believe this Garen free will be happening anytime soon. Ships that away, finds the Viego, but this is kind of a little bit of a different type of Viego. Blue buff, Sunfire, even Shroud. Yeah. It's not a huge threat by itself, I'd say.
Not quite as scary. I'm gonna be honest. This is the cardboard cutout version of Sappho's Viego. We're going to see the Caitlyn start doing damage into the backline, which is necessary. But Venry's on the board with that Yasuo 3 and is just absolutely shredding through this front line. Caitlyn barely can't take him down. So unfortunate for Yellow Tomato. That will be a loss off just like 100 HP on that Viego.
Yeah, it's also worth noting here that these players right now are the players that finished third in the first game of the day, right? So they will at least at a minimum now have 7 or 8 points when we talk about Yoj and a Yellow Tomato. So it's not like they're in a horrible spot. We are using a 50% cut again, so it's the same points tally just that you're going to be aiming for, that 27, 28 points to be completely safe to make it here. We've got a player on 26 points, make it last time with Kevin Parker making day 3 of a GSC off the back of 26 points. One of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen come out. Again, just something to keep in mind here. Stark Hydra finding a couple of upgrades.
Yeah. And also on Aaliyah's board, remember this Gambler's Blade is going to act as a pretty decent engine for him for money. Aaliyah as well has that Bard 3 now. So that board is looking a lot scarier, and TSW has that itemized Vex that will hopefully bide him some time against this board from Aaliyah.
Yeah, it's worth noting here there's no healing on this MF, so she will just kind of get... She's at the mercy of the Bard, and you kind of see the amount of burns coming through from the likes of the Twitch, from the likes of these Vexes as well, with the Twin Terra here, just completely knocking out the fight. And the fact that the Bard and the MF steps up alongside each other and just gets ulted by the Vex, that just completely neglecting the burst, the complete damage output from the composition.
Meanwhile, on this fight, Dark Hydra having that MVP Zac in the front line, who looks pretty unkillable, like not 100%, but with the disco and all those items on him, he is tough to break through.
Okay, Emo Emblem in the mix here. Interesting for TSW5 if he wants to go for that. It does give him a few options, but the thing is the TG is just so powerful in a competition like that. You have the extra units that can kind of get the all those extra items. Vex makes great use of a lot of TG. The second Twitch options are plenty.
Yeah, just having those free items to cross all the way over the board and make use of that Twin Terror on the 2 stars is very useful. So we head back over onto the board, see how he's going to distribute those items. Has an Alawi picked up as well for a little bit more frontline time.
Yeah, now goes for the full execution instead. Here goes away from the double Vex setup, which I think is an interesting decision to make here. I don't have an idea whether this is correct or right. We just saw like the power of the double Vex last fight with the additional attack, the extra power on at least the first Vex here. So interesting to see whether or not this is going to change the fights in any way.
We'll have a good chance to take a look as Venry's board is on the way. This Yone in the top left is what you're going to have to watch if you're a Venry fan or just a fan of TSW, because it is shredding through the backline. Swipe one more time, takes out the Twitch, and this Yone once more seems just absolutely unkillable.
Just made it look easy here. It luckily has one more life to work with here, barely staying alive. As we do see Dark Hydra also being taken down to his last legs here. So 6 and 1 HP, Matt. They're just going to try to fill it out for that 5th spot here, as we see a second Vex 2 coming into the mix for TSW5.
And it's been a decent game for Dark Hydra, but hasn't been able to keep up with those compositions that have already spiked because he's not able to find those things to cap out his board. He's not able to find the things like Ziggs and Sona that we see complement this TF. He's just on TF and Lux, which clearly not quite enough this game.
Yeah, he's also on 5 disco and with the Dazzler headline and not the 6 disco, right? With a Blitz, for example, in the front line, right? Still rocking that Blitz 1 here. He's fully clumped up against a comp like this Twitch here with the Vex in the mix. So very excited to see whether or not this TF will be able to dish out enough damage.
Well, and the Zac is doing a great job in the front line there, just healing so much. Gets executed, though, by that Twitch, who's going to be able to toss out one more ultimate into the backline. Like you said, the AoE just too much for Hydra's composition to manage as he takes a 6.
And we see here Ilya taking a huge hit as well now. Safo in the mix for that 5th spot is here on top of that. So all of a sudden, we thought it was kind of a given that TSW5 and Dark Hydra would kind of face, like, would kind of just like trade 5th and 6th between each other. But with the fact they hit each other in the matchup pool now, all of a sudden, this opens up a route for top 4 here for TSW5.
And you mentioned before, the weakness from this Misfortune build is the only healing on this board for her comes from Bard. And Bard, let me tell you, man loves duding his opponents instead of healing his allies. So it is so inconsistent for Ilya, and we're seeing it punish him in these fights.
But at least his damage output is absolutely incredible. Right? With the Jazz here in the mix, has the allow it to, just in case it's like just as extra protection for this backline here. So it is a very strong board in general here. Can get an additional frontline item on the Nico on to the likes of this Echo. Has to freeze a crowd as well. So if you find something else that could be cool with it, again, it's a Dazzler headliner. It's not the Jazz headliner. So there's a lacking a little bit of power here. Cannot really get the Lux and like get the full value from Lux, for example. You kind of can normally if you're playing the Jazz, not the Dazzler headliner here. So yeah, a lot of few things to keep in mind here to go up against Safo for a spot in the top 4.
And this is a rough matchup. Safo has been doing so incredibly, such a strong board here as we see the damage coming out, but Viego completely untouched, finally takes some damage, taken down, and Misfortune starting to fire away. The attack speed from the Gambler's Blade, from the Ginsu's Rage Blade, doing so much for her, but it looks like Karthus will go down. Misfortune barely survives, and Safo takes a loss, but more importantly for Ilya, he survives for just one more round.
Yes, but look at this matchup pool, Matt. He has Venry, the full-on speaking, the Yone reroll play we saw just absolutely tear apart the board of TSW5 in that last fight. We saw him in Chuso down to 18, Ilya 10, but Safo and TSW5 with those single HP digits here. Like, the fight for even top 4 here is so much more attention you would expect, and you can see here that we see TSW5 has Safo as well as Venry in the pool here, so I think that means Ilya gets a ghost.
Yeah, and we saw the Vex coming back into the composition as he faces off against Safo's board. And the uncontested Viego into the backline, jumps onto the spare Twitch, takes it out, and then Twitch in the backline, barely able to take the kill, survives, and it looks like it's all down to the Karthus for the board of Safo. Gets taken down on that Twitch, and Safo's board survives. Poor TSW cannot pull it out. It's a Kale 1 that takes him down to 5th place.
You can see here, Ilya goes down in 4th here, -6, but still gets in that top 4. That's where you want to be on average for a day like this. And David is going to be out there happy. He's probably smiling somewhere. Both Chuso and Safo in the top 3 here. Back-to-back top 3s for the 2 Spanish players. The lone representatives remaining in day 2. But like the person taking the headlines right now will be Venry with that absolutely ridiculous ribbon board.
Yeah, now we're seeing Safo empower that board a little bit more, giving some tanky items onto that Akali, giving a tertiary carry to this composition as he's going to go up against Chuso. So you're watching that backline, watching the Ziggs and the TF because they could be in danger. Akali finally jumps onto them, but Viego misses the clump. Akali doesn't do enough damage to take down the TF as he fires away into the background. There goes the Viego. TF still uncontested. Akali tries to jump through, but she's targeting the Lulu and cannot do it. Safo goes down. Third place for the Spanish player.
Yeah, and Chuso actually taking down Venry's board in that fight, right? So there's all to play for here. An open spat on the carousel as well. I do not think there's any components that could really make a difference here from what I can see around the board. So probably just looking for something else here. A bit of power here. The Spear of Shojin not really of interest now, but the Hand of Justice is for the likes of the board. We can see on the right side of your screen here. Still struggling to find that Viego too. That would be such a huge difference maker for the likes of Venry.
And meanwhile, on the left side of the board, we see that Chuso picked up a Ziggs too off that carousel. So he's going to have such a higher board cap than he had. Viego 2 coming out.
We could have had... oh, no, mind. We were playing Scrabby Inventions. I am trolling. Never mind.
Yeah, we're good.
So
We're good.
I was like, you could have combined that Riven to get the Hand of Justice onto the Viego, but no. It makes sense with the Scrabby Inventions here coming out, counting components. He has 4 open components right now, and even with off the TG, this is strong. Yeah, I'm yapping.
Watch this Yone in the middle of the fight right now. He's going to heal up, but he doesn't have anyone to drop aggro, doesn't have anyone to stop CC. The jump into the backline just not enough. Viego now targeted down. This TF somehow survives through it all. Venry takes another loss, and it looks like this next fight may be the last.
Yeah, it does seem like there's just not enough gas in the tank for Venry to get over the line against this capped out board here. He's doing it at a 6-2. Sure, there's no zone in the mix, but like, again, look at the double front and here. Sack 2, Blitz Crank 2, and then you have all the CC from the likes of that Lulu, the double hyper pop with both the 6 as well as that Lulu, right? So there's just so much power on this board, just really just cranking away for Chuso here as Venry will try and figure out anything he can do with positioning to hopefully for him close out this game number 2.
We're going to see that Yone in the middle of the pack, so once more, keep an eye there. And the backline for Chuso. Twisted Fate, Ziggs, start the fight uncontested. Viego's not going to jump into them, and it is so easy for them. But finally, Ziggs gets targeted down. TF as well. Venry turns the fight around. Chuso takes a huge hit and survives with 1 HP into the PvE round.
We're going to stage 7, Matt, here. Again, and we talk about this a lot when you're kind of minimizing your, maximizing your early game and stuff like that. But every single unit kill throughout the entirety of the game has such a huge importance here, right? Because now Chuso has a second win to try to figure out anything he can do with positioning. The items coming through from the likes of this dragon as well, right? Could turn this into a win for the Spaniard.
And we saw how quickly that fight turned on its head. At first, those backline units were uncontested, but one ultimate from Venry's team took them down to almost nothing. So this fight is going to be played on a knife's edge.
Definitely will here as we're kind of looking through any couple of upgrades here. Ribbon free out of nowhere would be nice, but yeah, sold off those copies here. We'll go for a 2-star Garen just to get a little bit of extra upgrades through. Now, itemization-wise, we're looking for something for this Riven, and it is going to be a D-Claw coming into the mix for Yorick instead, actually.
Yeah, just going to get a little bit more frontline, maybe time to buy his Yone to do some damage. Meanwhile, Chuso not able to find some meaningful upgrades, and the Blacksmith's Gloves are not helping him out. It's the final fight of the game. Venry, this Yone in the middle once more. Watch the backline for Chuso. Ziggs and TF get their first ultimates out uncontested. Second one from Ziggs, but look at the side. Coming in onto the Ziggs are the melee carries. Yone uncontested in the backline, and it looks like Venry will take down game number 2 against Chuso.
You just see the power of these free-cost edgelord rerolls, right? Venry was the one out of all the edgelord rerolls in the lobby that stood tall, rose above everything else. We're talking about that down towards like stage 3, stage 4, and we saw the 3 of them down there at the bottom of the lobby. Huge, Yellow Tomato, and Venry. But Venry were able to turn it around. We saw how good his roll down was when he just hit everything, and that just like that turns into a nice first place finish here. Fantastic start today for him.
Yeah, it was fantastic play coming out of the end of the game. Like you said, contested for so long, was down to that like 22 HP mark. But then the people who were taking all of his units just died. So then he was able to find all of those units, upgrade his board, and get the additional power that he needed to bring it through to a first place. To break down a little bit more of that game, we're going to be headed to a quick break, followed by the analyst desk. We'll see you soon.
My name is Tiaan. I'm 19 years old. In-game name is Wetjungler, and I'm from Germany. I don't really like the Joe's mechanic because with the Joe's mechanic the champion pool decreased, and it's really hard to play like a contested reroll, for example, or even forecast meta right now. It's really hard if you have like zero economy and then you have to roll down with the others. I think I can achieve good in this set because right now I'm like on the top of the ladder as well right now. And I think I have good chances to be in the Rising Legends final again and maybe even get to Worlds if the patch is good for me, if it's fit for me. TFT is always growing with every set and making like LANs for the other players. It's really good. So we can meet each other personally, and I think LAN events are always good for the esports or for the game as well. And I mean, with LANs there are just like more people trying to compete, and new players will recognize it and try to play as well. I think there are many good players, but if I would name one person, I think it's Double, because he's always so consistent. He's always on top of the ladder, and yeah, I would like to shout out to my family for supporting me, and also for the German community since I started with streaming, and they're just always in my chat and cheering up. Yeah.
You know, something that's always prevalent when casters from different regions come together is a little bit of bias, right? With 2 German players and 2 Spanish players in this lobby, there is a little bit of rivalry. And Panda, I know you used your dark powers to curse my German players. This will not go unpunished. Just know this for the next games. However, a lot in this last round was due to Yone positioning, Peter, and I do want to talk to you about that, and just ignore Panda for a couple of minutes. Talk to me about how that Yone ran a marathon and still somehow made it through the finish line.
But yeah, that was absolutely terrifying. I think we're going to have nightmares about that Yone just turning up, walking through the entire field. We added onto the Pentakill emblem as well, just I think unlocks an entire new level of terror there, that if your front line wasn't exactly as it needed to be, and also crucially where it needed to be, you just saw, like with players like TSW5, they'd have their backline walked up to and deleted instantaneously like it was nothing.
Looking at Chuso though, he finished second overall in this lobby with a disco board that was not anywhere near the total cap. So I think very impressive play from Chuso, knowing how to utilize keepers early, just very strong with disco with that early start, Seraphine item carrier, and Dark Hydra, the losing disco player in this lobby. It's always the case. Players are contesting each other. Players cannot hit their board on 8 early enough to then stabilize and go 9 and hit the real cap that can win games with Sonnen and Lawi. But Chuso found an early Ziggs too, and that was enough to coast into that top 4, eventually outpositioning Yone for 1 fight. But once Yone got into that middle section, he just squeezed right in once he killed the Gragas, and it was game over for TF.
One of the things I want to highlight as well about the way Vemi approached this game from his very first augment is the scrappy inventors, I think, made a huge difference here. You're just allowing you to get an enormous amount of raw power onto the board immediately. And we saw that it wasn't something that he was just using for the immediate effect up until the very end of the game. While the Yone was extremely powerful, even we saw Viego being used for the scrappy inventor style because so much of his board was able to work with a variety of different items that it meant it gave him an enormous amount of consistent power from start to finish.
Now, speaking of power and maybe consistency, something that wasn't there was the Yasuo 3 for Yoj. It just didn't work out. Found that Yasuo 3 on the back of an augment, so sacked augment power for it to get it together. Did not have IE as an option on the items, which I think is just always so good to have. And then after hitting that Yasuo 3, kept losing. The momentum wasn't there for this one cost reroll to actually do what they're supposed to do, where you get that early power, you win streak, you make it through, and on the back of that, you can actually cap your board a little bit more. It was just too much pressure from all the sides, too much competition on those units, and in the end, it fell a little bit fraudy flat.
I will say, we haven't seen Yasuo on broadcast yet. Now we have. Some chatters immediately, thinking, oh, this Yasuo's a fraud, stats are fake, everything, he's terrible. Not the case. This is the worst possible example of Yasuo reroll in a tournament because you hit so late. You had no edgelord in stage 4 even. There was too many healing going on and not enough damage, in my opinion, to one-shot units in stage 4 especially. And no support. With Yasuo true damage, you have a Kali in stage 4 to act as a second way to deal damage and just buy time for Yasuo himself. So I think there's still a chance for a redemption arc for Yasuo in this day 2.
All right, I hope you stay true to that word at least, but now we're going to go to standings and have a look how they look like. Peter, let's see who's coming out on top and on the bottom. Keep in mind, there's going to be a cutoff.
I mean, sorry, I just can't take my eyes off of Double 61 having gone 8th in the first 2 games. I don't think anybody could have predicted that. I think we're seeing a really upturning of the tables here. Something has happened between days 1 and 2 that our players who are doing better here are managing to get some wins against some amazing players.
Like Coco as well, second in the game 1. We thought he was going to continue that streak from yesterday, but falters a little bit in this game. You're going to have to come back in the next 4 games to try and make it among this top 32 that are currently would be qualified if it was a 2-game day, but it is not, thankfully, for the case of sample size and competitive integrity. We have 6 games as usual, tomorrow 7, and the first page coming up makes Germany. Is it there? Do you think so? Are you a believer?
I mean, there was a lot of Germany in the previous page, EMEA making it through, but I do want to shout out the Polish players because there is a lot of them in those top 32 looking really, really good. I think I counted 5 or 6 names. One of them, Kesman, who actually also casts Ultraliga. He is having a great weekend, doing super well here, and I love to see that.
And I saw two Spanish players just in that front page. Interesting, considering there's only two players from Spain in this day too, and still manage to stay consistent across these 2 games. I'm happy.
We love that. What we love is also when games start. That will happen in a couple of minutes with familiar faces. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Well, I promised familiar faces, and here we are yet again to bring you game number 3 and 4. Of course, the third game comes before the fourth one. We were talking about all the different comps in that last game, Peter, and one that we've been kind of seeing here and there do well and not do well is that Twin Terror board, an augment that arguably is picked very favored by players, but it doesn't seem to always translate. Do you think these guys have what it takes to maybe bring the board alive?
I certainly know that our Twitch chat was starting to turn on it, but I mean, I think there will be we're starting to see more and more evidence, at least on stream, that even with a very, very good setup with the right augments, that sometimes it can go wrong. And as we go down here to lobby 8, I believe, we are coming across some players who can't afford for anything to go wrong in this game. So we're coming up on the midway point in the game. We've got some amazing players in this lobby who need some very good results, but they can't all get those points and climb back into contention for day 3.
And both Romanian players that were top 10 yesterday were cursed by counterfeit at the start of today's top of show. Currently need to make a comeback in these next 4 games. You know, one caster curses, another one. Myself, of course, blesses players. Everyone knows this is a true fact of life. Like
now,
the last game.
there's 2 German players in this lobby.
Wait.
So
There's
don't
trainer.
Speak about them,
no,
okay?
why are there so many players?
No.
Oh, okay. Wait, let me start writing names. 1 second. You guys cast.
Double, Robin, FF Chen giving us wandering trainer. You tried to avoid it, Panda. It is going to happen. Peter gets what he wants. And of course, to kind of fill you in, it means everybody gets a dummy with 3 emblems on it. And that could just mean anything from really good to really terrible.
Oh, we could probably spend the entirety of this game trying to figure out what the hell our players are going to be doing here, because this just opens up ways of playing that would never be possible otherwise. I mean, as I said right back at the beginning of the show, these emblems could work together in perfect symphony, or they could be completely opposite ends of the spectrum.
One thing to mention, considering the lobby we're in and the fact that all these players are, having a miserable day of TFT to start things off, they do need high variance. They do need to say, hey, I'm just going to try and play for a first tier. If I don't get it, I'm already pretty much not qualified because of how far you are away from the cutoff in the next 3 games. And where you need high variance, Wandering Trainer comes in and says, I got you, buddy. Good luck.
Now, with the Wandering Trainer, of course, ideally you get emblems that have high synergy, but I'm already seeing a lot of like Crowd Diver Disco, which isn't necessarily something you would pair up together, Panda. What are the ones we're really hoping for? I would assume something like True Damage, maybe?
I haven't seen a single good one yet, and we keep going, we keep cycling, and it looks more cursed than the last. There's not a single synergy between any of the emblems on these Wandering Traders. Oh, finally we got something we can work with, maybe. Bruiser Disco could be a potential line here. Not sure where the Executioner comes in, but it's looking like a tough match.
I'm impressed by how bad these emblems have been. I was sure 1 or 2 people would end up with the perfect setup here, but I don't know if it's coded in such a way to try and make sure these don't work well together, because this is either extraordinarily unlucky on everyone's part, or this is just the way it's going to be. Silver Augments to bring us out here. Perhaps they'll course correct a little bit, but our players have got quite the job ahead of them to build their boards.
Gonna see our augment choices here. Silver augments at least. We're gonna tone down the chaotic energy of this lobby just a teeny tiny bit. But really, it is all about whether or not you can work with the emblems you're given, and we'll see if that comes together. I feel like the Superfan emo is not too bad with the Annie, but Annie in itself, not the strongest comp.
I think it's okay if you have the right items and you play for the 4 emo, which I think is the current strongest version of Annie. It can work well with Rapid Fire as well. It's a team-wide attack speed buff, which Annie can benefit from in the late game. So you're not going to stick in Rapid Fire right now, but in the late game, there could be a spot for it. And out of all the ones we've seen, I think it might be one of the most viable ones.
I mean, I don't hate seeing sort of setups here where we've got sort of independently powerful effects, like the Rapid Fire, like the Pentakill, where you're not necessarily wanting to put those emblems onto units anyway, so just getting the +1 is going to be a worthwhile power spike by itself. I do wonder, though, if we might just see some of our players saying, you know what, I'm not going to try and build some sort of Frankenstein board around these multiple emblems. I'm just going to take one of them and choose that route for the whole game.
I think that's really interesting. Maybe you just use one of those emblems that you're getting from the Wandering Trainer, like you're alluding to. But I feel like the issue with that is that other people will be able to use 2 or maybe even 3 of them, and then by nature just probably capping out higher. We're getting an overview of these here. I feel like the spell we were run on Tiaan and Bensec could be really good.
I'm just taking
it in.
Well.
I'm going through all the different options here. I do think that the EMEA Superfan is still the best, just because what I mentioned with the Annie reroll. Again, you're trying to force a comp that we saw it from Yogg in the last game. If the game does not want to give you those Yasuos early, in this case the Annies, you could be in trouble regardless. So it's going to be a difficult game to navigate for all of these players, and maybe a lesson to be learned with the pitfalls of picking a very high variance portal like this one.
Well, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? You know, again, we are at the very bottom of the performers at the moment in the tournament, and because there's always a chance it's going to be out of your control, making the pick as well. I think for me, I'm really looking to see how a player's managed to apply, sort of force their fundamentals into the game here and say, you know what, this may be the world's most unusual game of TFT, but still having still navigating through the early game at the very least is going to make a big difference in terms of how the late game looks.
I'm really intrigued by the Heartsteel emblem that we're seeing on Bensec, because if he's able to actually get the Heartsteel online early on, that could be an option. We're seeing him here at the bottom, but it's not there. It's not coming together. Unfortunately, finds the set even, but still unable to get those 3 Heartsteel enabled.
Bensec could later use a Spellweaver Executioner with something like an Aria Kali board, for example. Did not have the best performance yesterday in the stats, but again, making use of this dummy is going to be one of the most important things this game. It's just too much value lost if you don't, and other players do. So we'll see how players navigate the stage 4, especially where you really, it's very easy to put in traits now in stage 2 and 3 to get value from this, but building these stage 4 boards and venturing off of the meta comps into the Frankenstein boards will be the more difficult part of this portal.
Well, certainly as someone who used to enjoy taking this when it used to just be an augment, the same setup here, it certainly does make sense to try and make use of at least some of the shallower aspects you can access. Like in this case, for Lusher, you've got the Brawler emblem there. You're certainly not sad about just playing one more Brawler to get that Brawler effect in.
Bruiser.
So, yes, Bruiser, Brawler. Let's call the whole thing out.
It's okay, close enough. I'm gonna go into the carousel now. The big thing is, are we getting any more spatulas, right? Are we getting any more emblems throughout this game that then could again open up more variety with these Wandering Trainers, right? If you're able to maybe get, like you were saying, 2 see, now I'm
I got you now. I got you.
It's over. 2 Bruiser emblems.
Vote on what we should call it this
have
game.
that extra front line without needing to play the trait, possibly, or things like that.
And Lusher for now, with the AFK, surprisingly, I think looks like he lost at least one fight, eventually against Bensec, who is trying to 5-loss streak. He's trying to get the Heartsteel online, has Heartsteel in the shop, I assume. Gonna tech this in at some point before the round starts.
Yeah.
All right.
We'd hope so. Oh, sells it off.
So do remember, of course, while this is going to be changing for the next patch, we are still in the space of trying to very carefully buy and sell our headliners to try and get something else down the line. So maybe it's going to be looking for the Heartsteel to try and go a bit deeper into that line. We have got Disco online. So at least we know that we've got some players who are starting to make a move in towards their own setups, even if not everyone's got the ability to do so from early on.
Going to be seeing KC double 61 on the other side. Of course, he will look a little bit more daunting this game on the back of the tiny Titans here at the top of the lobby. Also something to note, we did see that Lusher chose the AFK augment, but wasn't really able to get a streak out of that. So really is just right now bumbling about a little bit. You can see it here. We also have the Bruiser emblem as an option together with the Executioner. I really like this setup for something that could go more in an AD heavy line like the Akali or maybe even the Pentakali. I feel like that could be something we're seeing from him this game.
Well, I think he's locked into the country. I think it works well with the Bruiser country with Tom Kench, and the Executioner, you can play 4 Executioner with Samira, or even opt with a Spatula, play 5 country and 4 Executioner and have Samira headliner be the Executioner trade instead, so you're more open on the roll down. I think that's the most clear option for him, but we'll have to see stage 4 especially what players commit to and what options are open more than anything.
For now, it's just going to be moving around. On the other side, Bensek, of course, trying to keep that loss streak going. Sologazang does have the itemized here with that Shojin and that rapid fire. Great items for her. We were talking about this yesterday. Is not necessarily the unit you want to be looking for as carry, but for now she's definitely going to do a lot of lifting as we are moving to Crux. And on the back of that Silver Spoon, Sologazang is building out the lead with 100 HP and streaking here.
Yeah, I certainly don't hate this at all. I mean, moving up with Silver Spoon I think makes sense in this lobby because, as I said, some of these options to work around with your emblems are going to be more accessible at these higher levels, so getting there just a little bit faster makes sense. You check in with the economy on the field, you can see we have maintained some pretty good streaks across the field, particularly Bensack towards the bottom there, but doesn't have the most money in the bank right now, does have a respectable 5-loss streak.
We saw Bensek earlier in stage 2 after the carousel was, opting to not buy the Cassante, was just waiting until the round started to have the weakest board possible to guarantee the loss streak. Should have Heartsteel in now, hoping with that dummy to go into 5 Heartsteel potentially in stage 3, and then really try and either make sure he's losing every fight and raise his stakes, or just cash out once with a good enough 5 Heartsteel cash out that could leapfrog him into a healthy economic position for stage 4.
I'm a little bit worried about Robin. I don't know about you guys. We are seeing on our end that we're running the Disco variant with the Nami and the Taric, but is also losing pretty harsh, does not have the 5 losses, and could be a player that we need to pay attention to. Somebody that seems to have found their line, of course, is Mr. Marshall. We were talking about the emo here, now has the Annie headliner, has the Shojin slammed, one more BF sword on the bench. If you can get a tier, then that Annie is stacked out, decked out, and everything you need. Only problem is, you would want her to be a 3-star unit, you would want her to be golden, and that's not online right now after Crux. Might be worrying.
Could have opted to go for the 4 emo variant. In this case, with a Shojin slammed, probably not. Just getting the Spellweaver Annie instead. I'm going to not play any more emos on the board, most likely. With blue buff, you do get a breakpoint that just makes her that much more efficient with 4 emo online, which is kind of the tech for the last patch and this one now as well.
Break solo streak here. Pretty good for him.
I don't know if maybe that was really anticipated on Mr. Marshall's side of things, but needs must. The Romanian players both together have been running some pretty substantial loss streaks for a while, but no longer be an option. Emotional connection, that's got to be worth a look, and it will be taken.
Him in the crashes as well for the extra value, but opting to go all in on the emo.
Yeah, I think that answers the question you were posing a little bit, Panda. We're definitely going to be looking for more emo. But of course, right now, 5 Superfan is also really strong. We saw a little bit of it yesterday with, I believe it was the Spatula portal that we were in. And for Lusher, there is Twin Terror daunting him in these options here. Is not going to be the case. He knows that this is not going to be working. And instead, we go for more dummies.
And we're going to see exactly why this is a good option in a portal like this one. As this fight starts off, the dummy here with all the emblems also going to jump in, also going to stun. You get that extra bit of value, the 3rd dummy getting involved.
Yeah, we know Lusher is certainly a very, very thoughtful player. So we're not surprised to see him trying to find every single kind of angle out of this he can. Has managed to build up a good amount of gold on a decent streak as well. Might even be coming to an end here. I do wonder with the Executioner being up on line here, or sort of effectively having an extra Executioner headliner, if maybe he would go far enough to start considering lines like 6 Executioner.
Perfect loss for Lusher here.
That was really good. Now that the streak has been changed, you really don't want to be sitting on those 3s. You want those 4s and so on. So for him, that has to be good. We're still in a decent range of HP for how many losses he's in. We're also going to get a look at the other golden augments players have chosen, notably Sologazang on the same one as Lusher.
Berserk raising the stakes here, close to cashing out. Has had to take a lot of HP damage while doing so, and has a decent defensive line. Not sure it's got too much chance of eliminating many of the units here to soften these losses, but we know how powerful raising the stakes can be.
When correctly executed, of course, we saw game 1 yesterday of Ali slammed items when he shouldn't have and ended up flopping on that stakes that were raised. In this case now, I think we're seeing here no items slammed, probably Bensack scouting the entire lobby and making absolutely certain he's going to be losing every single fight here, because this not going to plan is almost game losing for most players.
Yeah, and I think the one he's specifically looking for has to be Robin. I was talking about him a little bit earlier as well. We know Lusher is on that angle as well. Quick note, no Spatula. We're going to be safe for yet another carousel. But of course, something like the Ahri could be very interesting.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on how things are developing here because, of course, we've got that big tide of emblems. Of course, Max, you did mention before, looking to see if any more emblems would help direct our players, but it doesn't look like it's on the cards for this game, so they'll have to make do with what they started with.
Double very healthy still, has Diamond Hands as well with the Disco on the dummy. Probably going to angle towards playing Disco and can play it with something like an Echo Kiana pair, for example, filling in one of those 5-cost slots with a Crowd Diver on the dummy as well. And we're seeing for Bensec here, just too many components on the bench. He can't really slam them because he knows he has to lose these next few fights.
So yeah, you're shame to not find the Heartsteel headliner at this point. Oh, well, there we go. We've got enough Heartsteel in here. To say, just trying to get the most cash out here because, again, the hearts are going to be doubled while raising the stakes.
Now, you are going to be meeting up with Mr. Marshall. We saw that board before on the Annie. I think we're still going to be able to keep that loss streak going. As for now, it is the Wandering Trainer that's going to be under attack. Of course, no items being slammed, making sure we're as weak as possible. He wants that loss streak to continue at any price, even leaving those orbs on the field there. And with that, the Yone is going to die, of course. Eventually, KC Double, still on top of the lobby, is now slowly but surely establishing that 100 HP where he would be normally.
And Bensec going for the forbidden 10 loss streak into Wolves, the ultimate comeback play if it works out, especially with the cash out here. What we see already, I think a clear direction in terms of where he's going. Potentially a Yone could be an option. He has a lot of AD items, especially very little, no tiers to work with whatsoever. So will be an AD-centric game for certain.
Back in with Lusher, we've got the 6 bruisers, so pretty resilient frontline. Backline itemization, it's looking okay for the time being. Lusher's in a decent spot heading to stage 4. See if he can keep hold of this money because it's looking right now, things are developing okay, but he's not the only one going down the country line of play at the moment. Double 61, who's currently on top, is also running these units, at least however temporarily that might be.
I don't know about you guys, but if you look on the right side of your screen, you're seeing the HP totals, and I'm really worried about Bensec. I know we're close to the big cash out, but being on 24 HP as we are moving to Wolves has to be a scary situation with how this lobby tempo is pacing out on the Wandering Trainers.
And Tatek on the opposite side, still level 6, Seraphine headliner, Seraphine on the bench as well, so potentially just going to angle towards Seraphine reroll for this game, and he's so healthy while doing so. 91 HP for him in this process, and now Lusher has to decide, does he want to carry this Urgot for a bit? Does he want to keep rolling for a country? Urgot or Samira instead has 50 gold to work with, which is not a terrible amount, but if he thinks he's strong enough with 6 bruiser or 4 bruiser in this case, he could just try and hold out for stage 4.
Just to touch back on Bensec, in a more sort of theoretical sense, you can see the loss streak there is pretty enormous, so the gold in pocket is not. One thing I'm kind of worried about longer term is, while the itemization, while the cash out here is going to be really good, ultimately, I don't know if Bensec's going to be able to swing every single matchup just on pure cash out strength, because there's still some matchups that are going to be very, very bad, even if you've got, the best itemized frontline and backline.
The hidden 3-item bench core key is the most dangerous. Just holding items for now, waiting for this cash out to actually happen. He can't put these items onto any of the units. I imagine it will be an attempt at a huge Yone 3 roll down after this last cash out.
Yeah, and we will see who's going to be on the other side. It is KC Double rolling around now. Some items being slammed here onto that Katarina just to make sure he's not losing too much HP. He's going to be on his last life after the next loss for sure, so then it's really going to matter. Good timing though. We're going to get the augment, so he does have a little bit of extra time if he chooses fast and can make that happen in that extra time. Here comes the loss, here comes the cash out, and we're very curious on how that's all going to play out with the APM.
APM check coming through. Pick your augment quickly. You're going to be rolling a lot. Maybe return on investment could be a viable option, but Healing Orb looks like a better one. Or Combat Caster, both augments that could help Yone do his thing. If we're even sticking to Yone, it's going to be a level 7 roll down here.
He's gone. Yone is no more. We're picking up whatever we can find as we are moving through, finding some big shot, which could be interesting. Does have the Jhin. In goes the rapid fire Caitlyn here as well. Items are AD heavy, AD centric. Also has the blue blessing here on the Ezreal, which is good. And trying to make everything come together. The big question is, Panda, is that good enough?
I was anticipating Yone because it's just so much easier to roll down and just hit your board. With this board right now, it's a Jhin 1 with no items. It's an Ezreal 1 with Radiant Blue Blessing. Yes, you have to slam this IE on him as well. This is going to be tough, and faces off against Taydak, one of the healthier players in the lobby, who has just hit
Seraphine.
His 3-star Seraphine. You can just clump right into that back line, maybe delete these AD carries before they can actually deal their damage.
Yeah, that's looking absolutely brutal. As I was saying, it's still going to be hard to turn some of these matchups. At least this one is good enough, but Bensac really feels like he's playing with borrowed time here. It's such a risk to take. We do know this is a lobby where our players need desperately to get that big win, but this is almost the biggest risk you could take.
Yeah, I'm really worried about this one. I'm not going to lie. I felt like this should have been a little bit stronger, at least have a secondary carry on 2-star. You're getting a lot of Caitlyn. If Caitlyn 3 is your forte, maybe that's going to come around. But really, we're, like you said, working on borrowed time. There is no money to make anything happen. Looking at the set 3 as an option, sells that off as well. Does keep going here to try and make anything happen with the front line, while other players like Lusher are finding their units. The EMEA 3 online has the 5 country, has the extra crash test dummies. They're just jumping about, and for Bensac, every single round is going to be scary with how he's meeting players that have just hit their boards, that have just hit their upgrades. He's praying that that Ezreal is going to come clutch and get a good ult off that the Caitlyn can then finish off.
Samira's still alive despite that Ezreal attack there, and the Caitlyn with QSS dodges the CC from the Thresh, able to win this fight unless the Hecarim does some crazy stuff here, but not the case.
All right, that's the state of execution. We can see just above on the HP totals, Lusher and Mr. Marshall with Robin Food not too far away. So for Bensac, not ending in the bottom 4 is still very much on the cards if the future rounds go as well as that one did, but still, though, climbing through the amount of HP left in lobby with particularly double 61 at the top of the heap, over 100 HP thanks to that Tiny Titans, and still in first place. Those first 2 spots are really what you're aiming for.
Yeah, and just not quickly noting on Bensac, I feel like as soon as he does find that secondary carry on 2-star, the Ezreal, he should be much more stable, same as that Zac. Once he has those upgrades, the board might actually come together pretty nicely with the Wandering Trainer that he was given. But if we're looking at the standings once again, Mr. Marshall in here has the 5 Superfan, has the 4 emo. We called this one out, Panda, you're grinning, but I don't really see it happening. It's not coming together as nicely as I was hoping for.
My guess was that Marshall might sell the Annie and try and find an emo Vex to go for 6 emo. So I was only half right in my mind. He did go for the Vex as a headliner instead because he was so late to that Annie, it looked like in stage 2. But Executioner, Vex, instead going to stick to just the 4 emo. 5 Superfan in this case, though. So you have the Radiant Guard Breaker. If you get a good ult into a big frontline clump, this could be devastating, but still only a 2-item Vex and still not a Vex 3 as well.
Yeah, talking about players who are running out of room bit here. Mr. Marshall with the loss streak has no money left at all. Still got the emo units on the bench to maybe switch things around, but Lusher's board has been coming together very nicely. The 3 as a crowd means that this is a beefier board than it would be otherwise by a considerable margin, meaning that Samira gets all the time in the world to unleash her massive damage.
And for Mr. Marshall, that means yet another loss. We are getting closer to Raptors. You might not make it there, so really, what can you hope for? Maybe the Poppy 2 coming around? Is that enough to stop the bleeding? I'm not so sure about it. Of course, the Vex would be big, but 2 copies is a lot when the shop is just not working in your favor, and he's hoping that now the positioning is going to make it. I think you have to slam the duplicator on the Poppy. Is not doing that, goes instead for selling her off.
He needs the 3-item Mumu. This is the start of a very Exodia board if he's able to hit everything, because there's the synergy between that Vex healing on the Gunblade and just a Mumu just continue to tank while continuing to cast his ult thanks to the emotional connection and the 4 emo. But again, needs the Vex 3, needs a 3rd item on the Vex, and needs the Mumu to be 3-star as well, which is just so far away from happening.
Matchup is good though. This might be a chance.
Yeah, well, we get to see a little taste of what Double's been handing out to Lobby for quite a while here. The 3-item Twist of Fate is looking real good indeed. And I think for everybody else, it's been such a confusing lobby to play and get the most out of that. I think Double just having the line in on the the most popular comp of the competition in Disco from the beginning of the game has been such a big advantage that the other players are going to find it very hard to overcome.
So he does hang on. I was hoping that the matchup would be a little bit easier just looking at the TF1, but that Sec did so much in that front line, all of those stuns. If you don't have a lot of units on your field, then they are going to hurt even more. Checking back in with Lusher, who's currently middle of the field, 2 wins in. On the back of the Samira is looking for a 3rd item on her to really find that extra damage.
All right, checking in our econ, we can see the bottom of the field is looking pretty sparse in the gold stakes. At least Bensack and Mr. Marshall have got a little bit of the streaks going there, but their HP totals are pretty much out entirely. So if they don't turn those around immediately, they're just going to get knocked out of the game, and any chance of seeing day 3 will be gone entirely.
Oh, we're starting to build now. Finally, the Vex 3 with 3 items. A Mumu not 3-star yet, but I promise to you, if this gets going, it will be very interesting. Against boards that don't have enough single target DPS, they just can continue healing themselves with Redemption with the Gunblades and have just Vex every cast, heal everything back up to full, and continue that cycle as the fight goes on. But again, it all depends on not having bursty DPS from the opponent.
Yeah, and a bursty DPS is that Akali, who's making her way towards the Vex. Now, like you said, with the sustain that's built on her, she can keep herself alive for a little while.
Look at her go, look at her go.
To deal damage.
Keep healing
once
Vex.
again, the Karthus with the Akali are doing so much
you got
to
this,
her.
Vex.
She is getting lower and lower. Refuses to fall. Will eventually do just that. The duplicator, too little too late. Mr. Marshall getting knocked out here, Nathan, and Wandering Trainer Portal. These players are playing for everything, and who wants to go high sometimes falls pretty steeply.
My respect to Mr. Marshall. I think the theory crafting that he did midway through this game, adapting to the dummy, I think was excellent. The way he tried to make that work. Unfortunately, just hit too late. And again, the Akali somehow dodged that Vex ult that should have killed her and ended up winning the fight instead.
Well, this is the thing we were talking about, though, where we've got people playing really on the edge of the knife, is you're going to run into matchups where your composition just doesn't work the way it's supposed to. And that's why I'm so afraid for these players on the low HP like Tiaan here, that eventually you're just going to run up against something you can't overcome. Like, for example, the Seraphim comp specifically designed to beat your Disco comp that's supposed to be clumping up.
It's just so good against those clumps, and you can see it here between Tiaan and Tydak. Tydak has enough HP to hang on, so really is not too worried about that loss. But the big storyline for me is Bensack in this lobby, playing so close to the edge with a cash out not really coming together the way you would have wanted, doesn't even find the units he needed, does not have the Ezreal 2 yet, does not have the Akali 2, doesn't have the Alawi 2, not even an Echo 2. There's so much potential on this board still, and we have 6 wins. This is something you have to respect.
I like as well seeing the heart still being added back into this competition, because Bensack obviously has it in mind that either he's going to go from here onto an amazing streak and come back into the game, or he's going to go down in flames. These are the only 2 scenarios he's willing to consider at this point. And if he's going to come out and get a top finish, he needs more resources, and he gets that from Heartsteel.
Going to be seeing if he can continue this amazing streak that he has built out, but it's looking to be just like that. Fully itemized Ezreal, fully itemized Caitlyn, doing their worst, and the Jhin is supporting as well. This is a little bit of a quadruple carry situation for Bensack, and for Tiaan, the air is starting to get thin with the 6 discos here. Does have the Twisted Fate too, but doesn't really have anything else that works in his favor against these comps here.
The Sona here could be very interesting for any of our Disco players trying to continue capping their board. For Double especially, who was already on his way to 9, with Tiny was finding a way to stabilize very early on with that Zac with Diamond Hands. And again, once these other Disco players dies, he can then start looking for that Ziggs, that Sona, that Alawi to try and just win this lobby outright.
Taydak just trying to taunt Double there by dancing next to the Sona for as long as possible. But I think Double, however it plays out, came out of that one pretty darn well. He's still on an enormous amount of HP. He's got a lot of gold left in the bank as well, as does Taydak, to be fair. But the rest of the lobby, they've had to spend everything just to try and stay up.
And something in this carousel here that was really cool is Benzak actually finding that Ezreal 2 on the back of the carousel, coming back to his board now with the upgraded Ezreal. That should do him a lot of good. Also found an Archangel, which right now is being carried by an Echo. Not something you see a whole lot, but he wasn't the only one to hit those upgrades. On the other side of the board, I believe that was Lusher coming around. He just found the Karthus too. So really, the lobby is scaling up in tempo. There's more and more damage coming around, and it's about whether or not Tiaan can actually survive this fight against Double.
The DPS race, we've got almost identical boards on both sides, but this time I think Tiaan is going to get away with it. One Twist of Fate dies while the other moves forward and clears the board. We've got Robin Hood out, we've got Mr. Marshall out. Benzak takes the L.
Is he still alive? Are we on 1 HP? We are.
Apparently.
Hang on here. That must have been such a close fight between the two of them. Imagine he wouldn't have gotten the Ezreal too. But now, of course, you can feel the thunder. You need to make something happen to make sure you somehow claw your way into the top places, and the lobby is so close. Taydak on 15, Lusher on 12, Tiaan on 4, and Benzak on 1. Every single loss could be their last one.
Here's the doubles rolling or not, or waiting for Tiaan to die to then have all those Disco units come back into the pool. But we're going to see Tiaan fighting for his life. Is TF going to try his best to dodge the Ezreal ult, but if he goes through that entire frontline clump, his Disco clump might be in big trouble.
Oh boy, waiting to see where the shot lands. No, it goes wide.
Oh, somebody is going to die here. Can Caitlyn hang on? The Twisted Fate will fall. And with that, does Tiaan. Taydak also taken a loss here, it seems like. We're going to be seeing how the last game plays out. Akali against those beefy boys will have an easy time. Lots of healing on her. And that will be one more bonk delivered to Lusher. Taydak and Tiaan out in 6th and 5th.
I mentioned before, this is very far down the tournament for these players who are coming in the bottom 4. Pretty much their GSC 1 story is going to be over as of this result. I think there's going to be a lot of people who are very relieved to see Double 61 after having such a rough start to the competition, coming through and providing a dominating performance here.
And Double perfectly played, 40 gold to work with, had enough HP to say, hey, I'm going to sack these fights in stage 5, wait for Tiaan to die, and then have a massive roll down on level 9. 50 gold to work with, hoping to find the Ziggs 2, the TF2 most importantly, and maybe the Sona and the Lowy as well to add onto his board, while maybe potentially still keeping this Kiana because he has that crowd diver on this dummy. So as I mentioned very early in stage 2, I think this was the clear angle for Double, the one player that had the most linear game to play with the dummy he was given at the very start.
And not only Casey Double 61, but also Zologazang up there just somehow cruising through the game. We haven't been talking about him all too much because he's just been sitting comfortably in the upper echelon, but now he is going to go up against Benzak, the pentakill board, trying to do their worst against the snipers in the backline there. The Caitlyn already has the Akali taken down, and that's a huge hit. If they can now find the Karthus, they're going to be fine, and Zologazang will take a loss here. Benzak hanging on. Can Lusher do the same?
Oh, it's going so close. But I think they have it just... No, it's not!
Wow.
That's brutal.
And the bar just barely survives, cleans up house, says, I know TF is the star of the show. I know I'm just, on the side, not even getting a disco buff, but don't worry, Double. I got you, buddy.
Wow.
This is not a situation that anybody wants to be in, though. You're at the elimination point in the tournament. You don't expect to be in the lobby with a former world champion, multi-time regional champion, and be fighting for your life against one of the best TFT players that we've got to show for ourselves here in EMEA.
Now, the big question is, how much longer can Bensec really go? He is once again winning, but is that going to continue? Zolgazang on the other side, it is an Akali board once more. Getting the Wandering Trainer in the background there is definitely good positioning, making sure the Caitlyn stays protected, but not for long. The Karthus did find her. It's not going to be bad, though. The Ezreal is clutching it out. The Blue Blessing coming together with the true damage Akali, and now Zolgazang is starting to look like he might go out in third here.
And the Blue Blessing, as you mentioned, Megs, I think is the most important thing to talk about off of that cash out, and so it's really elevating Ezreal to that next level. Because he normally gets a takedown just from his auto attacks before the third ult comes through, the timing works out perfectly with a 20% damage buff that the Radiant Blessing gives to the Ezreal. So it's really just, I think, the cornerstone part of where the success is coming from for Bensec in this current game.
I mean, for double 60, what does he mention? The traded emblems working out very well. We've got a board here against some admittedly very strong other boards from Solo and Bensec that are very, very good, but Double can still get stronger here. We've still got some upgrades waiting to come out. Double still holding on to 50 gold in the bank as well, so he's definitely not feeling the pressure, while the other two remaining players absolutely are.
And on the left-hand side, you're seeing Zolgazang go up against the copy of KC. Double does find the win here. On the other side, we did see Bensec find a win against the actual KC Double board. But here we are in the carousel, and finally they do come around. The emblems, Bensec does not want one, but Zolgazang picking up the KDA emblem.
And for Double now, despite seeming like the weakest player currently in the lobby, he has so much HP still to work with, can potentially just bleed out into a second. Bensec looking like the player that could leapfrog his way back up the standings. He was looking to be in such a dire situation after that cash out in stage 4. He's managed to survive all of this time on a singular life, even holding on to 12 HP while still having 2 Caitlyn's on his bench and not finding the Ezreal 2. The peace of mind, the calm, cool, collected demeanor to make it this far.
It's really strange to think of how much a difference one round could have made. Just taking a loss by a single extra unit could have meant that Bensec would have not made it remotely this far. Instead, in a position to leap back into the competition. Double up against Solo. We've got the KDA emblem in place. There is an injection of power for Solo to push this board a little bit further.
It is, but on the other side, we know that Bensec is also fighting one of the boards, and not only Solo is on his last life. Solo not going to be an issue, finds another win, and so does Bensec. Everybody hanging on as we move closer and closer to the dragon. I don't think the matchmaking can continue to shake out the way that it does right now. I'm still wondering what the one unit loss looked like against Bensec, because we didn't see it, but it was the only loss he got after getting that cash out. So really, I'm so intrigued.
And Double hit too big of a loss in that last fight. He's now potentially on 1 life in stage 6, considering how bad the losses have been in the last 2 fights. We'll see if he can survive to actually go 10 in stage 7 and try and actually win the game.
Bensec is going to go up against Zolgazang here. One is going to get knocked out. They cannot both make it out of there. Double has the copy, and who is it going to be, Peter?
Oh my gosh, as you said, they've been ducking this matchup for a while somehow, but we are starting to see things fall to pieces. I think that Caitlyn has been putting absolute work out of the clutch at Carly. Bensec was doing so well, but it will not be a 2 Frenchman top 2. Zolgazang still has the chance to take away that top spot and get the most points in the lobby.
That Akali is a secret assassin for Zolgazang. She's doing so much heavy lifting in this board. It's crazy with the extra superfan item. Going seeing Drake. Any last upgrades? And you can see that Double is on a lot of money here.
Maybe level 10, the roll down to come in shortly. Gonna have to hope for the Stormy to come in. The Ziggs 2, that's the big upgrade he needed. He has a Illaoi 2, hopefully, for the tentacles to be able to tank as much damage from the Karthus and the Akali and for them to come up as often as possible, allowing to stay alive to get them back onto the board as the fight goes on.
Do wonder if Double was hoping to have a little bit more HP when this all happened. We do have the 2-star Alawi on the plate, but it's not going to be substituted for the Twisted Fate at this point. A small upgrade coming in, so the big difference here, I have to think, is getting that Ziggs up to 2-star. Solo, double, face-to-face for the last time in this game.
Last time indeed, somebody is going to get knocked out here. The Akali is getting stuck on the sides. Twisted Fate and Ziggs in the background are able to free cast, but the Karthus has something to say
wait,
about
go Blitz,
that.
go.
We'll make sure it process. Blitzcrank trying to heal himself, but I don't think it's enough against the double trouble comp that Solo Design has put together. And with that, he establishes himself with a first place out of this lobby of death.
That could be the difference maker here. Remember, these are the players at the bottom of the tournament right now. They are fighting tooth and nail for every point to get back across that midway line. And what a heartbreak it would be for Double if he ends this day 1 point short.
I think Double played that game perfectly despite the second place here. I think he went for the out that he had, was going 10, trying to really cap out his board higher than his opponents. We saw him just barely losing in the end, so maybe an Alawi 2 off that level 10 roll down. A little bit more luck on that roll down could have changed the outcome of that last fight. But what an interesting game, and maybe also a game that sets an example for why not to pick Wandering Trainers. So many players were doomed from the get-go. Stage 2, terrible synergies between most of the dummies.
Yeah, I mean, it really goes to show that if you play risky, sometimes it might not go your way. We're going to hear from our analyst desk to break down this crazy, crazy game after a short break, and then we're back with game number 4, so don't go anywhere.
So I'm Tiaan. I frequently go by Tiaan TFT. I'm 24 years old and I'm a South African TFT player. I've been playing since set 1 and I consider myself quite a veteran in the scene, but I'm still here to make big things happen. So far it actually is my favorite set in a while, probably since like set 4. The headliner mechanic, I feel there's still some drawback to it, but it does bring some interesting things into the game. And I feel like set 10 as a whole, there's so many different mechanics brought together through the previous sets that it's extremely complicated. I feel like it's going to take thousands of games for a player to be like absolutely perfect at the set. So I feel like this set, there's always room to improve, and that's what's exciting me. I do feel like ladder is the most consistent way to bring the highest skill players into the tournament. So I do agree that they should be given more spots. Usually I keep myself calm before the tournament, and then I usually go on stream and I play one ranked game just to get the nerves off. Just no matter if I go first or 8th, it doesn't really matter to me as long as I warm up my hands. I don't think I have any like strange rituals before the tournament. Just, you know, trying my best to relax, keep my anxiety down and do my best. Yeah, I have a lot of shout outs to give because I feel like throughout the past sets, there's been so many players that have helped me. I have to start with my family, who's actually watches my streams sometimes, which is crazy, and they've always supported me. My amazing fiance, who I don't know what I would do without. And then the many players I've met over the years, and a certain unnamed Discord study group. Really appreciate you guys, you know you are. And yeah, thank you all for your support.
You know, I was a little bit worried my first show in a while. I was like, oh no, if I'm on analyst desk, will I have enough to say? Luckily, we got a game that kind of has too much to say, if anything. So let's start breaking it down with that wandering trainer that started us off and led to some interesting compositions through the early mid game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we just saw, like, generally speaking, like, there's some people had something they could play around, some people chose to kind of opt against that. We do have our end-game screen, as you can see here. So look at Sang and say, you know what, I'm going to take that Silver Spoon, try to play heavy tempo. You know, you had double 61 going for that tiny Titan. So, you know what, I'm just going to kind of rise above the madness for a bit, then kind of just take my time, pivot back into a board, and kind of make use of the dominant you had with the Disco, with that Hyper Pop, with that Lulu, with that Six, and that really great play for the two most storied players in EMEA TFT history, Matt.
Yeah, no, it was an incredible game to watch, and I think what was interesting to me, I want to start with Enzosx's composition and work up to the gamers that we know, because he was struggling so much in that early game, was down to double-digit HP, pretty low, like 12 or something like that. Found what I didn't think would be enough, but apparently Caitlyn 2 is the MVP of the entirety of TFT, because off just that red buff, IE, and Quicksilver, she was able to wipe out so many teams for Enzosx, so many backlines, that he was able to make it into the later stages of the game and get that Ezreal online as well. He lived forever off that cash out.
Yes, and it's worth noting as well, right? He was able to keep that 5 heart steal in for a long time, even go towards the 3 heart steal as well, because he had that heart steal emblem on that dummy there. And for a while, it quite looked like me and Aram being unable to get the heart steal stacks, but he finally did come online somewhat towards the middle of stage 2 and got those into the mix. And again, a lot of people are talking about, okay, we're just going to go for the Yone roll down. Meanwhile, Enzosx had completely utter Giga Chat plans, just saying, you know what, I'm going to send it full on AD transition. Was a great way to see this here, man. That blue blessing really was like the big kicker as well.
Yeah, the biggest thing I have in my notes, I put it in extra font, bold, and underline, was that Kate 2 deserves a raise, because she just did so much for that team. And another unit that deserves a raise is Solo Gasong's Akali. Double Hodge Infinity Edge. The amount of times that his round was saved by that iframe, almost uncountable. She was putting in so much work for him.
Yeah, this is kind of like the old school type of Akali Kafka sport, right? You even have like the Ari in there as well. It's very heavy on that KDA with the help of that dummy as well, right? Found that emblem on the carousels on top of that to kind of keep that going. And you have that double hand of justice superfan Akali in the mix with that IE for the maximum damage output. None of that red buff nonsense we were seeing so much of, which I think people will still agree is kind of just the best slot for the Akali, which just spreads it so effectively, but just went for that super heavy burst game plan that we saw from the Akali Kafis line here. Well played from Solo Gazang.
Incredible game from Solo, like you said, double 61 as well, having a great finish. So we're going to be seeing them float towards the top of the standings, but we didn't get to see all the lobbies, so let's see how the rest of the standings played out.
Down towards the bottom here, Mr. Marshall and Robin Food, the Romanian contingent here, alongside Gong as well. Gong had a good start to the day, but not necessarily the greatest here. Again, keep in mind, guys, that the magic number we're going to be looking for here is going to be 27-28. So all of us here still have a shot, but it has to have some absolutely ridiculous way to end the day here. Ilya kind of falling a little bit behind here now, going into a 7th, tried to play Senna Reroll, I believe, right? So at 13 points, though, needs to find at least 14-15 points. Should be doable here now. Is the players that can kind of not really take their foot off the gas, Matt, but kind of just know what they have to do to achieve day 3.
Yeah, I'm looking at Wetjungler as well, as that's one of the players that I was most high on coming into this game. Diga Sparta doing incredibly well. We've seen him in previous tournaments. I remember Super Brawl, he really impressed me. And Raptor had a really fun game yesterday. So we're seeing a lot of new names at the top. And the broadcast team and our production chat are noting that they have cursed every single player that they talked about today.
Yeah, and I have not. Rebanav was like, again,
I'm feeling pretty good too. Like I'm feeling like I did all right.
So like that top 3 of players right now in the standings are just super interesting in terms of like overall like state of EMEA TFT, right? Because you have someone like Womandeath that we saw be part of that Super Bowl winning French team last set. Very strong performance in the domestic Hex League scene before went over to becoming the Hex Tour, and now coming in, hitting this GSC with absolute vengeance. And same thing goes on like Diga Sparta, made 2-day freeze in GSCs last year. He's looking like he's going to start the season off with a bang.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this. One of the things that I wanted to talk about briefly was the amount of names that we're seeing that have experience in Rising Legends has finally tipped over the amount of newer players. For a while, it was about 50-50, but we have all of these names that we've recognized, and the scene is starting to crystallize, and that is so exciting for me. And we're going to send it off to game number 4 with our casters, Counterfeit, Impetuous Panda, and Makes. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much. Now, the big question that's kind of in the room is, will we see another wandering trainer, another loot subscription, anything to that extent? Or can we maybe get a game where it's just nice and easy component anvils? Panda, give it to me, predict something, try to use your caster blessing for good for once as we are looking at lobby 1.
Lobby we're going into is a lobby of the current leaders, so these guys have already high rolls. They can't pick Wandering Trainer or else everything will go wrong. That's simply how TFT works, of course. But in this case, I think it's a very fun lobby to get into. It's mostly EU West dominant, but Raptor fighting for the pride of EUNE, as well as Venry fighting to defend the Turkish ladder's honor. And it's just gonna be a great matchup with, again, the mix of veterans and newcomers.
I think we see a very different match here, going to lobby 1 from being in lobby 8. These players, they've already proven themselves in the game so far. Ultimately, there isn't a specific reward for coming in first out of today. You're just, your limit testing here is showing exactly what you can do. Apparently, though, this lobby is happy enough to take a training dummy, and that's it's something of a throwback to our previous lobby.
It's the pre-evolution of the Wandering Trainer.
Yeah, but it's the one I think we all prefer. Something also prefers this lovely intro as we are hopping on board with Raptor. Now, we were talking a little bit about a Raptor yesterday already. This is a player that is very familiar with specifically the international scene, super engaged with all of TFT across the board. And I'm so happy to see the success finally kick in as well.
I'm really hoping we can see more impressive stuff out of him. I mean, looking across the rest of the lobby as well, we've got so many players here who are recognizable from so many things before.
Particularly and say, Raptor did send me a screenshot of his game 1 result, and he was playing Annie reroll. It did really work out for him, it seemed like. So maybe, again, when you have a good results with a specific comp in TFT, at least in my case, I just start seeing it all the time and forcing it in my next few games until I see that it's actually not that good. But a similar thing could be happening here to Raptor. If he finds an Annie headliner, he could try and commit to this.
He absolutely could. We're going to be seeing whether or not it is going to be the case as players are finding their first couple of units. I'm a little bit sussy of what's going on for Rebenov because I am seeing with my 2 little eyes that there might be a Yasuo on the board that we are thinking about. But of course, right now it's no headliner, it's just 2 copies.
So this was a discussion we were having about the Yasuo line before, and I think David may well have brought it up before as well, is that if you're going to have to use your augments to try and find the Yasuo and bring them online, I'm always a little bit worried about that you're just going to lose out on the board power. In this case, Ravenov, it's just finding a couple of them, I can't imagine would be enough, but the augments here are generic enough that a lot of different options are open.
Oh, I love the portable forge here, trying to double dip onto this very tanky Vi. Could slam at Sunfire and an Eternal Winter, and then just try and find some backline DPS. Vi was ignored as a headliner for most of this set, but I think in this patch, she is once again a very viable option.
Well, we do like a good punchline, so we'll see what it is going to be, whether or not it's the Gambler's Blade or the Eternal Winter, but like you're calling out, tankiness just goes so far in the early stages of the game. There is more options. Chuso raised the tempo, but did not get baited by it. However, also has that Vi headliner, which could be a punk composition that we're looking at here.
These players are knowers. They understand, they've seen the stats, they've seen kind of how viable Vi seems to be in this current patch, and already a few players going for this Vi headliner as a tanky option in stage 2.
There are no ends to these puns. Can we go a moratorium on Vi-related puns? Because we're going to be seeing a whole lot of Vi through this game based on what we're seeing so far. I don't know how many more I can take.
There's a few more viable ones, Peter, so I'll think of them.
Viable ones? Yeah, I got that.
Don't share the joke. That's not allowed.
Let's give our viewers some credit, Migs, at least, please. I think they can figure them out.
That after all, but
they don't need that much.
Wow.
Have our augments all across the board. I'm just trying to see if there's anything interesting, and there is. Salvi, our German representative in this first lobby here, is running a Clear Mind. Now, Clear Mind, Cluttered Mind have been really popular, just give you so much, but you can get dizzy when you're navigating them, so that is going to be something we'll have to keep in mind. When do you actually give up the Clear Mind to try and make your board come together?
I mean, the right components are definitely here for Salvi. You know, we've got the 10 gold in the bank. Clear Mind is functionally, again, giving us money in a portal which is not making up for that lack of economy currently in TFT. So I do like this start for Salvi. He's even got the units to soften or potentially soften some of these early losses as well.
And Venry looks to be dead set on playing country for this game. At least his board is screaming that he is going in that direction. We'll see what his stage 3 and 4 looks like. But with Spoils of War, if he's going all in onto this board, he could actually find quite a lot of econ to actually support finding all these 3 stars later into the game.
So you're saying he needs to find the Yi to his Ha?
Oh, Lord.
I will decline to answer that question, Mix. We went far enough with Vi, okay? Our viewers are going to leave if we keep going with this.
Day 2 of the tournament.
Well, you see what happened behind the scenes. So somebody asked me to be a little bit more unhinged, so I'm just serving that. As we are going to go into the carousel, Salvi actually making his board a lot weaker to make 20 here, keep that loss streak going, and we'll get just that as Momendeth is on a Yasuo headliner, does have the Not Today, which is a great augment to have, and we're already on a second copy of that Yasuo 2 as well.
I want to believe, but I don't know. I mean, certainly the Edge of Night is going to make up for a lot of the problems which we normally have with Yasuo. He will just charge into a backliner and die. But I don't know, David, do you feel like this is far enough along that line to make that viable?
As long as he's not rolling to 0 to find it, I think he could be in a good spot. He could pick up a sword here as well, second pick on the carousel, and a Yone no less. So if he's able to get this option, it'll be hard though, because potentially these Heartsteel units are always very attractive in the stage 2 carousel. Potable does not agree with me, goes for the Katarina instead, and Momendeth, easy route straight for the sword, which you need a lot of to build any kind of Edgelord or Yasuo reroll board.
Yeah, and that is going to be a great pickup here as well. Now, specifically with the Not Today, you will try to build it more than once to try and make the most out of this augment. So that is something we can also expect coming out of Momendeth. And I do think we might need to check in with Potable, because last time I saw his board, there was no board. There was just a wandering dummy alone without emblems or friends. So Potable definitely trying to facilitate a harder loss streak, as other players are also looking for the same.
I mean, we haven't had a chance to see Potable, but you're right, there is very little to see at this point. He's just trying to get as many losses in as possible, because he's getting 2 gold every round he does that. The thing is, he's open forting at this point in a lobby where nobody else is open forting, and we knew that coming into the tournament, as long as you're the only open forter, that is still a viable strategy.
And Raptor taking a page out of Venry's book in the last game, trying to go for that Scrappy Inventions win streak in this early game. 3 win streak for now. Are these double Titan rolls going to be enough to win this game or this round as well? We'll have to see. It's going to be a very close fight, but the Riven already onto the backline. The Dude's not quite enough, it seems like. Going to be a close one as long as this last big shot comes through. And one more fight to go. Raptor could be in a good spot if he's able to get that 5 win streak, especially the 6 win streak at 3-1 with how the streaks have changed.
Big issue is going to be when players run into each other or checking in with Potable. He's still on a pretty strong open forward, as we were calling out before. Salvi tried to do the same thing. I think realized what was going on and said, okay, I'm not going to play with you. I don't want to open forward. I want to keep my board. And now it is going to be between Venry and the Master Raptor to see if they can both come out of this due to matchmaking with 100 HP and if they're going any more aggressive to try and facilitate that.
I mean, certainly Venry's got a lot of reason to try and go half this. As mentioned before, the Spoils of War very much incentivizing getting in these early kills. Much easier to do when you're winning the rounds, of course, and getting that extra bit of gold can tip you across the threshold into more gold going into the PvE rounds. Looking like this one will be pretty straightforward, though. Demacian Raptor's round still to finish out to see if he'll keep the streak as well.
Does not, unfortunately, takes a loss at the very end there. So going to be a 4 streak for Raptor, a 5 streak for Venry. Once again, we saw it in a previous game today on broadcast as well. And again, angling for that country reroll with Spoils of War with a 5 streak. Everything looking good for Venry right now, as long as he gets a few more swords and crit gloves for that Samira.
Now the question is, Potibol also needs to defeat Crux, right? So if you don't have a board, that's going to be very hard, which is why we're now trying to assemble one, trying to make sure that we're strong enough to take it out with the Crux. The dummy is going to help here in tanking some of that damage, and I think this is looking good enough to do just that and be safe on Econ as well. Really good for him to stay above 50 here.
My heart stopped for a second there. I was like, wait a second, did I forget that we were on the Crab Brave board? But no, okay, just the regular kind of Krugs. There's, there's only a few very special players who have struggled with that historically in Rising Legends, so we're okay.
Chuso.
Well, unfortunately, this board right now is not really a board, kind of a disco board that gives you a trait you want for the late game. It's more of a stage 2 board. I don't think Chuso's committing to Punk in any way, really, or any kind of Mosher board with Jax, for example, with this Crown Guard. So going to be tough to take this tome out right now, unless he wants to go full Gambit mode and just pop it and adapt to what he's given.
Yeah, it's not going to use that for now, but somebody that has found the upgrades is Vomendeth. Now with the Bloodthirster and the Edge of Night onto the Yasuo is going to get a little bit more healing and sustain out of the Yasuo, but of course you really do want that IE to try and get the extra damage out of that Yasuo. Not today helping, and he will find his way through the boards and do exactly what the Yasuo headliner carry should be doing, which is streaking early on, and that is something we need to pay in mind, that Vomendeth now needs to keep this streak going to actually capitalize onto the strength of something like a 1-cost reroll here.
So for anyone who hasn't been going into Yasuo recently, buffed from 1 AD per kill to 1.5, so absolutely huge. As I'm trying to remember if the Yasuo had the Quicksilver on already. No, he doesn't. So a Silver Veil would be a pretty decent setup here to try and avoid getting slowed down by CC at the beginning of the round.
And just a much better spot overall. Everything is looking infinitely better than what we saw earlier in broadcast in that game 3 with Yogg. We see here the Yasuo has already been hit. We're still at level 5 with 40 gold to work with. Edgelord is online in stage 3 and not stage 4, for example. So a much better spot to finally get a real idea of if Yasuo finds a place in this current meta.
And Chuso saying, I can't really sit on this tome. I will try to use it for tempo. Does find the true damage emblem and is going to go with it here from the tome he got out of the PvE round. Is also holding on to Jonas, though. So maybe already a sign of direction of where we want to go with this true damage.
All right, well, it's trying to change direction very abruptly towards the tail end there, but I do like that from Juice's side of things. He's managed to keep up some pretty good momentum. He's got the young, wild, and free as well, so he definitely wants to be staying towards the top of the table. And, as much as I was maybe a little bit skeptical of how good this Vi headliner would be through the early game, it's worked incredibly well for Juice just to put together a board of just generally strong units.
And I really love what Chuso's doing here. I was surprised by the true damage emblem pickup because it's not really considered as strong as it was last patch. It's much harder to navigate. Caitlyn doesn't really stabilize you as she did in the past, but because he has young, wild, and free, if he's able to get another true damage or another spatula on this next carousel, for example, he opens up the possibility of a 9 true damage capped board being a viable win condition for the lobby outright. So I think this might be where Chuso's headspace is right now after the pickup.
And speaking of headspace, I feel like Venry needs to be somebody that we command here. We were talking about the scrappy inventions in an earlier analyst desk being a really, really good augment choice. The way he played it, we're going to see something similar here. Being able to get that win streak up and going with these augments is just going to give you so much more value out of them. Can stay above 50 econ and then capitalize on that, make it back into a strong comp. In comes the Hecarim, and he is going to try and keep that streak going. Riven on the other side is only Riven 1, so eventually she is going to fall here, and Venry can continue to run away with this extra gold.
I do like this here. We've got a very good setup. We've got a massive amount of gold in. We're very close to level 7 as well, where we can start putting some serious money into re-rolling as well.
No spatula.
Venry's in a great spot.
Chuso running wild and free with his augment pickup, but no spatula to be found. I think that was his game plan. He seemed stunned, confused, lost a little bit, not really making they even paused the game to help him out. He was so confused. The admin is like, all right, Chuso, we got you.
I need to speak to an admin right now.
More dog.
Remake! No, of course not. Of course not. We're going to be seeing what the reason for this break is in just a little bit. I'm sure a game is going to continue in a couple of seconds, but it allows us to take a look at the overall standings. And if you're looking at HP totals, as I always am, starting to get worried for Salvi down there. On a similar line to many we've seen before, seems to want to play the Seraphine reroll. And I don't know if the HP that we're working with is enough to make that dream come alive.
These are the pitfalls of two players essentially open forwarding in stage 2 without facing each other, because both are trying to make themselves as weak as possible for the option of facing each other and trying to maintain that loss streak. It ends up with both players at 65 HP at the end of stage 2, which is not where you want to be. We're seeing now all the way down to 40.
Yeah, Diggerspada also has, well, so both Salvi and Diggerspada, who both have maybe a little bit less HP, Salvi in particular, both of them have Seraphines right now, so I'm hoping at least one of them is going to take a dive off into the Disco line instead with similar itemization. I mean, so far, we haven't really been seeing the Disco path being pursued by nearly anybody in this lobby, so it's still possible Salvi can find an out, as long as he doesn't get too clobbered too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, with 8 losses, you are getting clobbered, right? That's by chance the definition of what's going on, and Mendes might just do the same thing again. It's all about that positioning on the Yasuo. He does find his way towards the backline, does not get distraught by the Nami because of the Silver Whale that you were talking about earlier on. Such a good augment for this, but now he will get lifted eventually as that Veil runs out. And Salvi able to break the curse to get that win in, and now needs to make sure that this keeps on happening. He cannot be losing much more with the HP that we're on currently. He needs to somehow strengthen his board.
And while that strengthening is happening, I believe Salvi has managed to find some extra units in the intervening time to build up the power. You can see that the rest of the lobby is hitting ahead of steam as well. Second with Diggerspada as well. We said that we were seeing the contest there, but everybody is contesting with Venry, who still has been unable to find a single loss so far. Maximum payout from the Spoils of War. I love the healing orbs as well. Such a great way to just bring power into the board. And an early Kiana as well to make this an even more oppressive domination of the lobby.
And finds the Akali as well to slot in for both the true damage and the executioner. So really, snowballing is the name of the game for Venry, both with his augment, the units he's found so early on, a stage 3 Kiana, and hopefully he finds the country headliner to make this just a menacing board in stage 4 as well.
Yeah, I think the Akali is nice and good, but having that Kiana really is so good. You're getting all that extra item value, has slammed the component to get the blinked out version, and there's just so many tanks items that are being spread, but it's not enough. He will lose this round against the Seraphine from Diggerspada eventually when Samira is not enough.
It's a testament to how good the Seraphine board is that when you got 3 separate free items in that round, it still didn't work out. I think the big hole for Venry at the moment is that the backline Samira isn't quite there as of yet.
We just saw some interesting moves on Venry. We'll see if we can check back in, moving in the emos to try and get a little bit more mana. Is that
already fine? The country Samira on the roll down. We've missed a little bit, but he only rolled, it looks like 10 gold and already found the upgrade he needed. I'm assuming he's going to continue rolling above 7 here at the start of this stage 4, just try and 2-star everything, and then slowly coast with his HP all the way through stage 4, have a more massive roll down at the end, entering stage 5 to just try and guarantee the top 4. Maybe the win if he gets the right augment at 4-2.
Finding that Thresh, though, is absolutely clutch. I mean, you know, unlike other kind of setups here, the Spoils of War just being the economy augment for Venry means anytime he can push the power of his board and get wins in, he's getting a gold injection. He can dip in and out of that throughout the game. He just hasn't had to so far.
And he is getting more and more units here, but sadly not that Samira 3. That really would have been nice, close to that Thresh 2. Now, we quickly hopped over in between these rolls to check out Chuso's board, because Panda, you were talking about it, you were hoping for it. We had a game pause, which probably wasn't related to that, but we're trying to spin the narrative our way. He found a spatula and he made a true damage emblem, which means that Chuso is now on 2 true damage emblems, and that could be one very scary board that's coming for the rest of the lobby.
And it goes to show the level of play these players, or the level of just, the mindset of these players at this high level, because they're thinking of things way further behind in time. When he was given the tome, he's given the options to go for. He knew that if he found 2 emblems with Wetjungler free, he would be able to actually have a capped 9 true damage board, which could be a viable board to play in this meta. And that's going to be the option here. Caitlyn already found as well. Needs a headliner still in the process, but if he's able to stabilize in this stage 4, he could be winning this lobby outright.
Definitely memories of Vegas here, seeing that true damage emblem coming out on the Caitlyn again was absolutely ripping it through that event. We'll see if it's as good as it used to be without that bling bonus, a little bit less damage in place. We know that Caitlyn's is still a very, very good unit even by herself. And with 6 true damage to play with right now, I think she's still going to be able to get some kills along with that Viego.
Isn't able to pick up that orb back there because there's too many components on his bench. Is now not going to get it for now, but does get some of these items slammed. The Viego, now fully itemized, is going to dive in and try to take out the Ahri on Salvi Sport. You were talking about this earlier on, I believe, Peter, saying that they cannot both be playing that Seraphine. Somebody needs to find an out, and the out for Salvi seems to be that Ahri, and it is working, finding him yet another win, hanging in there.
And Virtuoso, if that orb was picked up, he might have actually won this fight with 3 components left to still slam, ideally hoping for potentially a Runons onto that Caitlyn alongside the red buff.
Oh boy, Rebenav there going down the AD line. Things are still a little bit shaky. Has managed to hold on. We're keeping an eye out for them longer term. There was a Bard upgraded there, so maybe we're seeing something in the more of the Jazz direction. We certainly got some pretty solid items here to build out this board. We do find a very early Lucian.
This is a sad roll down. Having to commit to the Zed instead. Just cannot find anything for this AD flex roll down.
Yeah, this one hurts. The issue with that is that there's several boards that are already on that line, right? We know from Chuso he is playing that Viego headliner. He is playing that 80 flex with the true damage. We also know that Patibol is on the Pentacle line with the Viego as well. So there's just not a whole lot of these to go around. And so you need to find the Ezreal. If that doesn't come, then you're in the trenches, and it seems to be happening just like that. But the lobby is going to move into one more carousel as the Yasuo deals the last bit of damage to Venri. We're finally seeing this Yasuo reroll in his best form, but what we're not seeing is another spatula.
We've been denied so many times, but got some interesting options here. Rebenav able to scoot all the way around and grab hold of that Alawi. We've got a lobby where the HP totals are incredibly tight towards, from 5th place all the way down to the current 8th place. So just finding a good unit, the correct item here, could propel you up quite a lot in terms of actual lobby finish.
And Salvi and Patibol, 40 HP. Midway through stage 3, they both managed to stabilize their veteran understanding of the tempo of a lobby in the game. They're investing more of their resources to now save some HP. We'll see how far they can go. Patibol just hit a Karthus too. That could be enough. And for Salvi here, trying to flex between the Spellweaver and Disco lines just in a temporary way right now. Level 8, 30 gold. So could still have a massive roll down either at level 9 or potentially level 8 when we get to the end of this stage.
Yeah, I think you're calling it out already. That Karthus 2 is really, really good for Patibol. Salvi definitely has stabilized. You can see him streaking. They were in a similar position. Patibol has lost again after each other. Now we are going to see just the 2 of them go up against each other. Somebody will take a loss here. And Salvi, of course, with that win streak, is hoping that it's not going to be him. The Ahri fully upgraded in the background is under pressure, being knocked down by this Viego. And I think that's going to be all she wrote. Salvi loses this one.
Yeah, I mean, Patibol's been patiently waiting with what doesn't kill you makes you stronger for a long time, getting extra gold, getting extra item components, functionally pretty similar to having run Heartsteel just in augment form. And I think this is, hopefully for him, will mean they'll be able to turn this one around and again, climb up those standings quickly, hand out some substantial L's and start locking down spaces towards the top 4.
Zed has been sold, trying to find a better option. Ezreal is the one we're clearly looking for here. Not a single backliner has been itemized yet, but Caitlyn will be good enough. Maybe at least for a few more rounds. It's a 9 loss streak for Rebenav for the French player, so he needs something, anything that can save this game for him.
This Cassante, he's like you versus the guy she told you not to worry about. He's just standing there alone, and the Alawi is looking at those items saying, what are you doing? What is this?
He's doing his best.
Carrying them. Even gets locked out for a second by the tentacle. He is just decoration on this board.
Oh boy, yeah, it's not so great having the Eternal Winter not being up front and center, but you got to make it work somehow. Unfortunately, when you've got boards like this you're up against, which are just so incredibly strong, we're seeing a little taste of what we saw from yesterday, the Viego being added onto the Karthus, so incredibly strong.
And as I teased early in stage 3, it looks like Chuso is now on his way to try and find that 9 true damage. Found a Kiana as well. And Rebanev knows he needs to find a solution. He needs to find one more component to slam 3 items onto this Ezreal. But finally, the Ezreal has been found. No headliner to work with just yet. We'll have to roll after we get some gold here.
Well, I can report that the Cassante is no longer the full tank item holder, so at least we now have something of a front line. Of course, for the Ezreal, you still need a little bit more items. If I'm looking on the left-hand side, I'm seeing a lot of tank components and items. Does find a spatula here as an option, but really, where are you going to go with that? The Jazz emblem is gone.
Yeah, that's a real heartbreaker when you're in Jazz and your instincts are there to say, yes, I finally hit, I've got everything I wanted, and then you suddenly realize,
which could have been a great option, would have been 4 bruiser for the front line, but I think he knows he needs damage instead, and he can't find any copies of Ezreal in the headliner position, only has an Ezreal pair now, has to do anything now to stay alive. Hopefully a tier from this item anvil. If he doesn't get it, he might be in big trouble. He does find it, blue buff can be slammed.
Yeah, and that was so crucial, like you were saying. It's just such an important item for the Ezreal here to try and make him come together. But Rebanev taking so much time here trying to choose something, trying to make something come together, and we're going for tank items instead. It seems like no blue buff going to be slammed onto that Ezreal. Instead, we're going for the Runans as he is up against Venry and his country board. There is a Lucian, and he is going with that emo emblem.
Wow. I mean, to be fair, we are at the very top of the tournament right now. We've got the players here who are the most comfortable operating at the bleeding edge of what's possible. To cook in the middle of that round, to put that all together like that is pretty amazing.
Poppy 3, it's time. But I think in that case, therefore, Rebanev just didn't have the Ezreal 2, so you can't really invest, I think, items onto an Ezreal 1 when you have a Poppy that could actually do much more in the fights right now. Venry, invested into this EMEA, has finally found the upgrade. 2 off of the Urgot, 2 off of the Vex, so very close to another spike, which he might need. He's on a 5 loss streak right now.
And there's a lot of upgrades being found in this lobby right now, which might spell disaster for players that haven't them just yet. Rebanev able to win that last round, but can he continue to do just that? Salvi now has finished his turning point, was on the Seraphine, now fully into Disco, has the Twisted Fate 2 as the main character of the board and is trying to make way through these golden units. The Amumu being lifted, but is it going to be enough? The Samira on the other side has something to say about that.
Oh boy, I mean, we've got such good augmentation for Venry here, but I just don't think this matchup is fantastic. You've got so many units to chew through. The Epitaph does some work, but you know, you've got the scaling up of the Twisted Fate towards the backline with the Archangels. I just don't think Venry can punch through quick enough to make a difference.
The healing was crazy. Whoa.
Might have to give up on one of these 2 units here, it looks like, for Venry. 19 HP should still be 1 life. We're on stage 5 still, so you shouldn't be taking that big of a loss to get eliminated in just 1 fight. But if he loses 1 more, the 7 loss streak could almost guarantee you'll have to sell the Vex to try and find the Urgot.
Looking across boards, here is Diga Sparta. We were talking about this board a little bit earlier, as he was on that 80 flex line. Now coming together, does find the Not Today as well. That's also being run by Vomendeth on the Yasuo carry. Here, Akali is the main character together with this Cardis. It is a true Penta-Kali Miro match, except the other side also has the Viego employed. So really, the Cardis would have needed to ult last time is not going to happen. It's a Kali 1v2, and I don't think she'll make it out of this one. Diga Sparta knocked out in 8th.
That's a real heartbreaker. As we mentioned before, Diga Sparta, an incredibly good player. We've seen him put on some astonishing performances, but yeah, I just think the situation there was impossible to deal with. Once you got the Viego getting through and onto the face of your backline carries, the round is just over.
Chuso with that young Walden free, able to select exactly once he wants in this character. Going to be a crown guarded to work with his very first augment we saw early in stage 2, and we'll see now if he's has been able to find that 9 true damage, able to spike his board. He's on 14 HP, so just 1 life remaining. Might have to roll now to try and finally find the trade spec he needs.
Gonna be checking in with Chuso. Did not find the headliner just yet. If he can make that happen, if he can find a true damage headliner, then he is going to get the Exodia of this comp. At the same time, though, Venry finding that Urgot 3 getting stronger on the other end as well. And your 1 copy of this Kiana too also has to hurt as players are on their last lives.
There's a lot of dreams which could have come together in this lobby, but I think the pressure has just been too great. Again, the HP totals are so tight between that you're going to have to give up some of your ability to put together these crazy late game boards for what you've got right in front of you right now, which is a terrifying board. Salvi's back here again. That Twisted Fate again is not being accessed remotely soon enough. No, like Evi worse, that's where dances through, just avoids getting a hit in, gets surrounded, dogpiled, and he's gonna get a whole bunch of cards to the face. Moment Death, dream big, but goes out in 7th.
So close to seeing that Yasuo make some moves, shimmy into the corner and kill TF, but no, he went the wrong way in just the last moment, got stuck on the blitz, and the fight was over for Roman Death, unfortunately. I think still a better played Yasuo game than we saw earlier in this tournament today on day 2, but just not enough in that matchup against Disco.
Yeah, I think the big kicker here is that you are being contested on a lot of the units by Raptor. As you are seeing right now, 1 copy away from that Riven 3, there wasn't many options to actually cap the board. Diego being run by several boards, Akali being run by several boards, you're just going to have a harder time finding those. And for Mendeth, unfortunately, on the lower end of the stick there. Revenant, though, did find the Ezreal headliner, no blue buff, but does have the Hextech slammed. And can the Riven survive this? The answer is no. She cannot, and that is going to be bad news for Raptor.
And the Poppy blocking so much of the damage from the Riven in that early game. Riven could not get anything going with the Ezreal procs going through, and that was just the positioning already decided that fight as soon as it loaded in.
Ball out in that round as well. The open fort Karthus board ultimately not paying off. Jizo just crawling into the top 4 on a single HP. He's got no money left to play with.
He's going to do it. He's going to sell the Viego in the hopes of finding an Akali true damage on this roll down. He knows that he's top 4 already. He doesn't have any kind of cap with his 6 true damage board to win out against any of these other players. Takes the risk to try and win the game outright. I love this from Chuso.
Yeah, me too. It is really, I feel like, the only correct way to run this one down. You need that true damage headliner. The big question is it going to come through? He does roll and roll, and there are no true damage headliners just yet. Finds the Karthus, is not interested. No, not again. Does find a Yasuo here. Could go for the Yasuo too.
Don't do it. Don't go back.
Have a little bit of an upgrade, but it doesn't come around.
It could have been.
With the wrong roll on the traits, and that is going to be it. You are in a tough spot here. Gets back the Zed to try and itemize this one like he did with the Viego before, but I'm going to say it's going to be too little too late.
At least it's against the Ghost board, I believe, of Ravenev. But yeah, I mean, that's such a heartbreaker, but you've got to give it a try. Certainly give you the respect for doing so. Remember, again, we were at table 1, so that's still a good finish, which mainly avoids the big thing, which is not dropping down the table and potentially being in peril towards the tail end of the day.
And despite not hitting, I think Chuso proved he had like the right mindset, the right game plan, at least knowing his outs and knowing what he could roll for and what his realistic chances of actually top 4ing or doing more than top 4 in this game were. But Venry looking so good off that crazy win streak in stages 2, 3, and really 4 as well. So he started losing in stage 5.
Losing this one puts him in a similar position like Chuso was, where really you need to make something happen to try and go up against Revenant and Salvi, who are both streaking. You can see that Revenant could go against either one, so it's definitely in the possibilities of the matchmaking for Venry to get knocked out here as he goes up against Revenant.
These are two titanic boards against each other. But I mean, Rebanov has been cooking for a while. I think he's got everything he needs right now to punch through this round. The Thresh hits onto the other side of the board, so Ezreal gets to just do damage all round long. I love the Runas as well for a little bit of spread, but maybe the raw numbers aren't quite there. That Urgot is so hard to put down. The Ezreal would love to access the backline units, but doesn't get the chance. Country comes online in a big way. Wow. Then he moves into top 2.
The lack of blue buff really showing why Ezreal is so demanding of this item to really work correctly. We saw the ult there from Ezreal, the first one that came through, did absolutely no damage, didn't hit the backliners, hit Urgot instead, and just barely tickled him. So it was not a great matchup with all those different 3-stars that Ezreal had to chew through to actually get to Samira.
Was so crazy. We're gonna go into one more round. Benry looking up at the Goliath that is Salvi with 8 wins. Was in a tough spot at the beginning of this round on the Seraphine contest here, but the big question is, can he actually keep going? Can he knock out Benry and claim fame to the first place, or is the country board going to be just a little bit too much of a yeehaw for him? Twisted Fate in the background still going strong. Archangel stacking up and making headway towards that cluster of the country units. They die slowly, but dying they do, and it is only the Samira and the Urgot left standing, with Salvi taking down the board and claiming a win for Germany and himself.
That was an absolutely triumphant win as well. You really want to be coming into lobby 1 and just absolutely stamping your authority on everybody else. That was a terrifying looking board, which honestly, yeah, was a completely different class to what we were seeing from anything else that was being played.
And Salvi perfectly understand the lobby tempo and what his position was as well, with clear mind. Opting to lose streak all of the early games, saw Disco was uncontested for the most part, knew that if he was able to hit that board with some relative strength in stage 4 at level 8 with just maybe 1 Blitz and 1 TF, he could then go 9 and in the end 10 with that clear mind still proccing. So just great game, goes to show Salvi's veteran position in our EMEA scene, winning a GSC in the past and also just being a GOAT from the OG days.
He is, and so are our analyst desk casters. We're going to hear from them about this game in just a couple of minutes, and then continue with game number 5. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Okay, so I'm Kevin Parker from Germany. I'm 22 years old. I've been playing TFT since set 1 and started playing competitively in set 6, basically. I went second at the TFT Vegas Open and 7th at regionals in set 8. And yeah, that's me. So I like the changes that ladder players get more spots again, even though this time I actually qualified through the TRC. Usually I qualify through ladder, but this time I was lucky enough to make it through the TRC, so I didn't have to, you know, sweat on New Year's Eve to try and get the GSC snapshot. So yeah, I was pretty happy about that. I mean, I think the best advice I can give for other competitive players is to try and not think about the circumstances of the tournament too much, and just you know, playing your game without, you know, thinking about those other factors, which is an easy thing to say, not that easy to do. But I think that has helped me a lot in Vegas, especially because the stakes were so high, but I stayed calm and collected the entire time, and that's what led to my strong performance, I would say. Well, shout out to my mom. I don't know if she's gonna watch this tournament, but she's been my biggest supporter since day 1. Shout out to my girlfriend, of course, especially for supporting me in my journey as a streamer and player as well. In every way possible, really. And then, you know, shout out to my friends in TFT. They know who they are. Yeah, that's it.
Bit more of a standard game this time than last coming out, but there's still lots to break down. So, Guido, why don't we start from the bottom and talk a little bit about Sparta, who came into this at the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, we kind of had like that 1-2 sandwich with him and Vomadev down towards the bottom, right? It wasn't really wrapping up that top 3, really making their way into the upper edge of this lobby in particular. But we did see him go for that Seraphine, then transition that into a Karthus, and which then transitioned into an 8th, very unfortunately, right? Sometimes those just happen, but in reality, right, when you're almost guaranteed locked in for day 3, when you have your 8ths come today and not tomorrow, I think that's, dinner speaking, a pretty good way of thinking about it.
Yeah, just get him out of the way. That's how statistics works, we swear. I was really excited seeing the early games there. We got to see a Yasuo carry once again, but I don't know if it's just our sample size or Yasuo's not looking too hot, so we're just gonna pass over that one. I want to talk a little bit about Revanov as well, because there were some really cool pivots coming in from there, including an Emo Lucian, and it's the first time I've seen that, but it seemed pretty effective.
Yeah, and I really like the way of thinking here as well, right? Understanding that he does not have that two-star as Panda was talking about on the cast as well. Just putting those items on towards Solution instead, buffing up that Poppy in the process on top of that, right? Just really playing flexibly around this AD line that you can kind of work towards, get those continuous casts out from Illusion, get that armor piercing into the mix. Watch such a... Again, some of these creative players, again, one of the reasons why I've been highlighting Revanov, like, to pretty much everyone I've been talking to over the past month or so, because I feel like he definitely does see a lot of these very, very counterintuitive lines at times.
Yeah, fell a little bit short of, like, first place, but still pulling a third out of that game, I think is really impressive without the Lucian 2 or anything, no blue buff on Ezreal, so really well done from him. We had a couple of pivots through the mid-game. Salvi, notably, went kind of back and forth using that clear mind.
Yeah, used a clear mind, and on times was on like an Ari board, but that was one reason why we really built his early win streak, or like when he was down towards the 40 HP point, was that early Ari to then transition those items in the long run over towards those TFs when the other TF players in the lobby kind of was really taking out of the picture and was able to make that transition freely.
I was really excited to see Venry one more game. Really impressive from him. Started out with that Spoils of War, fully streaked to... unfortunately, just the PvE round on stage 3, but still very far, got him a lot of economy, and he used that extra stage. He said, I've got an Akali, I got a Kiana, they didn't do anything for me, selling down, rolling for that country. And he made a really deep run of it until he finally ran into Salvi and yeet his last Haw. So I was really impressed with Venry's game once more.
Yeah, and also again, kind of see him as a player that has an affinity for these free cost reroll lines right now. Last time I saw him, he was on either the Riven or it was on the Riven reroll, right? So we kind of see that again from him now, because he has an affinity for the free cost lines, has a very good understanding of how to play them, which spots to play them from, which I think is a very important thing to keep in mind for this patch specifically.
Yeah, I mean, making it through to this 1v1, you know, Salvi's board, level 10, you've got an Archangel's TF. There's really only so much a 3-star reroll can do from that position, so...
Yeah, like talking about Sally going level 10 to Sammy those, you know, is such a high-end cap. If that board lost to a free cost reroll that wasn't like over the top in that way that we saw that one being, I think that would have been a little bit, you know,
interesting.
Ideal. It would have been interesting, yeah. That's the word we used. The good one. The good old.
Would have been very moment, but luckily everything landed as it should, and we are going to be back after a little bit break to get ready for game number 5 of day 2 of the Golden Spatula Cup. Mango, you can't eat. That's cannibalism. You cannot eat that. Come on, get down. Don't be ridiculous. We're back with game number 5 of Golden Spatula Cup number 1. Really glad to be here. This is the TriCast of history. Myself, Peter, and Weta. My brain fell out of my ears for a second trying to get the cat to not eat herself.
Yes. So for everyone who's confused, I believe that was because Mango was being fed mango, not cat. Yeah. Just for clarity.
This is not cat. It's fruit. It's very healthy, high in fiber. I don't think cats are high in fiber. We don't need to know the nutritional facts of cats. I feel like that's important.
Save us. Save this desk. You're the sensible one here. You surely can pull us out of the morass.
Yeah, so there's like kind of like take status of where we are at this point in the tournament right now, right? Because we are back towards we are through the middle of the part of day 2 now. We're down to the last 2 games. This is now where players kind of have full on understanding of how heavily do they have to play for first to kind of make it to day 3. Like, can it go to the middle of the pack? It's like if you're one of the players on like 18 points, for example, like on paper you just need 2 top 4s, but that is still something you got to keep in mind because those top 4s can come with you getting your first, and then you can play very freely in the second game, stuff like that. You know, you have players that are down towards that like 15-point mark. All of a sudden, you have your work cut out for you.
This is usually where we see that desperation kind of kick in, or just the like very much first or 8th, because some of those players on that cutoff, like you're saying, Weta, their only chance is to get like 2 top 2s in a row. So we're going to be seeing a lot more risky strategies here than we were for the first couple of games.
Also, in terms of the lobby we've got coming up, before we went all the way down to the bottom of the table, and not everybody was able to make it out from that lobby. What we will be seeing in this coming lobby is some of those players who have managed to start that climb up, that have got the chance in these next couple of games to make it through, but it's still a really high stakes encounter to try and come out of this next game with as many points as possible.
In order to aid our discussion a little bit, let's toss over to those standings as they are right now coming out of game number 4. To the bottom of the pack, these are the people who are going to be really struggling to get into day number 3. So anyone's on the edge, these guys have to go like double first, if anything.
Yeah, double first here would put double at 29 points, right? That's even then.
Hey, there you go. It's all he needs.
But even then, we have some like a Kerfuzzle here, for example, right? Would need 2 good results to make it in. Dark Hydrous players getting all these players on this page. I feel like, kind of like, do you just play for top 4? And if they get that twice in a row, they're pretty much guaranteed to be in, right? Wetjungler having a bit of a topsy-turvy day here, right? That's something you got to keep in mind here. I'm so fresh with the full-on topsy-turvy day there. 8 first, 8 first, 8th. Meanwhile, at the top of the standings, we have Revenant, Salvi, Venri. Travis also now making a claim for the best placed player on day 2.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that previous game shows I think a lot of why Ravenov is up there, but again, we're seeing a pretty good mix of players up towards the top as well. In our previous day, it was very much being set up as the French continue, we're going to take over the tournament entirely. It doesn't seem to be so much of the case right now.
Yeah, those top standings are really fun. You know, we were talking the last game at the analyst desk about Venri as a player. It's great to see his success rewarded so well. So he's definitely one of the people in a spot of just like, don't mess it up. Just like top 4, go for 4th, and everything will be fine. So those top of the standings players are usually going to be playing something very consistent.
Can even start just playing for 6th instead of trying to play for
honestly.
It really depends on like how heavily you want to try to impact your own tiebreaker for day 3, right? Because again, the first tiebreaker in EMEA TFT and Rising Legends, if you're not familiar with that, is going to be that total champion point, not total championship points, total points for the tournament, whereas in some other regions, for example in NA, that we're going to be playing later today, they have like carryover points. We do not have those. Our tiebreaker is kind of that instead. So just something to keep in mind here, as even some of the players that you say like, yeah, they're in, it's full on, like they just like take the foot of the gas. Not really, because they want to play for those combined tiebreakers for day 3.
Well, the players we've got here are not the ones playing for 6th, they're the ones playing for 1st. We've got some big names in here again. Look, even just on the French side, Coco and Double 61, 2 players we'd be expecting to top day 2 in peril of not making day 3 at all.
ToonTV as well had a really good showing yesterday. We saw a couple of his games and looks like struggling here in the middle of the pack. Shining Star, I'm so sorry we jinxed you from the caster's desk, but hopefully this is a chance to turn it around. So Weta, a question for you. What is the most like 1st or 8th composition we can reasonably expect here? Because there are some compositions that are just like 1% chance of hitting, like the Azir 3 we saw ages ago.
Oh, the good old Lofia CF3 and Fates. Yeah, I thought that brings back the memories, right? But again, I think it's just kind of just come down to whether or not you're like, there's some of these real lines kept out incredibly highly, right? I think that you'd probably want to steer off something like the Yasuo for now, right? It doesn't seem like it's able to kind of take first place, and I think that if you look at the stats from yesterday, you'll kind of be able to like digest which comps you can pretty much reliably play for first, and it's all about like, for example, something like TF has a very good chance of kind of just building out the board. We saw with Salvi in the previous game, if you have to set up the time to start chasing for it. So I think, you know, see a lot of those players like just like play their TFs and stuff like that. And also a quick note for Lococo, Peter, right? We know Lococo, he's the most consistent player in terms of reaching day freeze in GSC history, having made it to 50% of all GSC day freeze in history. So again, would be a really poor thing. It would be kind of sad for him to like kind of lose that streak now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think, you know, Matt, this has been, of course, you know, the two of you have been witness personally to so much of EMEA's TFT history, but even for the players who are incredibly well established here and have won again and again and again, every tournament is a new day. Every meta, especially a meta that's as fresh as this one, is a fresh slate where you have to prove yourself all over again.
Yeah, Double famously, or maybe infamously, depending on your perspective, has these tournaments that go very up and down. He's very much a first or eighth player just by nature, let alone like wherever his points are. He just always is that guy who's looking for that top board he can pull out. And as a result, sometimes he's just going to fall flat. Sometimes you just can't get it going, can't get through the mid game, and that's where Double will struggle. So whereas for some players, you see them in this position and you're like, oh no, this is a problem. For Double, it's just like, oh no, he's where he usually is, and he's either going to absolutely knock it out of the park these last two games, or it's just going to be like fizzled out. Those are the only two options with Double, which is why he's so fun to watch.
And I think so, like, also, if you like look at like Double's kind of GSC results in general, outside of like a second place, and like he has like a couple of GSC podiums, but in general, when we kind of expect Double to show up and when Double is, is in form, it is around that regional finals time, right? So that is something that we got to keep in mind here. Did have the second place finish in GSC 2 of Runeterra Thought, so last set, but between that and his last like GSC like top finish that he had, that was we go all the way back to Dragonlance where he finished third in that GSC 2, right? So there's in terms of GSCs, it's not always like the most consistent performer, but we know when we get around finals, Double will always be there.
I mean, for the other players in lobby as well, you know, it's going to be quite a thing to go up against players that are as storied as this here. But I mean, this is the way you can make your name at the expense of some of these bigger name players. I think just to focus back in on the game itself rather than the specific players. The question was, of course, you know, we're still towards the lower end of the standings right now in terms of where we are. So, you know, Matt, I would hope and imagine we're going to be seeing some of the higher variance portals being preferred by our players here to kind of push towards, you know, whichever player's going to get out here doing so very strongly.
And we've seen that. You know, we saw previously it was this selection of the, what's it called? The Wanderers thingamajig. You know the one. Yeah, the triple emblem training dummies, which I don't know the name of because I never pick it because I'm not crazy, which is kind of where I wanted to go with that. Some of the players are going to make the argument that, yes, you want the highest variance because it gives you the highest opportunity to get a capped board, right? You can go absolutely incredibly high with it. But simultaneously, there's an argument where it's just like, I have to get a good position here. I can't be doing something where I'm just gambling away my last chance. I need to go from a position where I feel comfortable. So I'm kind of interested in where the coin flip ends for these players.
Well, let's take a... I mean, we've got our three potential portals here, which are being spread around a little bit. You know, multi-talented definitely is on the crazy end of things. Scuttle, of course, will allow us access to much later game boards, and Golden Symphony is on... I suppose it's the least likely to end up in an unusual situation. I mean, Weta, if you're in this position, if you're in a tournament playing like this, which would you be preferring?
I think that like multi-talented has like a lot of like variance. That there are some comps. I think Seraphine Reroll, for example, really benefits from having both the Spell Weaver as well as the KDA highlighted, right? I think that's something we got to keep in mind here. But we are going to be going with the Golden Preload, I think it was, right? So we're just going to get that Golden Augment into the mix here, and then we're just going to take it from there.
I believe it was the Golden Symphony even, so we'll have the gold all the way through the game. I mean, if you're looking for something which is on the more predictable side, that's exactly what you have got here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what the players do with this opportunity. Of course, silver augments, by and large, aren't massive effects on the game. They're meant to be just kind of like, they kind of help. But gold augments is where we start seeing high variance. That's where we start seeing like Twin Terror, things like that fundamentally change the way you are going to play the rest of the game. So there's a chance that we see players pick up those augments that normally they would pass over. Things that require you to hit consistently. Things that require you to play an incredibly difficult strategy. Because that's all they have. They need to make the highest cap possible.
Double. Interesting drop here. Yasuo. We've also got the Kale in shop as well to maybe start moving towards more of an edgelord or maybe even a Heartsteel line of things. I mean, I'm really hoping we do get to see somebody come out, get a strong early board, find a strong golden augment to back up that direct power and start moving aggressively into the early parts of this game.
Yeah, that's really what's going to be the deciding factor for this game. It's just generally speaking like what the lobby tempo will be looking like here for someone like Mr. Marshall. It has the free super fan now with the cannon. Can even go in towards a KDA setup as well. So has a lot of potentially really positive things to kind of build towards a very, very tempo-heavy opener here. Bounty Hunter, Twin Terror now being that against the Club Mind as well. So could go for that Twin Terror and just start working his way towards that Twitch board that we've seen so much of. But will instead be going for a much higher end cap here with that Cluttered Mind, trying to get those fast 8, fast 9 boards online.
Yeah, cap over variance is the choice for Mr. Marshall. As we go over to doubles board, he's already picked out a headliner. We see Plotak looking at their augment choices.
All right. Newly buffed and reliable for stage number 2. Olaf will be coming into the field just to fill a little bit of space for the time being. We've got the red buff being slammed in immediately, so it looks like our players have got some aggressive moves in mind from the beginning.
Slam coming in from Lakoko as well across the board. We see that Crown Guard coming in almost immediately. Level 2 Corki plus the headliner. So this is going to be a really strong start for Lakoko, and maybe not what Plotak is looking for. Once you slam an item, it is so much harder to keep up a consistent streak if you're not winning.
And it's for Coco to get the win there, of course, is even more important because, if we're talking about trying to find an augment that will help push you into a certain playstyle from the beginning, Coco getting the escort quest, 3 gold per round as long as he can keep on getting those wins.
Yeah, that's a big thing as well. I believe we saw the Coco picked up, I can't remember if it was yesterday or earlier today, right? Just really go for those heavy streaks, very actively pushing the levels and tempo with this. So we saw a very early level 6 come out of him on like stage 3-1 earlier today as well with this augment in play specifically. So definitely something that he has very much a good understanding of how to navigate.
If your board is good enough, it's kind of like if Hustler didn't suck. Because you're getting permanently 3 econ around as long as you're keeping it alive. So as long as you're winning, you're golden. You can get rid of all your gold. You can level up. You can rush for all of these strategies. As long as you're winning. And then later in the game, you can build up to that 7 econ and be happy.
Yeah, I personally really like it as well, especially if you can get aggressive. I mean, we know that the streaks are less powerful in general, but this is kind of functionally adding an extra mechanic into the game by saying your streaks, as long as they're win streaks, are tremendously more powerful.
Yeah, it's just like, it's also, at the end of the day, it's just an extra unit on the board for those later stage situations, right? Especially if you end up picking up something like the crash test dummies further down the road as well, right? You get to work with that, but we do see the support cache coming out here from Qdor, picking up that Zeke's Herald here, trying to play a very tempo-heavy slam here with the Hand of Justice and another one of these headliner Olas. Now, early level 5 alongside it as well.
With the Punk really going in on board strength already.
Okay. I'm interested to see where this ends up going long term. We know, of course, that everybody does love to get attack a little bit faster. Qdor actually spending pretty aggressively, the Turkish player, to make sure that he keeps his own win streak going. So we know this puts him on a collision course with Coco.
And just eyeballing it, Coco's board looked stronger when we saw it last. Maybe I'm underestimating the power of Zeke's given that it hasn't been in this set, but I'm expecting that board to do incredibly well. Coco pre-leveling and loses the round. Oof. Forget everything I just said.
Yeah.
Except for Lakoko. That one still works.
I think that even that back when Ziggs was still craftable as well, right? It was very much an item that you used a lot in the early game to kind of just streak around it, right? You got that early power with that attack speed in the early game with those ranged carries most of the time, and you really just like took that and ran with it. Now, it is still definitely an option to pick here from the support cache, right? He made that decision. Could have gone for something like Needle's a Big Gem potentially, for example, right? A lot of other options in there, but opted for that Ziggs, and so far has been using it to great success.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense too. Historically, the most consistent way to get top 4 has been save your HP for as long as you can and then start rolling. Because even if you don't hit what you're looking for, usually the people who took more risks are already dead.
No, that's absolutely fair. I mean, Coco's still in a pretty good position. He's still got some money in the bank, and there's definitely going to be people he can still beat at this level of strength, even if he can't necessarily have the ultimate version of this start, which is running a streak through the entirety of Stage 2 and also into Krugs.
Yeah, he's also kind of made the decision already to kind of just like start stacking up that heartsteel, much like Double has also opted to do here. We can see EG Tropical, one of the Greek players here in the field, making a very active decision very early on with the Double Defunct being picked up here to say, you know what, I am playing TF, you can try to stop me whether you like it or not.
So far, nobody's challenging him on it. They're just like, you can keep those units, dude. We've got win streaks to care about.
We do know, that it's very powerful to try and lay claim to Disco, as we see a consideration for Double, whether or not it's going to raise the stakes. We've seen several people in the lobby who've taken roughly the same amount of damage in HP total, so we know this isn't a guaranteed line for Double if he decides to raise.
Yeah, that's the thing, Israel has to like scout around the lobby and figure out what's going on here, because someone like Coco now becomes a pretty scary prospect as well, right? But Double says, you know what? Make or break here. I am gonna continue my streak and raise the stakes.
Did you say he'd almost double down?
You would say that, yes.
I thought when Makes was off, we'd escape this nonsense, but no. Apparently the puns have cursed the broadcast.
I just wanted to, I want to make Minx feel like she was part of this particular game as well. But I mean, it's a big decision being made here for Double, especially considering he's got, an already slammed Steraks onto his Cassante. So it's not like he's exactly playing a weak board.
Yeah, lots of power there available as we see Kuda, the only player to survive with a win streak going into Stage 3. Viego in the shop if he wants it, but maybe too early a commit.
Yeah, but again, you think about the items that are currently presented as well, right? You have that Hand of Justice, you have the Ziggs. Like, these are all options that kind of work out pretty well for this Viego. If you were to make that switch at some point in time, it would also allow him to start working towards a potential pentakill angle as well.
Yeah, lots of flexibility then coming out from that.
Well, I mean, with the Ziggs, we know that that's still very flexible in terms of what it's doing, that it will enable pretty much anything. The only kind of real restriction is that because it's going to be set in a long line in the same way we can see right now, I personally would prefer something like Viego just because we can throw up our melee carries and start getting a really big boost of power to several relevant units at the time.
Yeah, my concern about Viego is I have not seen very many Viegos on Stage 3-1. I'll admit it. I'm not sure how well he stacks up against the tanks in these compositions. I assume pretty decent, but I'm curious to see if he decides to use that as his primary carry as we go into Stage 3.
I think he works very well, of what we've seen, he works very well in tandem with our friend Caster there, particularly if you can access the backline. He can just completely ruin compositions, and even if he himself can't get the job done, his damage amp he puts out with his ultimate means that if casters can get in their cast swiftly afterwards, there's really no defense against it.
Yeah, I've also kind of worked with, I've been trying, I was testing out for a while, actually before Vegas though, so this was on previous patches, right? But even playing something like Viego, Caitlyn, if you have that 80 item overflow, can kind of work out pretty well now. But with some of the more traditional echelon comps coming into the mix here now, those items, generally speaking, are better served elsewhere, and you can just try to duo carry it with a Kali Viego Karthus line instead.
Yeah, we saw that to great effect in previous games as well. Solo Gasong with that Akali Karthus alone, just absolutely decimating teams and getting him the lobby win. So I'm interested to see how these compositions evolve, especially the ones that have been trying to win streak, the players that have been slamming those early items, because when you have enough players slamming, it changes the entire tempo of the lobby. Because if you want to keep up, you suddenly have to start slamming. And then everyone's like, I don't know what to do with these items. These are garbage late game. These are nowhere near BIS. And it creates a lot of flexibility and creativity from the players to make sure they still get the value out of those items that maybe they weren't hoping for endgame.
I think something that adds on to that as well is, we saw the clear mind in our previous game leading to ultimately to a game win. In this case, we've got the cluttered mind from Mr. Marshall representing Romania, which I think in this case allows for him to be playing more aggressively, along with Coco playing aggressively, other players playing aggressively. That I think once you tip over a certain point to say, I'm going to be taking a lot of damage in this lobby if I don't build up my board strength, even if I want to aim for the late game, then, enough pressure forces everybody else to adapt, as you're saying, man.
It's been really nice seeing the adaptations coming out throughout the day of playing around the different compositions. Weeda made a really good point earlier about the one cost rerolls probably not being all that great here. I think that's been exacerbated by the board strength coming out in these early games. So we're already scratching a couple of compositions out of consideration for these players.
Yeah, and I think that's something you got to keep in mind here as well. Like, you need to play with these things with a higher cap. We're seeing people toy around with stuff like Jinx. That's not going to work here. And you can kind of already see that when you're looking at the boards being presented right now. And you see people trying to play around something like a Rageblade Annie from the likes of Shining Star, right? That's something that he is currently trying to center around here. We saw Mr. Marshall with that Super Fan Chosen on that literally just to play for stronger tempo. So just in general speaking here, a lot of really interesting pickups being made and slams as well, because we also see Plotek with a Rageblade slam onto that red buffed Kayle.
Yeah, that's really fascinating, because, not under normal circumstances we could say, okay, well, that's going to be item holding, but there's currently 6 Kayles on Plotek's board right now. And I know that, Kayle reroll has certainly not been one that's been super highly regarded, but I'd love to see someone actually make it work.
I think this is the lobby to try it in, right? Because sure, it's not a composition that's very consistent. Sure, it's not a composition you want to gun for in most lobbies. But if you're in a lobby where you've got a Kayle, you've got the tempo, and you're naturally picking them up, suddenly you have an out that puts pressure on the rest of the board. We were talking about how hard it is to keep tempo with the board with all of these item slams. One out is just getting a stronger carry earlier on, so that Kayle can be just a cog in the machine as well, because she builds into those pentakill compositions so easily.
Absolutely. I personally really liked the Kayle, not necessarily as the primary focus, but exactly as you say, just as an extra addition to a board. You take a little side trip to pick up the 3-star Kayle, and you just get back into playing the pentakill the normal way, just knowing that you also have kind of a tertiary damage source that can provide some shred. And as we saw in our previous games, even a random Kayle can certainly clean up the end of the round. Even when she's not itemized, when she is and she's 3-star, she can really be a sleeper threat.
Yeah, the thing that's worth knowing as well about these Pentakill compositions, though, is that they don't necessarily lack tertiary threats. You already have Akali, Karthus, Viego, and even then sometimes you see people play Ahri on top of that as well, right? So if there's anything you kind of don't lack in that composition, it is tertiary damage deals.
Lots of choices there for those pentakill compositions in the later stages of the game. So we are back in game. Sorry about that, folks. We had a little connection issues, but we're back now on Qdaw's board, the only win-streaking player coming into Stage 3.
It's all been on the back of the Zeeks and an Olaf headliner. I think, yes, it's headed for the bin now, as we've actually got another Kayle coming to join the brawl. Maybe during the break, there's like, wait a second, maybe Kayle's exactly what everybody needs.
I mean, honestly, though, Qdaw, that is the best pull you could get, because it gives you pentakill immediately, makes your Viego actually useful, because it also gives you edgelord. So you're just coming out, and suddenly your composition has come online off just a Kayle.
So you're saying, Matt, that's a PSA 10 near mint condition Kayle that just got pulled out of the shop right there?
It's perfect. Most people, they're going to save it in the back of their house, just wait until the valuation goes up, but Qdaw's pulling it out now. He wants to actually use the units he owns.
Oh my gosh. It's completely gone over my head, I'm afraid. But hey, it's working. Whatever it is, I'll hope one day to be educated by you fine folks. Keeps on winning. I think, as you said, Matt, this is a really nice slot in here that could easily change up for something else later on. We even got a chance to put in maybe 5 edgelord in the near future. We have, of course, got gold augments the whole way through, so let's see what else Qdot can do to make this board even stronger.
Just a quick hit as well. It's really interesting that he's kept Punk in because you get the chance to go for free rerolls if you'd like. Well, not free, but like half cost. You get those rerolls if you want to keep looking as you level up. If you feel like you need a little bit more strength, it's less punishing if you have Punk in at the time.
What do you mean, Matt? If Fama is half price, it's basically free, no? That's
true.
Just like,
true.
TFT.
That's how they get me a Black Friday every year.
Yes.
Oh boy!
I gotta hike those prices up to cut them down. I think that the prices
the Macy's method.
They're pretty stationary though. I think that's safe to say. But yeah.
I was trying to figure out if you're making me a stationary support joke there. I was like looking around the board, like, is he a mad genius, or am I just not spotting things here? Coco. Of course, from before we did see with the escort quest, this is a really interesting combination here. Putting in the Heartsteel with the escort quest, where with Heartsteel you presumably would want to try and lose as much as possible, whereas with escort quest you're really trying to win.
The house always wins, Peter. No matter what happens in any of these rounds, he's getting something out of it.
That's the one takeaway Coco had from Vegas, right? That's you always got to double down.
It was an influential event, I suppose.
Educational for all of our players. Coco is going to take that loss, though, which is going to be helpful for the Heartsteel. Less so for the escort quest, but he's got a decent chunk of gold in his pocket already at that 5 econ.
Yeah, I think maybe. Yeah. Go ahead, Peter.
No, please, Peter.
No, so what I was going to say here, right, is I think that if you were looking around to race I think he's going to keep it in. The issue is that Double 61 exists, and so does Marshall right now, and Marshall is on a pretty interesting combination of Cluttered Mind plus that last stand, right? So at any given time, Marshall's board might be very, very weak.
Double, of course, weakness of the board is extremely important as the raise the stakes has pushed up to 126 stacks so far. Again, we see the Cassante being used as an item carrier because Double is brewing towards a scary looking board, but right now he's more than happy to let other people hand out the beatdowns while he sets up for what should be an enormous late game.
Giving that econ leveling to 6 off this next carousel. Shining Star takes another loss here. Not a lot of consistency from the players in terms of streaks. It's really just Qdot and Double who have their full streaks intact, I believe.
Well, I think that's the issue, because if you go against Qdot, you're going to lose. If you go against Double, you're going to win. So either way around it, you've got a pretty good chance at any point of just having your streak being thrown for a loop, whichever way you try and run.
Really funny that they're just sandwiching the lobby. It's just like, one of us is going to beat you. Have fun.
One of us tells the truth, one of us always lies or always loses, I guess, is the way the tale turns. But honestly, given the fact that it's Double in particular who's trying to go for this high-risk route, we've kind of wondered with this whole raise the stakes mechanic, and Double might go for it again, whether people would actually actively try and grief these players, knowing that if they don't, they could be in a lot of pain.
The issue
Double
with
might have had the same idea.
Yeah, but so the issue with Double, right, when it comes to this specifically, is that he's not on like 5 hearts, right? So he doesn't get a lot of acceleration. Had he had like 5 hearts still active, maybe it would be something to start working towards. But that's just like he's way too low already to kind of like go for another dip when he doesn't have like 5 or 7 hearts still online.
Pulling out as early as possible to pivot into something else. He's got the jacks on the board. Unclear if he's going to keep it.
We've been seeing this more in this lobby of people just picking up temporary headliners to try and bring up the board strength. I mean, Double's got the Yone online. We see with the 3 items. Yeah, oh, sorry, that's on the opposing side. I think my apologies from Shining Star instead. But no, sorry, I'm getting all kinds of turnaround here because these boards are changing up so quickly from Double that it's Shining Star who ends up taking a loss. And Double, he's up on 50 gold. He's in a good position to maybe take the cash out and turn it into something bigger.
Yeah, so a concept that we don't really talk too much about in in Remix Rumble compared to Fates is the whole concept of rental chosen, or rental headliners, right? It was very common to see in Fates that people just like itemize a quote-unquote rental headline and then like set that up for the transition. Like, sure, that still happens, right? We saw that with like the placeholder, we saw with the Ari last game, for example, from likes of Salvi to Seraphine, from like the Gaspada, stuff like that. But when you are on these reroll lines, I think that you just gotta like do what you can do for now. And again, maybe Double has a different plan in mind. Maybe those items are supposed to go onto a Viego, go on to an Akali. We'll see. Time will tell.
What we don't really need to figure out what Time's going to say with is Plotok, who is currently on 7 Kales, fully itemized that red buff plus attack speed all around for that Kale, and seems to be doing pretty well with it. Going to be heading potentially with a full win streak of 4 into the Wolves. So actually getting money this time.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with this because, you know, while Plotok may not be finding the Kales quite as quickly as he would like, he's holding really well here in terms of HP, in terms of gold in the bank, in terms of streak as well. Just with a couple of Kales being played on the board, I'm really impressed by how good this board is right now.
And I think Kale was probably like the most disappointing competition when we looked at stats purely. I think it was played like 7 times, just they like pretty much average going 8th. It was really crazy looking at it from like that perspective with the Kale reroll kind of struggling, right? But we can also see someone like Kudo here is holding on to those free Kales, and while it doesn't necessarily impact the 2 cuts pool as much as it will impact some of the other ones, it is still just 3 less Kales in the mix right now. But that is a huge pickup here coming through in the shop with that early Kane. As Plotak finds that Kale on 4-1 here, can now start pushing levels and building out a more traditional board. Damn, that's hard to say.
He transitioned to a traditional board.
Yes, exactly. I think that was what my brain was trying to say. You know, like try to say that 10 times fast. I bet you can't, right? So yeah, please don't actually.
Not even gonna try. Not on air. I'll do it afterwards.
Let's actually talk about TFT.
Yeah. I think what's really interesting, though, that comes out of that, with things being pulled out of the pool, we've always had this in TFT where there's compositions that only really work if other people are taking the bad units out of the pool. There's this kind of mind game that happens. We saw this, I think, most infamously with Katarina reroll back in, I believe it was set 6, where we expected Katarina every single game. But we ended up with like 1 or 2 Katarina players because if any other people played it, nobody would end up with the composition. So there are always those compositions hitting on like the echelon of meta that you don't see until you get the right spot. And maybe that's where Kale is in the meta right now.
Ooh, let's check in with Coco, though, because we have just had a substantial catch-up and a very powerful headliner showing up in the shop. The front line is not great for Coco at the moment, so while this is a tempting choice that would still leave with very little to work with, going to continue to roll. Poppy would be decent, but none of these are apparently up to spec.
Yeah, really just like having something very specific in mind that's going to be super obvious once we get that. It could be an Akali Kalphas setup in the making to a certain extent, I guess, but his bench is so busy right now on the item side of things that he has so many components just floating around on this board here, and he is traveling away, so will not be able to pick up those items here, so we'll have to make do with what he has available for him right now.
I'm dizzy just watching. He's got at least 3 items here on the bench. He's got all but 1 unit filled out on his unit bench as well. So we'll see what happens at the next turn as he runs into Tropical with that double Crown Guard Zac, who is just tanking for absolute ages. Should be a win here for Tropical.
Yeah, it's also on top of that, it's the Crown Guard of the Augment coming through, so those Crown Guards being a little bit stronger than they normally are as well.
All right, so Coco, I mean, he's on a lost streak. He can go back and get his items now and try and find... He rolls again, so he didn't want, apparently, to find the Twisted Fate. Instead, Viego is our headliner. He is Edgelord rather than Pentakill, so we're going to have to try and make this board work somehow or other. No Karthuses to be found, even though itemization could push us that direction. Does find the last bit of gold, but oh boy. If Coco's going to start getting those wins and those escort quest victories back in, it's going to need to happen fairly soon.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward the spot he's in right now as well, right? You're looking at this spot here, and he's kind of like, he has to go into the Akali now, but he doesn't have Edgelord activated. That Viego will have less power in his build. The only healing he has as well is going to be that coming through from the likes of the Harm Assist. right now. But again, just staying on this Superfan board because he's playing this from a pretty low roll spot. So just getting any free power he can take is super important.
Yeah, the fact that he's still alive in this fight is a testament to how much stronger this board is. 18 HP, remember. So if he takes a loss in this stage, it is probably lights out for him for the rest of the game.
Taking a quick look at our HP as we go onto the carousel. Do spot what we've got on Alawi and Akiana hanging out there. You can see that our players from 4th place downwards very closely adhering in HP, with the exception of Coco, of course, as you mentioned, Matt, down on 18. So a volatile lobby brewing with Kadar, Mr. Marshall, and Plotak, the ones able to separate from the pack for presumably going to be a top 4 finish for them.
Isolated from all the problems there at the bottom of the board. And as we mentioned earlier on in the game, this is going to give them a little bit more time to work with. If you have that extra HP, you're not as pressured to convert all of your gold into units. It doesn't have to immediately become board power. It's just stonks, baby.
And you can see double 61 confirming the commitment to playing this Yone reroll here. Needs to find a couple of more copies of this. Has the itemized version on the board, obviously. Is now still holding on with that singular copy on the bench. So 2 copies away here, trying to roll it down, trying to hit. It would be an absolutely immaculate hit for him from now again. Because Rune reroll is one of those comps that, Yone reroll even, is one of those comps that cap out very highly, as we've seen so many times before.
We'll keep our eyes on the right-hand side of the screen. I don't think it's happened this round at least, but I do like that we're seeing, a little bit of a lesser version of what we saw from some of people's late-game boards, running 2 versions of the same carry to make a 3-star just a little bit more palatable. As Kudo, of course, the former dominant player in the lobby, is now realizing that the rest of the lobby has started to catch up in terms of raw power. Toon with an impressive-looking board and an early Ziggs.
Yeah, speaking of high caps, that Ziggs already on the field here at 4-6, doing a ton of damage for him. Just drops as many items as he can possibly justify creating.
The only thing he's missing here is we don't actually have the Twisted Fate to be able to push us up to 6 disco, even though we've got a very, very good headliner in terms of the Blitzcrank. Ziggs is having to pull more than a little bit of his weight here, but I think newly buffed, he's enough to at least keep Toon from spiraling for the time being.
Yeah, it's also double mana item 6 as well, so there's a lot of stuff to kind of take in there here, as we kind of see going on to Shining Star's perspective. One of the players that has that TF on the board here alongside an Aria, but with Yone in the backline here, this should be quick work for double 61's board to close out this fight.
Yeah, that Yone just too much work. Walks directly into the backline and assassinates the TF. Hold on a second, though. Blitzcrank putting in a lot of work here.
I told you it was good. I mean, yeah, they don't have enough damage to bust through his shield, so... I really like when you raised them out, though. Like, we've seen this in our previous games. The par thing for Yone, that if he can just walk straight into the backline carries, under most circumstances, that will end the round immediately. If double gets up to, the 3-star Yone, I don't think he'll have any problems being able to delete everything on the board.
Yeah, that would have been a pure one-shot. If that was Yone 3, that would have been the entire board of Shining Star gone in one cast. So very careful positioning going to be needed for the rest of this game, because it looks like double 61's board is here to stay.
Also, it's worth noting here from the likes of double 61, this is the Crowd Diver headliner, opening up stuff like the 6, like the Kiana, for that 6 headliner damage boost further down the road when we get to that level 8 even. So that's something we got to keep in mind here as we do get another round of items here coming through here. We don't have any armor shred right now, so I sure is even shred coming in.
We have been good this year. So, I mean, if we're talking about late game weeds, this seems like we've got the keys to it suddenly being handed over here. If we didn't have the 3-star Yone, maybe double just eventually takes the losses and doesn't get there, but now has the potential, as you said, to go up to the full power version of the board, buoyed by the 3-star Yone.
And at this moment, Plotak is going where no TFT player has gone before, figuring out how to cap a Kale reroll board.
Walking the roads, somewhat middle of the road traveled, I guess.
The road occasionally traveled.
Yep.
The bypass.
My favorite Robert Frost poem.
It was some of his less popular work, but it's always a work in progress. For Plotak, though, that's ToonTV showing that at least he's done his homework. Hands out the L. We're starting to see the HP dripping away across the lobby. We mentioned before the top 3 players, they were safe as things started to devolve, but that's not the case anymore. Qdot is at least up there with a good amount of HP, but across the lobby, we've got some people close to elimination, and everybody else is around 30 HP or lower.
Yeah, pretty much anyone going into the last game with less than 20 tournament points can kind of just like stop thinking about making it to that day 3. There are still going to be some placement points to play for in terms of the GSC circuit points in that final game regardless, right? You want to see if you can get 10 instead of 5, for example. I think it's the cutoff, or the changes are going to be. So that's something we've got to keep in mind here. So you can see like Coco has that Karthus 2 on the backside alongside of that Viego. So has this competition entirely online. Meanwhile, we see Toon still struggling with that triple mana item 6 now.
Look, he's doing his best, all right? He's just taking by the Karthus.
No, so it's okay.
Wait for it. Okay.
Guess it doesn't matter. Blitzcrank again. 2 different Blitzcranks winning 2 different rounds by themselves.
I think that illustrates really well, if we're talking about the kind of the triangle of matchups there, just what the Karthus board can't do, which is delete one incredibly strong individual unit. It's great at dealing with lots of weaker units, but you put it 1v1 versus a Titan, it's always going to bounce off.
Yeah, it's so funny watching this because, like, you think always in TFT, you're like, it's a frontliner, whatever, it's not going to do anything. Here's the thing about Blitz. Constantly dealing damage. You don't notice it maybe in the context of a huge fight, but you will in those one-on-ones when you can't do any damage and he's just wiping the floor with you. Yone. Sorry, that's not a Yone. That's a Yone.
Yone at all.
Good lord.
Yeah,
he's on the top rope.
Oh, and heading out for an early bath is Shining Star, so that's our second elimination. I don't think we even mentioned that Coco did get knocked out before. Shining Star is out as well. Bear in mind, we've got our players here who need every single point they can get, so that's going to be very disappointing, particularly for Coco, as noted before, usually a very dominant player.
A couple of interesting emblems on this carousel as well. Country would have been very interesting in a lot of other lobbies, but in this lobby, well, we are not going down a country road, so it does seem like we are just going to let that one slide for the most part here, but it is just a whole host of random emblems left over, and which one do you want? Well, that's always a bit of an interesting question, as we do see Double 61 go a little late here, get that final component from the caretakers coming through here, gets a BT for the set, just getting that tertiary carry set up alongside that ribbon support.
Yeah, that board, some of those items sure do exist. But he's turned it around pretty solidly. That's what we were talking about, where like early game you slam what you've got and then you figure it out later. So Double now has that Yone 3 as the primary carry, and blue buff, red buff, ribbon. Purple buff it is.
Yeah, I mean, our players are putting together what they can from what they've got. Mr. Marshall up against the Double 61. That Yone fulfilling the promise. He just walks into your backlines, and you just don't have a backline anymore. I don't even think a Blitzcrank will be able to save this one. Double comes in, takes Mr. Marshall down to... We've got last stand! All right.
As I was talking about, right, Mr. Marshall here going for that ultra high cap with the Clotted Mind as well as that last stand, but he's level 9 here, but hasn't really found a lot of important upgrades here, but finds that Karthus 2 now, which will be the main source of damage for this composition alongside the Viego, as this Akali is currently on tank duty, it seems like, with the Sunfire Cape as well as a Redemption.
You raise exactly the point I was thinking of there, which is this composition doesn't really have a tank. And so the Karthus is really reliant on those frontliners just providing enough of a distraction to get going through. I'm worried here because, we know the Twisted Fate loves it when the unit count on the field drops down, and that's going to happen pretty quickly, even with the last line defenses.
Now looking into the backline, you see that Viego still alive, healing so much with that Bloodthirster. And Tropical takes a huge hit. Rookie mistake of not itemizing the true carry of that composition, Blitzcrank.
I think that's something we haven't really raised about the Blitzcranks we've seen do, like, absolutely run amok in some of these fights here. It's the fact that the Blitzcrank headline effect does provide you a bit of damage as well that you don't get from a regular Blitzcrank, right? So that is one of the reasons why the damage output is actually pretty ridiculous when we look at it in a vacuum, but Toon still looking for that singular copy of Twisted Fate, but has chosen to stay the course and go for level 9 instead, then go for potentially a 2-star 6 as his main carry.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, still not being able to find the Twisted Fate, but I love what on Toon's side of things, it doesn't seem to be bothering him at all. He's saying, you know what? I may have a Nami with a Death Blade on her, but I'm still going to somehow make this composition work. And still be doing all of this with a ton of money in the bank. Goes up to level 9, a much greater chance of finding what he's looking for. There's the Twisted Fate. I guess it might just be coming in as a trait bot at this point.
Yeah, I think when you're at the point where you have all mana items on your only carry, you just kind of take what you can get.
Especially because 6 as a unit is such a strong unit that it's like getting those, like the more you accelerate 6, the better, right? The more cast you get off, the better it is going to be in towards those fights here. But with a matchup like this one here against Mr. Marshall's executional setup here, having an all 1-star backline now with the additional effects coming through from that last stand could be absolutely detrimental.
We know that usually the Ziggs will be wanting to try and hit some of the more vulnerable backlines, but in this case, not having a traditional composition from Mr. Marshall may work in his favor because his frontliners are making an absolute mess of things, and that's an extremely one-sided round.
Yeah, and you look, the Omnivamp 2 working so well for that Viego. Every time he ulted, he went back to full HP. Like it was not even close.
Yeah, and double elimination here as well with Toon, as well as KC Double being eliminated from this game, with Toon now being on 18 points. I think that is going to be the end of his tournament run for now, but even then, strong return to competition from Toon that we spoke about earlier. We spoke with on broadcast earlier on today, right, and even getting some of those points that will help him in his quest for making it to that Rising Legends Finals, and getting those day 2 points right now is going to be even more important than they used to be with just the 2 GSCs of this competitive cycle.
Absolutely, and we're going to be back on Qdaw's board. The highest HP in the lobby for the entirety of the lobby is coming in with this Karthus carry against Tropical's board, who doesn't seem to have the damage to stop it. You've got that Viego with one more. Oh, hold on. It's Zach versus Karthus.
Yes!
It's tank versus carry, and down goes the Lich, dead for a second time.
Okay, so we've got our Zach cosplaying as Blitzcrank in that interaction, but it's the same idea. I'm still so impressed that Qdaw has managed to run such a dominant streak for the game. I mean, we can see with the HP totals of the other players, this is a testament to how much damage he's done during the game, and he's pretty much guaranteed top 2 at worst.
Yeah, at worst, right? But again, he has to be able to deal with Mr. Marshall's board. And at this moment in time, Mr. Marshall's board almost feels like it is just a stronger version of his with the little buddies, with that last stand as well, right? There is so much combat power, and little buddies really, again, just amplifying his decision to go for this superfan version of the Karthus Akali build.
Watch the Viego for Mr. Marshall here. Every single ultimate gives him about 50% HP, which does really well into the other Viego.
Oh my gosh, Tropical is gone. We're down to our final 2. I mean, these boards are absolutely cracked. I'm loving what we're seeing in this game, though. We're in day 2. We're coming close to our final round and our final cut, where the half of the players in the tournament right now will be taken away, and only the best will go through to day 3. We are in roughly the mid-table, so these players needed to show us something special, and I think they've done exactly that.
Yeah, the issue here, you can see like Qdaw looking for any way to kind of reassess this board state, make it strong enough to win this mirror matchup. But even with the additional Pentacle Emblem, I don't think that there will be any hope here for the Turkish player to take down Mr. Marshall. But both players here put themselves into very strong positions for that Game 6 that's going to come up shortly after this game has concluded to make a case for day number 3.
All right, Mr. Marshall versus Qdaw, both of them with Karthus's in the back. But Mr. Marshall's, I know for a fact, this first ult is gonna hurt. There it goes into the backline, and now the Akali doing her best here for Qdaw, but it's just against the army of Mr. Marshall, and he takes down Qdaw's Akali eventually and takes the win.
No amount of caster cursing was enough to put the Romanian down in this game, and incredibly well done. I loved as well, we saw the dueling in that round between the 2 Viegos. It's like a new League cinematic just being thrown in for us there at the end. That was an epic encounter, but I think both those players can leave this lobby happy.
Yeah, again, like for example, here we see Mr. Masacre go to 22 points now. Again, a reason why I'm talking so much about the points is it's super relevant going to the last game to kind of set the stakes, because this is what the players are thinking about right now. They're thinking about like, what do I need to make it to the next day? That is all that they think about, all that they care about right now. When if they are some of the players on the brink here, and now he knows that with a potential top 4 in his next game, he'll have a very strong case for making it to day 3.
Plenty of Golden Spatula Cup Day 3 hopefuls left to see. We've got one more game coming at you here at the first Golden Spatula Cup of Set 10.
I'm Power Masacre. My name is Jose Antonio. I'm from Granada, Spain. I would like play in Europe. If I won in Gamergy in Spain to Wetjungler, Odessa, Wasones, Tevi, Point, I think that if I perform like that, I can win in Europe. The day the tournament in Gamergy, I just enjoy the morning. I rest. I saw the Gamergy. An hour before the game, I saw a little bit the tactic tool, but not so much. The rest is the more important the day of the competition. And the day before, I read a lot, I saw a lot, and I played a lot. Thank you for see the tournament. Regards for my family and my friends and my team. I hope you enjoy the tournament. I perform the best.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and I do want to start this one off with a little bit of a flame, I guess, because this was lobby 7. All of these players needing these really, really high finishes to make it into day 3. They were playing for all or nothing, and what ended up happening, Panda, is hand-holding galore. Everybody on the pentakill, everybody on the disco. Is that what we expected?
I usually give players benefit of the doubt, but in this case, I think it's deserving to be harsh. I think the lack of creativity in this game was surprising for a day 2 of a GSC. Out of all 8 players, it was only Disco, Pentakill, or one unit reroll was played by double, and no other comp diversity, no other attempts at playing other rerolls whatsoever. And we saw players just being punished for it. Contested, not finding a single TF for ToonTV, for example. The Pentakill players all suffering under Marshall, who was win streaking all of stage 2, 3, and 4. I think he played the best game out of everyone. He had a Lulu on his board, holding items, the last stand proc in the end, and that was really the thing that put him over the top. But overall, I am not impressed by this game 5.
I think what also helped Mr. Marshall is, first of all, making use of that Clear Mind augment, then the last stand proccing, having those extra buffs from the augments coming through, and then, of course, also finding the units he needed in what felt like a 5-way contest. Now, normally when we see these contests, we have this option of saying like, yeah, you know, rather than going for the traditional carries, you can do something like a Kale carry, but we did look at the stats this morning and Kale carry doesn't seem like something you should do. So take this as a word of caution. We're going to take a look at our standings and see how they all shake out after that 5th game.
We're seeing now with just one game remaining, you have to be at 20 points, or sometimes in some cases 19, but probably very unlikely to still make it there with the first. Ideally 20 points or above to have any chance of making it to day 3. As we mentioned on the cast, GSC points are a thing in day 2. Where you finish dictates how many points you receive, so placements do still matter here. But looking at this point here from position 47 onwards, these are players that still have a chance if they're able to get it first in this last game.
Yeah, and that's also something we're once again then looking for, needing those high finishes. At the same time, though, anybody that is already at that 26, 27 mark is probably safe. Looking at Kevin Parker, Scapeus, and whoever is waiting on that first page of the standings, all of these players probably already safe. And Salvi, Rebenov, and Chinar coming through here with really, really high points every single. We'll ignore that 3rd game from Chinar, but every other game, a top 4 is definitely something you have to respect. Make sure that you watch out for these players because they seem to have a good time on this patch here.
And looking at the top end of the standings, there are 2 Turkish players, Chinar and Venri. Props to them for doing so well. We saw a lot of Turkish players falling out in day 1 yesterday, potentially due to the spots they get from ladder and that player strength maybe not being as high as E West. But here we see every single time at the top end, there are a ton of very, very good Turkish players. Ging, of course, being the number 1, but in this case, Chinar taking that mantle for this day 2. Havali, we saw him in game 1, so hopefully they can do well in this last game. They were already qualified, though, in the case of Venri and Chinar.
And speaking of, that last game is already ready. We're getting back into it straight away here. Counterfeit and Niberia for that last game of today.
Thank you so much, Makes. I'm here with my boy Peter. What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
Yes, what's up? It's game number 6. Let's go, baby. We're here. We're matching. I ran upstairs, sprinted upstairs to grab this sweater. And as you can see, my green screen is not happy about it, but it was worth it, baby. We are coming into the final game of the first Golden Spatula Cup here at Remix Rumble. So I am thrilled. Nettlemage seems to be in the void between worlds.
Well, I mean, that's the key. That's why if you want to make sure that your clothing is always on point, is just give it as much contrast as possible. But as has been alluded to all day long, we were going to reach this point, the breaking point for these players. They are on the bubble. They've got the chance still to make it through to day 3, but they're going to need to pull out all the stops.
Better to see how we start off, of course, our portal selection. I thought on the top right it was going to spoil us. It's not. We haven't chosen yet. It's 3 champions. Okay, we're good. We're good.
All right.
Nothing too crazy. Just a little bit of extra selection, little bit of extra spice, the pepper on top, you know. Nothing too crazy.
Honestly, it's at this point, with this being such a high stakes game for these players, I'm a little bit relieved because we've got such good players in this lobby. You know, having 3 one-cost champions being thrown in should barely affect things at all, and we'll get so many skilled players able to deploy exactly what's brought them to this point in the first place.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this last game goes. Of course, everyone here looking to make their way into day number 3. Nettlemage will continue to throw me off every time I see that camera. I was like, oh god, there's a bug. No. His background really is just like RGB 000. It's crazy.
I mean, that's what you've got to be in a world completely free of distractions when a game is high stake. So you just, you deploy yourself, the black box, you cut off all outside distraction. You say, it's just you and me game. We are going all the way.
No, the material world, gone. Only TFT. We're going to head over to Zolanash's board. I'm interested to see what this early game looks like for these players, because we saw a little bit of risk coming into the early game last match. So I'm wondering if they're going to continue with that trend or if they're just going to say, okay, going consistent, trying to build up this early game. So we see Experian, former GSC winner, potentially with Double Bruiser in his pocket.
As was mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, it's lovely to see him back in the mix again. Experian, I think it's doing exactly what you said here, Matt, which we've got ourselves a lot of bruisers that came through the early part of this game. We could have a couple of 2-stars, and in fact, we could have Bruiser 4 to start us off here as well. I think this is such a solid front line. Fully adapted, wouldn't be too shabby at all, but honestly, any of these augments would go very well with the current setup.
Yeah, good options coming in. Ooh, 8-bit would be interesting if he wants to go for Riven carry, but I think a little too soon for that. Healing Orb stays flexible throughout the game, leveling up there so that there's at least one backline unit in play with the beefy boys in the front line.
So gold, of course, across the board. Idealism being picked up very early from Kerfuzzle. Of course, we haven't had a chance to see too much of Kerfuzzle play. I think he might do it. Kerfuzzled. For anyone who didn't see Kerfuzzle play before, he is absolutely a clutch magnet. But we've got plenty of other players with plans of their own. Zulanash was in the chat just a few moments ago complaining about how he wasn't finding the high rolls. Finding exposed weakness from the beginning of the game ain't a bad way to get off to the races.
Well, look, you don't have to worry about high rolling or low rolling if you don't have anything on your board. So really, it's the perfect strategy to counter RNG. It's the perfect counter to variance. It's just zero variance because you're always going to lose.
No, I'm absolutely with you. As much as we're kind of messing around a little bit there, you're 100% right. That's what you have control over. And in this lobby, open forting is absolutely going to be working. We've gotten some information about some of the augments that have been picked up across the board, and there are some interesting ones in here, particularly. Of course, Kerfuzzle we've seen with the idealism from before, but Nettle Midge did find the Twin Terror from the very beginning, which puts them at odds with Zulanash, who also seems to be headed down the same kind of line.
It's really fascinating too, because again, we were memeing a little bit, but a little bit 100% earnest. We saw this last game when we had Double taking up the bottom and Q-Dog taking up the half, so nobody else could streak. If you have a player open forting, your only option is to go for win streak, because you are never going to be able to lose more than a person who doesn't have a single unit on their board. So someone's early game is going to be really good, and everyone else is just going to be absolutely miserable.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at Kerfuzzle here, and having made it into day number 2 as the only remaining player from the UK, there's definitely a lot of pressure on him. Of course, he's had that big success from before, but one thing we'd like to be seeing is the Yasuo coming through and getting kills, getting stacks, but already Nettle Midge's board is strong enough that the Yasuo is getting put down relatively quickly, and the only thing that could save Kerfuzzle, and it might happen, is finding that Yasuo extremely quickly to reverse course.
Yeah, it just needs 2 more, so it's not that bad. We've seen Yasuo on his own, not exactly enough to win the game entirely, but if you can get him early on and give him a decent supporting cast, he will pull through for you. So we see Exiles also going for a lost streak strategy. I'm curious if Zulanash stopped doing complete open fort, or if this is just a huge gamble.
Oh, well, I guess we'll have to wait a few rounds to find out. As you mentioned, there is the big separation between here, between the ways our players are approaching this game, because they are all around 21, 20 points or so, and they need that 27 or around there to get through to day 3. Of course, we haven't necessarily talked about Volta as of yet, as we visit with him for a second with the Epitaph, or when, of course, literally the phenomenon of the previous set being able to make it all the way through to the global finals. And I think a player who's really found new life at the last set, which I hope can continue in this set as well.
one of the staples of EMEA. Weeda and I have always been looking towards him as like one of those breakout players that could get back to that top echelon of play. Volta did just that last set, getting 7th at those championships, as you mentioned. So excited to see him in this match. Looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do. And I'm just keeping an eye on the health totals here just to see who's open forting the most, because Exiles and Zoilanash both at low HP, but again, not sure what's going on Zoilanash's board.
No, Zoilanash, as you mentioned, we've got the collision point with Nettlemage, who's currently on the top of the lobby, and Zoilanash, who's on the bottom of the lobby, approximately building in the same direction. So they're both getting a lot of money to try and find that composition. Zoilanash, for the time being, is making use of the punk you mentioned before. The decreased cost rerolls means that you can find your composition a lot quicker than otherwise, but I worry whether or not this will ultimately come together, being that Nettlemage will be able to move up levels and access some of the key units quicker.
And look, Zoilanash is at 19 points right now. That cutoff point traditionally for day number 3 is around 27 points. If he gets a first, he's at 27 points. If he does anything but first place, he does not make it into day number 3, odds are. So he has to go for the absolute highest cap possible. So he's going for this guaranteed loss streak to get guaranteed economy coming out of stage 2 and trying to turn it into a win. Maximum risk, maximum reward.
And Exiles, you can see, doing the same sort of thing as well, managing to maintain a very good loss streak, getting a substantial cash out in the early going. We'll see if he wants to raise the stakes, because as you mentioned, we have got a pretty disparate lobby, and yeah, I think it would be way too risky, given that we know we've got several players who want to lose, to try and gamble with all of your stacks that way.
Yeah, and it's important to remember when players are trying to do these strategies, the reason it is so much worse for there to be a open forter in the lobby than it used to be. Streaks start at 3 now. So if you're going through and you barely manage 3, you don't even get the extra gold anymore. You are just done. So it is so much more important to get that full streak through this stage, because that's when you actually make the most money.
And you'd be hoping, if that's not on the cards for you, you can find a different way to scale. I mean, something that Fuzzles has got going on for him as well is that even if he's not necessarily got a ton of money in the bank, nor any kind of economy, or when he has got the scaling power of the Yasuo building up, and he's getting some wins here, at least against the people who are not open forcing necessarily, but are trying to play weaker boards that are vulnerable to being preyed upon and harvested for stacks.
He's doing the only thing you can do from this position. The only thing you can do is just save as much HP as possible. You don't need to go all in on a win streak, because unless you're Experian or Nettlemage, that was never an option. Experian does make it out with that full win streak, so he and Zoilanash are both going to be very happy. But Experian's going to come out of it with 35 more HP, so I think he wins stage 2.
All right, sorry, I was just looking at my screen here and seeing Nettlemage. So we thought we had a setup here for a direct collision between our two Executioner players, but it looks like that might actually not be on the cards. Nettlemage is going the path much less traveled. Maybe we're going to be seeing what we saw from Shining Star before, moving towards the Samira Executioner side, maybe trying to bypass the direct contest and play some of the higher end Executioners instead.
I like that he's slamming items at this point, trying to preserve HP, as we see Kerfuzzled finally will hit that Yasuo 3-star on 3-1. Ooh. Should give him a little bit more power.
Yeah, I mean, this is so important. It's not, we've seen a lot of times there's such a small window to make this composition really sing. We've seen Kerfuzzled pick up a few stacks recently, but I'm worried. Experian is still on a win streak since the beginning of the game. There are boards that Kerfuzzled is just going to bounce off of entirely.
Yeah, even with that upgrade, not going to have a ton of strength. As we've seen previously, Yasuo 3, very conditional of when he's going to carry the board. This time, looks pretty good odds because there's not much CC targeting him, and he's got that Idealism Hand of Justice. So he's going to be able to make it through this one all right as we run into Qdaw's board, who is just running that headliner Kaisa for the time being.
I think you pointed out something very important there as a big win for Kerfuzzled comes through, is the lack of crowd control. We do not have access to the Quicksilver for that Yasuo. We do not have a way of getting it unless we're finding it through the Augments. And it doesn't look like this time Augment's going to bail out Kafuzzles and give him that get out of jail free card.
Yeah, see what his options are here. He's going to pick up a little bit of bulk there. Zoilanash did actually turn that last round around, so he's back in the wins, no longer open forting, and he is investing all of that extra gold into trying to stabilize.
A little update on what's going on around the field as people are starting to put things together with their second onwards coming in. Volta up at the top with the win streak, has been running around with the country for the time being, has a pretty good setup, and thank you production for showing us here everything that's going on. One player, Matt, that does draw my eye though is Lusher in third place. The Patient Study obviously looking towards a very, very late game strategy.
If he's able to make it, that is the highest possible cap you can get from Econ Augments. He is so set. Speaking of set, look at Volta's board. This is Ezreal in all but name, so he's got great items for that big shot when he can get to the later stages of the game, and right now Aphelios looks like he's doing a great job of carrying them.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a good item holder. We can see here, just completely rips through everything. I think in this case, it actually doesn't, but Volta was very close there, and he's still got the Heartsteel in place, so I think that's one of the nice things about being able to put Heartsteel as part of your composition, even very temporarily, is it sort of softens those kind of wins and losses, saying, whatever happens, I'm getting something out of it.
Yeah, Axios now we're seeing on this board was holding some AP items on this Corki. I think they're going to level up here as we go over to Qdo's board. Does look like a committal into that Riven 8-bit carry.
The itemization is looking pretty damn good. We're having the fun of Viego that early on is real nice. I mean, we've been stacking up the 8-bit for a while. I guess the only problem here is we're not in one of those portals where we're going to be getting a hold of that spatula and therefore the 8-bit emblem to get that really capped out version, but I don't spotted anyone as of yet who's going the same line, so 3-star that Riven should be very possible in this game.
Yeah, we don't really see a whole lot of edgelord. We see someone leaning towards pentakill from Exules with that spatula. So maybe some collision in the later stages of the game. We can see those items already ready for a Karthus when we get to that level 7, level 8 area. All of which, assuming Exules makes it there, with 39 HP coming into the stage 3 carousel.
That is absolutely brutal, and Exules doesn't have, well, I mean, he's got the vampirism, I suppose. That is something of a reward for taking the losses, but it's not a direct economic reward. And I think by the time Exules gets this board online, there's not going to be a lot of room to work with. And again, like we said before, there are always the bad matchups which are going to take away the little HP Exul has left.
Yeah, vampirism is very much like we have last stand at home energy. It's like, well, we get a little bit of, that's good, right? That's fine? No, it's not. It's really just going to absolutely ruin you unless you can turn it around. So Exules doesn't have that advantage of being like, oh, 1 HP, great, time to turn it around. It's just like, oh, I'm below 20. I'm about to die. You really got to invest at that point. So I'm waiting for that. He's only got like 2 combats left. Finds a Karthus, though, miraculously. So maybe I should just shut my big mouth.
I don't know. I still think this is, I mean, don't get us wrong, this is a great setup that Exules is fine now. The sniper's focus as well means the backlines will just die instantly, and this is one of the compositions I suspect from Lusher that would potentially have that trouble because it's so based on backline damage. But we do know that we have got the edgelords in this lobby. We do know that that matchup is not good, and Karthus just generally is going to struggle to get rid of those single big damage dealers.
In the meantime, though, Exules has turned his game around. You know, he was on 39 HP, looking like he was just going to be absolutely massacred. Finding that Karthus when you've been ready to itemize Karthus the entire game, turns out it's actually kind of good. So at least for the rest of Stage 3, I suspect he's going to do well. When other people start getting real carries, I think it's going to be a little different. It might be a problem.
I mean, speaking of Zulanash, a really interesting spot because, again, We've had the collision course. It actually looks like we had 2 players who were seemingly going for the Twin Terror composition, and ultimately neither player has ended up playing this composition, presumably because they thought the other one was going to go all in on it.
I love it. The Spider-Man pointing meme, but then both of them get flattened by a truck. Like, it's just so rough.
No,
that's your only option if you go for that augment, and it just does not pan out. We see Zilanash here has that Giant Slayer completed, which is fantastic. Finally got rid of that open bow, and Kerfuzzled seems to be doing pretty well with it. I was worried.
No, I was very worried for our Fuzzy King, but he seems to have stabilized. I mean, there's not a huge amount of HP in between the players at the moment, with, of course, the large exception of Exils. It does start to drop off towards our bottom three a fair bit, but, there's still some ground to cover. Checking back in with Experian and the Crowd Diver Bruiser setup from before, we've got some pretty decent AD itemization coming together.
Yeah, it's important to note real quick about Kerfuzzled's board as well. This is the best we've seen this composition go all day, by a long shot. The Yasuo isn't instantly dying, so he's doing great. So we will have the chance to see a later game transition of this composition that we haven't had the opportunity of before.
Oh, turns out I misread the situation. It will be Nettlemage who is going to be able to move into this lineup play and does have the units online. So retract everything I previously said. Nettlemage is actually pretty close to bringing some of these units up to 3-star and really getting roaring. The itemization is looking very, very good for the backline.
Yeah, that executioner there as well from the headliner benefits both the Twitch and the Vex, so going to be really happy with that pickup for Nettlemage. Just has to roll for those 3 stars now.
All right, so apparently 8-Bit was just a temporary stop along the way. I think we do see one of the matchups that could potentially be bad if you can't burst down everyone quick enough. But from what Nettlemage is teaching us from the Void is, even at this stage, before he's got the 3 stars fully in place, he's still feeling pretty confident. I like the Sticks and Stones being added in here as well, to be able to strip out the defensive prowess of the opposing team, instead of something like Exposed Weakness.
Curious how he's going to cap it off here. There's the opportunity from Healing Orbs to keep that front line up a little bit longer. So I'm just going to wait until Nettlemage makes a decision, because he seems to be ever so slightly in the tank right now.
Well, we know we are playing the Guardians, but there's a huge amount of damage coming out from Executioner backline anyway, so I can see the argument for staying away from it. Personally, I feel a little bit more comfortable with the Healing Orbs. Stationary support's a gamble, you don't know what you're going to get. Crash Test Dummies, though, that buys you a little bit more time, and our front line right now is not particularly good.
Yeah, Healing Orbs and Crash Test, 2 different ways to buy time. He's going to go for the Healing Orbs, I think making the bet that once those Executioners get rolling, they'll be able to single-handedly keep up those frontline units. So we head over to Qdaw's board, who has hit that Ribbon 3 we were looking for earlier on.
Oh boy, with the Edge of Night as well, this is going to be absolutely nightmarish, if you excuse the pun. Kerfuzzle, of course, as we saw from our previous lobbies, the worst case scenario here is, you find the Yasuo, everything goes right for you, and then you realize that somebody else has swooped in and is scooping up all the units you're supposed to be getting, but they got to them first because they weren't re-rolling a 1 cost.
Yeah. Even though Kerfuzzle got it so early, it just hurts to watch. It's just like, okay, he did everything right, but there's someone else who, did everything right and better. It's so unfortunate, because those compositions, we've been talking about the collision courses of players before, those compositions rub against each other on this stage 4. It's like, well, if the Yasuo player isn't that much farther ahead, you don't get the opportunity to roll for those contested units, and you're already 1 cost reroll compositions already have a hard enough time getting past the initial cap.
Now, when the boards are starting to really come together, Zilanash, as we noted before, the Exposed Weakness could have otherwise taken down the Trinitary route, but instead has gone for those higher end executions, which means it's going to be very hard to defend against this damage, because it's stripping away not just armor, but magic resist as well. It means both of your main damage threats are very, very good. Viego, though, survives the storm, and he's doing exactly what a Yone or Riven would do, which is be one big threat that the Karthus can't deal with.
And Zilanash now in the unfortunate position of having continued his fortune from the early game. He went for open fort, he lost so much HP, and now his board is running into boards that can beat it. So he's got 16 HP, and that's 2 lives at best.
Spatula showing up here at the tail end of the game. Zilanash will be able to grab hold of a pentakill Spatula as a result of this, especially if he's got the items. You see Kerfuzzle's going to force his hand a little bit there and say, you know what, if you don't want it, I'll just have it.
I have mixed feelings on it, but it's really funny to watch players do that. Just like, I'm gonna take it.
I think it's the only reason we don't have armories instead of just carousels. It's just the ability to park an item and toy with your opponents for just a little bit more.
All about the mental game, baby. So we're back on Luscious Boy. We were talking about it earlier on about how it's all about that late game high cap. And to get there, he's been using this Jazz composition, and he's already got a Ziggs in the backline as well. So a fantastic setup for that level 9, level 10.
And I really like that since we had the changes to Bard to make him more reliable as a damage dealer, you can really invest more in him and use him to carry you through the early game before you, say, get the misfortune 3 online. That we've got all the itemization on the Bard right now means that he's doing the majority of the work while Nico keeps things locked down on the front line. I think Lush has got some good... Again, we know he's got the best late game potential with his Augment setup. He just needs to make it there.
And I think he's got a good chance of it. Like, that loss wasn't terrible. He's got at least 2 life left. So he can take a loss here on this stage and then level up after PvE on 5-1, and that'll give him the opportunity to get that cap. He's already got the Yorick on the bench, so he has an out planned. We'll see how well it goes after this next round.
Yeah, I mean, Lush is definitely one of those players who will go deep in attack and come out with something surprising. Checking back in on our HP totals, we are seeing Zulanash down on 16 as the HP continues to float around 50 to 30 for the majority of the lobby. In fact, the entirety of the lobby, with the exception of Zulanash. So, again, it's still heavily contested. Do remember, again, for anyone who came in late, these players are fighting for their tournament lives. They need a really strong finish to make it to day 3. Very few of these players you will see again in this competition.
And the Experience board has been doing a great job of continuing to save him HP from the early game, so he's going to have time to pivot later. Even nearly wins that matchup against Qdaw's newly capped board.
I mean, having the Heartsteel in here as well and just getting that extra drip feed of extra stuff in as well as being able to pump up the power of your front line, I like it a lot, especially considering that we've got a decent amount of HP to work with and a decent amount of time as well.
Yeah, across the board, we're going to be seeing upgrades over the next start of the stage. Zulanash's board, he is in last place, 9 HP. He's picked up that Akali. No healing to be found, so she's kind of just one and done at this point.
Really hoping to get that Pentakill emblem online.
Oh, well. Hodge, there it is.
Oh, of course. I forgot we had the Pandora's Ice. That's easy peasy. Just re-rolled right into it immediately. It was all
sure he wanted to do Hodge, and then I remembered, like you said, I was like, oh yeah, he's got a spatula. I know what this is. I've seen this.
I mean, we've got 4 Executioner online now as well. If there was ever going to be a saving grace for Zulanash in this game, it arrived as of that high roll. He had, I mean, the Pandora's, gave him the extra chance to do it, but this is as good as it's going to get. He's got no money left over. At least if he dies here, he can say he gave it his all.
Zulanash can not take another loss for the rest of the game if he wants a chance to make it into that top position. We see that Kane double crown guard with a BT diving into the back line.
Oh my Lord.
Exploded in half a second. It looks like Zulanash's tournament hopes are gone along with him.
Jeez. The games when a Kane go into your backline and just make a complete mess of them. You sure remember those. I mean, I certainly remember the times when Kane was just a non-entity in the set, but very much not the case anymore. Volta gets a duplicator as well. We've got so many players here bringing up, their power level towards the late game. I think we're set for a really good end to day 2.
Yeah, Nettlemage, not quite hitting all the 3 stars, still looking for that Amumu, still looking for that Twitch, very close to both. And just to refresh on Volta's board, it was that Ezreal, but he's got so many extra units to cap with it that Kane truly terrifying.
Lusher trying to hold on. He doesn't have a last stand. He is at level 9, so he's been able to spend, and that's put a Ziggs onto his board, fully itemized with all the bombs and all the destruction. Nettlemage, as you said, Matt, he couldn't quite get there in time, and now Lusher has come to him for the rest of the lobby and said, I've been waiting this whole game to hand out the punishment. Now's my time.
But now Lusher is in the same spot Soilanash was in. Spent all of that economy, spent everything he was building up to this point with. Okay, 3-star movement. That might help Nettlemage a little bit.
I don't know.
But yeah, this is all he got. 2-star Alawi, good. 2-star Ziggs, good. But this might not be enough to face the rest of the lobby, and he cannot take another loss.
I'm just looking at Ziggs here on his lonesome in the middle of the board. All of the damage of the composition contained within one unit. Yeah. One very impressive unit, I'll give you. But if we see, let's say, that Riven going onto the Ziggs, it's over instantly.
Lusher, you can see on the camera, not feeling too great about his chances. Nettlemage on the left side of the screen doing pretty well. Will be able to take down the carry of Exules on the right side. We see Lusher with that composition. Ziggs still uncontested, but Riven is doing so much. Gets her shield back up, but does not get the kill. And one more round, Lusher saves his own life.
And you saw Lusher there, normally unflappable. The smallest trace of consternation crossing his face there in this round. And then as soon as Riven went off the attack, he's like, exactly according to plan. I wasn't panicked when Ziggs walked towards the Riven and said, hey, what's going on over here? It was all fine the whole way through the round.
Yeah, you could see him holding his breath just a little bit. From the start of the round, too, it was so funny because he like just put his head in his hands and like rubbed his forehead for a second. I was like, oh man, I feel you. Because he's got 3 players right now have 1 loss before they're out of the tournament. All of them are below 4 HP. So there's not even like, if they do minimum damage, no, they're gone.
Oh boy, look at those upgrades coming on the side of the screen. Lusher may have hit what he wanted to, but these boards are getting stronger. Zulanash has been knocked out. Exil's Nettlemage, Lusher, they're all on single digits HP, and everyone else is not really that far separated. There's so much volatility here. Exil's has hit level 9. We know this board is really good, but whether it's good enough against the ghost of Lusher, I guess we'll find out. A lot at stake in this particular round.
Nettlemage starting off pretty strong, getting the execute on the front line, but there's the Yasuo trying to dive into the back line. Doesn't find the itemized Twitch, doesn't find the Vex, which means this board will survive another round as Kerfuzzled takes the loss. Across the board, Exules takes the win as well. Lusher falls down in 7th place.
That's a heartbreaker. Finally, lets the emotions out there just at the tail end. Honestly, though, you know, these are all fantastic players. That was an extremely well-played game. I just think that despite the fact we started with a very unassuming portal in this game, just 3 little champions, our players have put together some pretty ridiculously strong boards.
Yeah, we now have 6 8-bit on the board here for Hudaw. The full vertical is around. So this is the cap of his board until he gets the upgrades, but we're going to be relying on that Riven pretty much entirely in this fight.
And we're a long way away from hitting the max cap on those 8-bit stacks, so there's no saving grace coming through there. But up against Nettlemage, yeah, we just see basically the same thing would have happened to Lusher anyway. The Riven, if she can walk up the flank of the composition, she just destroys backlines.
Yeah, and the thing about the 8-bit composition is you have those backline carries, like you have your Caitlyn and all that. But the bulk of your damage is going to come from that Riven. So if for whatever reason she's not contested, she will just delete the entire board.
Oh boy, so Nettlemage and Exil, joining the eliminated from that previous round. Again, we're down to the wire here. Experience got a little bit more HP to hold on to, and Volta as well, but I mean, we've got some really good stuff brewing here. We've got the chance to reforge that last Whisper because we've already got one on the Misfortune and go for something else. A couple of shots to try and make this board truly exemplary.
Not enough money to go for a level 10 finish, so just going to be rolling down looking for those 5 costs to cap out the board. Finds a couple, but no pairs just yet that I can see. Sona pair potentially in the shop. Rolls over both of them.
Oh.
So many decisions to be made in such a short time.
I think Volta's honestly very lucky at this point with this many decisions to be made that he's got the HP to call on to say, even if he can't make it all happen immediately, he can at least come back for another go at it next round. Scudor with the 6 8-bit. It's looking pretty good here.
She's going to be able to get the shield back off. No CC around to find her anymore. She just pops back up the shield, and she's just healing up her entire health bar. And that's the way it goes with Riven.
Kerfuzzled out in 4th place. The Yasuo ultimately, I suppose, did do better than we've seen before, but it still wasn't good enough for our king.
Better than I expected, so shouts out to him for the best Yasuo reroll we've seen all day.
I suppose that's cold comfort. I don't think that's going to be enough points to get Kerfuzzled into day 3. For our remaining players, they have 21, 20, and 20 points respectively, so they still need, ideally, to make the finish in 1st place to give themselves any real reassurance they're making it through. But Kudo, even if he's got 1 life left, he's got a board that is so incredibly hard to deal with, especially if the Riven is chasing down your carry.
You just got to watch the Riven. There's 1 stun onto her, but she's back out of the CC. There goes the shield. There goes all of the healing, and there's no CC left to speak of. So Kudo will take down Experience Board in rapid fashion.
You need focused individual damage, the kind you would get from, say, a Samira or similar to take her down, because the second she just scoots away, heals back up again, you're basically done. You just don't have the damage. You know, Ezreal is not built to take on these kind of threats because he just doesn't have that kind of damage profile.
The saving grace for Volterix and Experian is that Riven does not have a Quicksilver Sash. If they can get enough CC to stop her and burst her down, they can win these fights. Otherwise, it's not looking good.
I think if Jim was a little bit more played at the moment where he's slightly out of favor, that would provide the single target damage that you would need to get rid of her. But as it is, we see Kudo on the left-hand side there. Again, I don't think there's anything here that can take her down.
Yeah, and there we go. The Riven just shredding through that board on the right-hand side. We can see Volterix.
Oh no, I was wrong!
Riven's down!
It's over!
Volterix takes the lobby!
I mean, Volta is the master of surprises. Holy moly, I did not expect that last round to go that way at all, but Volta did what he needed to there. He came out of that with a first, and that means there's a good chance we get to see him again in day 3.
Really does exemplify the way that composition is played, that the moment Riven disappeared, the fight was just over. It wasn't like Riven's down and there was still a fighting chance. No. That board blew up the moment Riven stopped being able to tank for it, stopped being able to shred through it. So really well played from Volta, saving up till that last moment. We saw that Kayn do so much work, the double Crown Guard plus BT, and he wasn't even needed to win that fight. He died pretty much instantly, and I was like, that's the scariest person on the board. But with the Ziggs, with everyone on the rest of that team, was able to just push through that Riven and take her down and take the win, making his way to day number 3.
Oh boy, speaking of day number 3, we're going to have to head to break because our analysts are ready to break down that final game and also reveal who is going to be making it through to the final day of play. So stay tuned. The secrets of the day 2 and the fighters for day 3 will be revealed in just a few short moments' time.
Hello, I'm Enzo, I'm 23, I'm from France, and I'm a pro player from Gentlemates. I really like this new set. I'm really good in ladder, but the mechanic of Chosen is not really competitive, you know. But I think it's okay. I really like this new change. I'm one of the players played the most in ladder, so I think 10th place is really good for having a really competitive ladder in Europe. When you have talked about the most good people in EMEA, I think it's Wet and Double. It's a good ladder. We have Ging, he's very good. Lelouch, Travis, Combis, we have a lot of good players in ladder. No, I prefer a lot this new set. Set 9, it's only for a bad player. Gambling Tom, it's not for me. I think in this set, people is not really creative. People all play the same comp and can't be so creative. Yeah, I think True Damage is a little broken. I have only one goal. It's win world. Thank you to my family, my friends, and vive Gentlemates!
Welcome back to the analyst desk. After a game that ended so abruptly, we were all kind of left there standing and staring at how this could have happened. But of course, Volta, with a massive board, making it through there, still had gold to spend. He was sitting comfortably up there, and I really enjoyed this game from him. Of course, a little bit of luck is in there. We saw a fellow player complaining in chat during this game, saying he finds the Crown Guard augment, and next thing you know he finds another Crown Guard from an emblem. It's just, or an anvil. It's just, it happens, you know, good for him. But here you can see all of the boards once again with this Ezreal in the backline. We've been seeing a lot of Ezreal do well, Panda.
We have, and overall, just I think Volta really knew how to navigate this entire game, knew how to navigate his lead throughout every single stage, to then come off with a board that we're seeing here with the Kane 2 especially. And that Kane 2 was exactly the reason why Riven lost that matchup. We saw Riven throughout all these last few fights, getting the procs on Edgelord off of all these little tentacles very easily and navigating right into the backline because of it. In that last matchup, she was stuck on Kane. Kane came into her backline and just stopped her movement altogether. She had to go navigate through the entire board to try and make it to the backline. At that time, she was a one-woman show. Everyone else is dead, so she could not do it by herself. But keep it, Riven. That spatula was so fortunate for Kuda. I think he only needed a second to advance. Completely changed the course of his game. He was rolling for a core key on level 8, managed to find it, and that made him, you know, I think, get the second place. So huge props to him for knowing that was an out and navigating marvelously.
Yeah, I agree. I just want to remind everybody on the lobby standings here in the overall players were between 19 and 21 points. Usually we expect the cutoff to come in at 27 roughly with the tiebreakers. And so for some of these players, a second should be enough. I'm saying should because we obviously don't know the final standings of everybody just yet. But Kuda on the back of that 8-bit comp should probably be through. Volta most likely through as well. And then for players like Experian and Kerfuzzled, who are right underneath that, it's just so close, most likely are not going to make it. And we are seeing a little bit of a repetition of the previous game where there's a lot of pentakill being run, and one comp that definitely sticks out to me is Nettlemish's Twin Terror. Coming into this tournament, we expected really high results from the Twin Terror, and every single time we're seeing it on broadcast, it just seems to fall flat.
I think that, the stats, looking at yesterday's stats altogether, have been very good. I think, like you're mentioning, it's just a sample size issue on broadcast itself, where we've had less than stellar results. I think overall players are hitting very late. In some cases, they're kind of mildly contested in stage 3, especially they can't hit their headliners. In this case, it was a Vex headliner instead, so not the cookie cutter comp you're used to with Twin Terror. I think many players are missing out on some of the very small interactions that make Twin Terror or this comp shine in the late game, around how to position your front line, around putting a singular Amumu, for example, in the front line, so have units wrap around and and Vex can ult more units, for example. So the comp is very obvious. Run 2 vectors, run 2 switches, etc. But the small things that you can do in the late game to find an edge in certain matchups is what I think is maybe deceiving in the stats here.
Yeah, and speaking of finding an edge, I really liked how Lusher was moving through this lobby. I feel like he played to his strengths with the augments. Then, unfortunately, on that late game specialist, didn't seem to find what he needed to find to make everything come together. Had the fully itemized 6-2, which definitely does do a lot of lifting now that he's been buffed. But it just wasn't enough against some of the other boards, unfortunately, coming very close there.
That's a product of this kind of lobby where you're in a game 6, you need to play for that high roll. Lusher knows that late game specialist probably is not an augment he picks very often in most of his games. It's a very high risk augment where you're, trying to go 9 and then hoping that on that roll down with the extra gold, you're able to hit enough to stabilize. But lack of combat power from that augment and just lack of not rolling at all on 8 means that you're losing so much HP in the process. And if you don't hit a ton of 5 costs, you're going to probably go bottom. And that was the case here for Lusher. The Ziggs and the Alawi, not quite enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just happens sometimes. I'm sure we'll see him in the next game, same as Seoul, Nettlemage, and some of the other players here. Of course, we know them now. They've been back and back again at the Golden Spatula Cup and in Rising Legends, so I'm sure this isn't the last we've seen of them. We will get to standings in just a second. We need to make sure that all the lobbies are being finished before we can head on over there. But kind of looking at today retrospectively, Panda, what was your favorite moment coming out of today?
Comparing to yesterday, I mean, you can't compare, right? I think yesterday we saw too many good things. I will say that I'm happy that Kerfuzzled managed to pull off a Yasuo reroll that worked out, the top 4 to the very least. He needed more than that, obviously, to try and make it to tomorrow. But at the very least, he had got that going out of top 4.
Yeah, I agree. I would really like to see the Yasuo go even a little bit further. Didn't seem to come together, at least again for our broadcast lobby. It wasn't really there. I will take away that I will never click on Kale because that seems to be really bad. It's supported by stats and our broadcast lobbies, so I'll stay away.
Potentially the itemization on this unit has not been good, is the only thing. There are spots where you can pick kill reroll. You don't build Rage Blade on her. I baited many people at the start of this set. That is not the correct way to go. But with the right augments, with Metalheads, for example, and a huge lead where you are not rolling infinitely for kill on 6, where you're able to just go immediately into 7 pentakill, for example, in the late game, it is potentially viable. But Rage Blade, red buff, blue buff, I'm not sure are the right items. You want more kind of damage and AP items instead.
See, you say that, but I still don't believe in the Kale reroll. I'm sorry. I need more data to support it, then maybe I'll trust it. But for now, I'm gonna stay with the Yasuo reroll. I feel that's a little bit safer. I wish Senna would come back. Honestly, I really enjoyed playing that, but it's unfortunately not as good. And I think we'll see a little bit more of the same tomorrow. Country is one of the comps that I feel like are not being contested as much. Of course, players usually like to go for it when they find this emblem, but I feel even without the emblem, just due to the nature of being uncontested in many lobbies, it's a pretty good comp to go for when 6 other players are going for Disco and Pentakill.
I have a bit of a spoiler. I was following some of the Spanish players on the side. Safo already qualified from game 5, but Chuso needed a good result in this game 6. He played country, and he got I don't know if it's the first, but he was in first place most of his game in stage 4 and 5. So he only needed 3 points, only a 6. So I think he for sure made it. But that's one player that needed to have a good result, depended on a comp that we've been playing the entire set. It hasn't changed too much. It is reliable when you're able to hit and you're not contested. I think we'll see many players still playing it tomorrow.
Well, speaking of standings and results, here they are. We're going to see who actually makes it to day number 3. These are all of the players from today. And of course, we're really interested in the upper half. Shout out to everybody that participated today. Sorry, it's a long day. I'm starting to lose how to talk. But we are really happy to see some of these names and faces again.
Oh no!
And that's an unfortunate cutoff there at the 27 points. Raptor, Yellow Tomato, and Dark Hydra not making it due to tiebreakers.
And that is the current EMEA champion not able to make it to this day 3, but we do have a lot of players like Kevin Parker just barely making it in. Volta as well with his win. We saw Qdal as well with that second place, both able to leapfrog so many players off of those results. Travis, but looking at the first page, Rebenev still stays on top with Salvi and Elia, and Kesman, fellow caster, pulling through, proving he has what it takes to compete at the highest level with big names like Solo, Chinar, and, well, Chuso and Safo, both Spanish players, makes also making it through. I'm extremely happy to see them both popping off.
I mean, you're not letting me talk, but there's 3 German players in the top 8. That is something that I'm very happy about. Of course, also Solo Gesang in there had a pretty bad start, I believe, an 8th and a 7th, able to turn it around. That has to be strong mental. Really excited to see that, and we do have more winners, and this time it's not only winners of the hearts and off the points, but winners of the Twitter contest, because we've been asking you guys to show us how you watch us. Oh, that was complicated. And this is today's winner, Top G TFT. I actually looked at that picture earlier because it's so nice with like the view in the background. So really cool to see. Thank you for tuning in. And if you want to participate tomorrow, you can again share your setups over there. So leave a follow. Make sure you are tuned into that contest. Maybe Panda will show us his setup as well. He keeps talking about plans, so I'm intrigued.
You know what makes? There was, some cleaning due in my general space, so I will go for that mix. I'll clean up tomorrow. I'll put all my plants that I have in my apartment around my desk. Definitely, they're always there, and I'll win the contest. Is it legal though? Can I participate? Are you sure?
No, you cannot win. You can participate for style points.
So. All right, never mind. I'm out. I only played a win mix.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Well, speaking of tomorrow, make sure you tune in again. Tomorrow we start 1 hour early. Normally we start at 4 p.m., right?
Yes, that's correct.
Tomorrow we start at 3 p.m. CET, so make sure you write that down. Pre-show, of course, as always, half an hour early. And make sure you check our social media accounts, which Panda will give us, of course.
It is going to be TFT Esports, EMEA. That's our main account, the most important one. The casters ones, we're seeing here, makes_Impetuous Panda. Then we have a few other ones, which are, close to the casters' names, but maybe with some changes, which you can see on the command on the Twitch chat.
Counterfeit Casts and Rita Casts are the names. It's actually Counterfeit Cast, or run of shows wrong. But we do have them all here, ! Casters. If you want to see them, stay tuned. The NA TFT KDA Cup is coming up in just a little bit. That has been everything from us. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to my fellow co-casters and our entire production team. And thank you for chatting and being here with us. We'll see you guys tomorrow.